checks ready.
Your checks ready.
Blue team, red team.
Loading in.
Gear up, loading in.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare for the arena. Prepare for the arena.
Versus blue, we are coming for you. You gotta move fast, or you gotta finish last. We are gladiators, you better appreciate us. Hear them cheer, welcome to arena. Welcome to arena.
And welcome back. It's me, Crack Wisdom, here, joined today with Hort Source live on the Battlestate Games Twitch channel to bring you the Arena Cup Series 2, partnered up with the Hunt Premier Tournament Organisation Group and our amazing sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus. Hort, welcome back to the casting bench. I'm super glad to see you today. How are we doing?
Oh, doing great. Excited to be back into the booth with you, Cracked. And I know we got 4 exciting series today. And the thing that makes today so great is that they're all a best of 3. So, maybe you stumble a little bit on a certain map, but it's a real test today. So you got to come out, win at least 2 to go ahead and advance here today.
Yeah, you make a great point. Best of 3s coming in. We're going to get to see most of these teams play across most of the maps we have available in the game. There are going to be 4 maps to choose from across these best of 3s, so one map is going to be able to be removed. Now, that's going to be a crucial pointer, as recently with this brand new addition on Fort, it's allowed for that factor that some teams that may hone in on a particular map as a home turf might find themselves feeling a little bit put out of place if it gets removed from the selection process. So interesting to see how these best of 3s unfold today. And it's going to be one of those Giga Brain performances and Giga Brain choices that we're going to be looking to these teams to prove today to show their strength. And speaking of Giga performances, ladies and gentlemen, a massive thank you and shout out to our sponsors, Gigabyte Aorus, for coming in with the support that they'll be bringing us throughout this entire broadcast. They joined us last weekend for the 4-day extravaganza that we had on play, and they are back again this weekend to help provide some amazing prizes and one of those fantastic new monitors they've been touting to the first place winners of this competition. So every member of that top team will claim one of these beautiful Gigabyte M27QA monitors in either that steel or the wonderful ice white color you see on screen there. 130% RGB color saturation, a 1ms response time, 2560 by 1440 QHD True resolution, and a 180 Hz refresh rate. What more could you possibly want in a monitor than Gigabyte performance? So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, check them out. Go and have a look at the stores, check the Amazon sites, and see what Gigabyte has on offer to be able to upgrade your performance. And a final thank you again to Gigabyte for helping us bring on this wonderful production today. Now, like you said, Hort, many magical games coming today. We have a battle of 2 titans in game number 2. We have the Tarkov help lineup that have looked just unstoppable from start to finish so far, going up against an Arena Misfits side that's had a bit of a rocky road on the way through. We are going to go to see them for their first game of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, for you guys watching along at home, if you have your account linked up and you are logged in, do not forget to claim your Twitch drops. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, drop season is coming back around and drops will be active today on this channel. So prizes literally falling from the sky throughout the entirety of the broadcast. And again, if you're lucky, ladies and gentlemen, you might even be able to catch one of those wonderful raffles that Gigabyte's been bringing for a chance to win yourselves one of those magical monitors. And as we mentioned, with 4 matches today, Hort, only the first 2 that we've touted, Tarkov Help and then Team EPA versus Oil Rig, those 2 titans. We've then got 2 more bangers to finish us off with.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited for all the matches here today. A little bit later, Sicario versus Virtus Pro, and then, of course, Chimera versus 5 Giants to wrap things up. But I think this first one certainly going to be a very tough battle for Arena Misfits. It took them 5 games to make it here into this playoff series. Tarkov Help didn't need much help as they pretty much dominated the competition and put on a couple clinics out there for us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Tarkov Help having that schedule that runs into Vaptim, who did end up dropping out as one of the first teams to lead the tournament, but then a very convincing and dominant victory into Sicario, who have joined us here in the playoffs, taking them home for a 9-3 victory for their second. And not to mention, EPA looking in the best form that they have so far to date, going up against Oil Rig today. That was Tarkov Help's 3rd match to qualify with, and they took that one home in a very close game, 9-7. So Tarkov Help have been tested by 2 of the teams that we have seen qualify through to playoffs today. And that's shown that they have been very strong. And this is why we lead ourselves to believe that Arena Misfits are going to find themselves potentially looking like the Misfits on the table today, as Tarkov Help will potentially roll through this performance. You've got to think, as an Arena Misfit member, that you're going to be looking to create some absolute chaos to be able to stop this Tarkov Help hype train from ramming its way home into the semifinals on day 6. And it's going to be a prelude to the amount of abuse that's going to be thrown back and forth in our second game, right, Hort? We've got Team EPA, like I mentioned, one of the most successful looking teams when it comes to their current form, and with one of those bigger brains on the rosters when it comes to IGL, with Walker manning the strats. They just look like they are in a really good position at this moment in time to take it home themselves too. That being said, Oil Rig have resurged from the depths of despair. Game 1-2 made Oil Rig look like they might even potentially not be joining us in playoffs, but from a great, strong return performance and as something of a table turnaround that you would only think to see in a reverse sweep of a Swiss bracket, Oil Rig climbed their way back through with, again, one of those 5-game longer pathways to reach the playoff finals. But we cannot doubt this lineup of players. Kakao and Stranger Ping are phenomenal players that could potentially dominate an entire game if allowed to. The fortunate thing for us at home is going to be that EPA are on the other side of the map, and EPA have shown us that they do not give spaces for mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a plethora of talent littered across both of those teams. Walker, Goes, Blitzer, Girl, Kaner, and then on the other side, Kakao, that A Stranger Ping, all people that we're familiar with more recently in those base game tournaments that we saw. I think Kakao even winning that duos on custom. So we know that there's a ton of talent there, but for me, I feel like Team EPA has looked a little bit stronger through this series. But the nice thing about it is we've now restarted. We've made it into the playoffs. It is a best of 3. My question to you, Cracked, is it going to be Bay 5 and Bowl all day again?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. We talk about home court advantage. I'm sure that EPA would like to take themselves into Bowl for a bit of a blitz around there. Excuse the pun, as Blitzer being one of the players on that EPA lineup that does succeed in some great playmaking, lurk positioning, and normally to our advantage, making something happen off of that goes very, very well for them. But don't forget, Oil Rig were the best European team. They are, via the HPL League, the first seed, EPA second seed, and therefore, with a lot of mutual respect amongst both teams, Walker has mentioned and coins Bakizi commonly as the best IGL in the game. So the words of wisdom flowing from the brain of Walker himself, tipping his hat almost in respect to the fact that that lineup could potentially provide an extremely strong challenge today. Now, as we get into that banger for Game 2, we cannot forget about what is going to go in Game 1, because this is a chance for Arena Misfits to start today's tone with a slightly different tempo to it, Hawk, because, well, it might not be the FA Cup of British football. It might not be that unknown hot sauce of the soccer scene over in your side of the world, but anything can happen when it comes to Tarkov, okay? Absolutely anything. And if Arena Misfits are going to prove that true, then we might just see Tilted Inside and Maxwell pop up out of nowhere today to put this Tarkov help lineup a few question marks more than they've had to deal with yet. I'm going to be honest, Maxwell has looked like an unstoppable titan of force when he has been playing on form. The one thing that has shut him down is seeing Tokyo Boy and No Fun being separated from Maxwell. So although he is unstoppable when you put the numbers into him, knocking him down has seemed to be more commonly successful. That being said, it's Unknown, Natrig, Solyara, Eevee, and Resist going up against Tilted Inside, Maxwell, Tokyo Boy, No Fun, and Maisie. And to say that, well, this is another team that you cannot slouch on. When we talk about competitive strength, every single member on this lineup has performed exceptionally on screen time and time again, from Unknown all the way down to Resist. So I'm interested to see which one of the Arena Misfits, or if all of the Arena Misfits, can rise to the challenge today and maybe take the Misfit out of the scene and become, I guess, Arena novices, or even potentially Arena advocates.
Hey, I love it. And we all love a good underdog story, right? So hopefully Arena Misfits can come out here and at least give Tarkov help a run for their money. It's great to have the stats and everything here on paper, but as they say, any given Sunday, that all goes out the window once the action starts popping off here in the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to look into the nitty-gritty of it, kind of discuss roughly that Tarkov help have a 16-round differential to their advantage. So they've taken 16 more rounds off of their opponents than they've lost. And when you look at Arena Misfits have gone dead even. So that just gives you a rough idea and a very, very brief insight to the trajectory of these two teams and why this is really a Titan versus a rookie. And it would seem to be such an upset if Arena Misfits were to take it home today. It is a best of 3. And some teams might find themselves feeling a little unfamiliar on maps that they are not so comfortable on. So as we roll on into some form of map selection shortly, I'm really curious to see which side thinks they're favored, specifically mostly on this new map of 4. I'm really curious as to which teams think they've cracked the code. They've found the solid, consistent playstyle that manages to allow them to execute on this new map, where other teams might not be so ready. I mean, there is the joke saying, they're not ready. if you can do this quicker than other teams, especially when it gets dropped so quickly into the scene, you do have a slight advantage, and I think that might come into play today.
Yeah, I think if I was one of these teams, I'd be practicing the new map with my squad relentlessly, trying to learn all the strategies just to give yourself that upper hand on maybe some of these teams that aren't as familiar or comfortable with that map. We know we talked about a little bit of that home field advantage, but I mean, Bay 5 Bowl, two maps that everybody at this point is most likely very, very comfortable with. They have their pretty set strats. Obviously, we saw some great smokes coming out in those lanes. I thought Maxwell did a great job as well on Bowl. He was getting into some really cheeky positions, kind of flanking or even allowing the team to kind of walk on by. We saw him with some really great trigger discipline moments as well. So, Tarkov Help obviously favored here in this one. But again, Arena Misfits showed some really great moments of greatness as well. So, if they can get out there, maybe start with a couple strong rounds, kind of build that confidence and that momentum in their favor, you never know what could happen.
And I have found in Fort specifically, it does bring a really exciting element to the maps that I enjoy, alongside that of the chaos of Bay 5, where there are a lot of little tight angles you can snake your way through. There are a lot of audio cues happening around you, so sometimes it can be easy to lose teammate or enemy's footsteps in between this chaos that's going on. And that leads to some of these scenarios that you see in other 5 versus 5 FPS scenarios, the likes of the Counter-Strikes or the Valorant, where a lurking player, for example, from EPA, a Blitzer Girl, or from Sicario, your Nemonas, that's moving around and creating these angles. It's that cross-play where they work their way into 3 people that are not expecting them. They come out from behind or to the side of them, and it works wonders. So I'm expecting today that there will be a lot more aggressive play styles, bearing in mind this is a best of 3 in the first couple of maps. And then I think you'll find that the pace of the tempo, should it go to that third game, will really slow down, regardless of the map that it's on. So that leads me to think for the map picks, we're going to expect Bowl, Bay 5, Fort even, if they're going to pick them very early on in the best of 3. Then we're going to look to maybe, I think, Skybridge, which was seen very commonly day 1, as that deciding map. And as we look towards it now, we're going to see the run in front of you guys of the map picks. Now, we got to see a short delight that Fort, I believe, was being removed there. And if that is the case, then we will be going to Bowl, Bay 5, and Skybridge. I believe that we might actually be having a couple of short interviews as well. We might actually today, folks, be able to get to have a chat with the players and a little bit of an insight into the game ahead of us. So more to come on that. But as we do look at these map picks coming back on screen for you guys, Fort is going to be banned. Bay 5, Bowl, and Skybridge are the picks. Hort. Which one have you enjoyed the most?
Honestly, I might take some guff for this, but I'm not the biggest Skybridge fan. I tend to like Bay 5 or the Bowl a little bit more. I probably like Bowl the best out of all of them, I think. Maybe it's just because it's a comfortability pick for me as well. But I like the fights around Med. We see a lot of stuff go down around the ambulance, of course, the tail side of the copter as well. And, I don't know. I for whatever reason, maybe it's because that's like I said, the most comfortable pick for me. But I think Bowl is probably my favorite.
That's good to hear. I like to hear it. I'm going to be honest with you. I've enjoyed all of the maps recently. I haven't really had one that's particularly been a favorite of my own. But when it comes to Arena Misfits and Tarkov Help, interesting that one of the Arena Misfits picks was Bay 5, a small, more close quarters, quite chaotic based map. And then their secondary pick ends up being Skybridge over potentially going for a Fort instead. You think that Tarkov Help pick Bowl, and that's matching the slightly longer distance, more constructed style of play. Mm-hmm. That would fall in a similar mindset as to the Skybridge pick for me. So I'm curious that Arena Misfits feel that they have strength there. And I'm interested to see what players they do bring to the game at number 3. Now, that being said, Tarkov Help have an opportunity to be able to slam it home in game number 1, which I'm going to be assuming is on Bay 5. Arena Misfits will have to take their map pick to Tarkov Help. And as it being their map pick, I would expect that Tarkov Help have chosen to defend first, which means Arena Misfits need to have an attacking prep ready to be able to take into this Tarkov Help lineup. But they're going to need to bring something special, some mystical hot sauce, if you'll excuse the pun, to be able to upset Tarkov Help in game 1, I think.
Yeah, and I think these teams really got to work the ebb and flow here as well. It's great when teams are able to explode onto a site and potentially find a quick plan or a couple early frags, but it's equally as important at times to be patient. Probably more specifically on that defensive side, you don't have to get overzealous, kind of overextend or put yourself in an awkward position. But I think even at times, if you are able to kind of quicken things up and then slow it down, even on attacking side, and see if maybe you can force a little bit of uncomfortability onto the defense, see if they get a little impatient and push forward, and maybe you can find that early pick, give yourself that player advantage, and then work off of that. We didn't see as many rotations in Tarkov, at least kind of in that preliminary qualifiers. But I think that's something to keep in mind too. I know a lot of these teams sometimes set up in a 4-1 type situation. If you can create a lot of noise somewhere and then kind of backdoor or rotate over, maybe even a 3-2 split, you could really set yourself up at an advantage.
Yeah, 100%. It's all going to depend on these defaults that have been set up. A lot of teams have different opinions as to what is strength in where the team should naturally set up. And I like that dynamic. I like the fact that different teams have different opinions as to where you should be setting up and playing, because it brings different approaches as to how to unseat different teams. It forces every team to be thinking on their toes, where they can't just divert and create a one-dimensional strategy and then just hammer it home time and time again. It forces both teams to have to adapt, even sometimes as in-depth as within every round. One team will make a play. The next round, the team will adjust to it with a good use of utility that completely shuts that play off. And on the spot, the team either falls flat and then gets the next round to be able to bring some reverse tempo to it, or some of these top tier teams will take their losses, almost step away from a slightly catastrophic play, and will make something else happen from it. And if it is even not successful at that point in time, they're still building towards the mentality of what they're going to try and execute the next round, because they know they've already been adjusted to.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about a best of three, right? If you do stumble a little bit or struggle a little bit to get going, maybe you're not quite warmed up yet in your first map, you still have that kind of fallback to at least get a second opportunity here. But again, I haven't had the pleasure of getting to cast Tarkov Help on screen yet. I have seen them play. Obviously, they're very, very talented. Arena Misfits, I've certainly had the pleasure of, so I'm a little bit more familiar with them. But I mean, to me, 3-0, it looks like Tarkov Help is the team to beat here today.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you in any way, shape, or form. The facts on the table say that Tarkov might be reaching out to extend help to Arena Misfits after they didn't destroy and annihilate them, in all honesty. I am extremely sorry to those of you at home, fans in the chat, those of you sitting in the armchair hoping that Arena Misfits are going to make magic happen. I do not believe. As respectfully, and I hope that I am wrong, but Tarkov Help have been so strong, so strong in all of their performances so far. Bear in mind, they 9-3'd Sicario. They beat EPA, currently in my mind, the best, if not the second best team in current form in this tournament. Also, notably, the second seed in Europe on paper, 9-7 to qualify 3-0. They theoretically hold the best qualifying record going into the playoffs. I double checked to make sure. They do hold the best qualifying record going into the playoffs because of how strong that they played and into a strong schedule. Chimera, the only other team joining them at 3-0. And Chimera respectfully did not have anywhere near as much of a challenge in their schedule as Tarkov Help did to get through. So it speaks for itself. It really speaks for itself. I hate to say it. I'm not one for bias, and this is not a personal choice. This is paperwork says Tarkov Help are 3-1 the better team.
Yeah,
that's not bad odds for an underdog, though, right?
No, and what better way to come out and set a statement to the rest, of the teams in this league as Arena Misfits. If you can come out here and happen to even take game number 1 away from them, you begin to put your stamp on this tournament. You begin to make a statement to the rest of these teams because, it doesn't really matter what you did in qualifiers. It just matters that you qualified and now you're here. So now this is where it all matters. It comes down to this best of 3. You put it all on the line. And as we said earlier, any given Sunday, anything can happen once the action starts popping off. And, maybe the whole crew is just comes together and is firing on all cylinders today. So again, I am leaning more toward Tarkov Help in this first one, but as a big underdog fan, I'm always inside cheering for the underdog. So hopefully we could see an upset at least some point today throughout the bracket. But again, a lot of these underdogs have very, very tough opponents to go up against.
I'm interested. I'm going to see if the chat will join in and give some support out there, because I don't know if you're a Sicario fan out there, if you're a Virtus Pro fan, an EPA fan, an Oil Rig fan, even a Chimera fan or a Five Giants fan, especially if you potentially are considered an underdog in your matchup throughout these playoff qualifications, then you will be on board and jumping on board to support the hype train that could be the Arena Misfits upset. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce to you game one of the first best of three, Tarkov Help versus Arena Misfits.
Yeah, and you call it a Tarkov Help getting to start out on that defensive side. So just kind of allows them to be patient here. Arena Misfits are going to have to work their way in. Some shots ringing out already, but no real damage done just yet. And you can see Tarkov Help playing together here as well. Just really able to work off of each other. They're going to be playing on these crossfires, so it's going to be tough for Arena Misfits to work their way in.
Really quickly, Hawk, as we start moving into this, contact was made on the B point. A challenge was made towards that fuel container from the outside of Forklift. There's A on the minimap. We see the bomb and 2 extra members stronger pushing towards that A site. The kill from Arena Misfits on that A site allows them 3 access and control of the A point with only 1 defending member close enough to be able to rotate to challenge. The bomb is going to be planted. The middle challenge from Sol Yara stops Maisie from being able to rotate in support. That actually finds Arena Misfits 3 strong with bomb planted and 45 seconds on the clock, with 3 members between them and the lurking position. Look, late B about to step into mid as Maxwell makes his name known. Arena Misfits in the 3v2. Maxwell's going to step up into this gap here and start to challenge, and Hort, it's about to get real hot on the point.
Yeah, Maxwell's actually rotating around to the other side. Unknown's going to find Tokyo in the mix. We can see that bomb down there on the site, pressuring in, and I will find Maxwell here as well. The jump shot from Unknown, and No Fun is having no fun after that one. The bomb will be defused, and with that, I mean, a great start for Arena Misfits in this round, but Tarkov Help able to reel it back in. Some really nice shots here, and they're going to steal round 1 away.
Yeah, IWI, Eevee, for those of you at home wanting the familiar common name used for IWI as the player, but IWI showing us they have the eyes, Hort, like you said, as they stepped into the point and nailed 2 quick kills. What looked so good from Arena Misfits in the 4 versus 3, and a great rotation on the lurk from Maxwell ends up falling apart from just some abuse, some absolute domination from Tarkov Help in round 1.
Yeah, now after a split push, it does look like the Stampede is going to be heading toward this B site. We can see some of those nades coming out. No Fun and crew trying to pressure through. The smoke is out and in control of this lane, and they're going to Stampede onto the site here. They said enough pitter patter. It's time to get at her. IWI here again on this peak now, slowing things down a little bit, but a lot of pressure has already been applied here by Arena Misfits.
Oh, Maisie from Connector destroys Eevee in the back corner. Oh, the eye's not strong enough this time. Unknown finds himself as the Pokemon Unknown. Rare, but found on the corner, finding Maxwell wanting the rarity. We were very surprised to see as Maxwell's been so strong in this game so far. Tokyo Boy has managed to put the device on point and cover themselves into a position, but Unknown needs to swing with Resist. Resist finds Connector, which allows Unknown to jump a second round in a row. Tarkov Help claims a jump shot. 2 members from Arena Misfits claim kills Bok, actually, and Resist is now sandwiched. Only the bomb in between the 2 remaining Arena Misfits members, No Fun and Tilted Inside here, are going to play this really smart. The best thing to do at this point in time is to have one player sit close, ready to challenge that bomb if they go for the defuse, and the other player plays safe, play the time. He's going to get down, he's going to stick the defuse, he's going to get off, he's going to force the challenge. Tilted Inside is more than man of the challenge, and Resist tries their best, but Arena Misfits play the numbers well, 1 apiece.
Yeah, and I like that as well. As soon as they went for the defusal, it was actually No Run that made the audio cue, pretended to sprint to the corner, immediately turned back while his teammate was peeking there from behind. So a really wise decision here by Arena Misfits, and we see that we're already tied up. So even though Tarkov Help might be that more favorable team, Arena Misfits already having some early success here in round number 2.
Crazy amount of performance from both teams so far. We're only 2 rounds in, and both teams throwing absolutely everything at it. Arena Misfits looking very good, though. I will say this is not the super strong walkover from Tarkov Help we were expecting to see, and I'm going to be honest with you, this is what we were hoping for. Now, again, the player's been split 3 and 2. The bomb with 2 strong towards this A push, lurking towards the white van area in the bottom of that lane. You see a member from Tarkov Help covering off that gap towards mid from the A side, and one playing deep on the alley. So at this moment in time, Tarkov Help are telegraphing that they expect something B. An unknown is again potentially about to make first point of contact with a member on this B site to try and fake telegraph the counterplay. Again, tilted inside might actually creep into Solyara before Forklift makes contact.
Yeah, just slowly Crab walking forward here. The standoff right in front of us. Laura with the peek first, walks right into the crosshair of Tilted. A nice headshot here, now ringing out more. Tilted is absolutely on fire. Continues to pressure and has been spotted. But just absolutely popping off here with a huge triple kill.
I mean, all 3 members of Tarkov Help are going to feel a little tilted inside after that kind of magic made in front of the door frames. Resist is about to start the comeback, though. The first resistance says no fun is not allowed inside of Tarkov. We do not accept enjoyment in this environment. You must feel pain at all times, as Resist is going to try and collapse towards the middle of this map with the intention to recover the site as the bomb has been planted on B. And there are Arena Misfits members everywhere. Both Natrig and Resist are going to have themselves being pinned into these boxes as Resist's about to find teammates to step up together so they can challenge. The 2 men swing into the middle lane. Maxwell is being pushed back behind the container. He finds one onto Resist, finally gets knocked over by Natrig, but now Natrig is left in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, we talked about Maxwell earlier. He's certainly been a juggernaut here for Arena Misfits, but now Natrig trying to prove their worth here, looking for a jump shot, but Mazzy can't get it. Natrig able to find that one and will continue to press forward, but Tilted on a nice flank here from behind will be the MVP yet again, and another solid round here for Arena Misfits as they've already found 2 on the attacking side, and now they get to put a little bit of that pressure on Tarkov Help.
This is a really good look from an Arena Misfits side that chose to come to this map, that were put on the attack and were told, okay, if you want to pick this map, you better show us why we are here. And they are doing that right now. Tilted inside, 1 kill short of the ace last round as well. The clean 4K with that triple kill on the door that just looked delicious. Round number 4 coming in. It's on Tarkov Help, actually, to take back some of this tempo, and it's not going to stop the Arena Misfits from doing some of these, we're going to telegraph you something and go the other way plays that have worked so well. Tilted inside's going to find a challenge from Solyara in the mid lane. He's going to win it again!
Even peeking into the pre-fire, finding that unknown will find a kill of their own. Resist picks up on No Fun now, and Arena Misfits have done a great job of mixing up the strategy. We've seen some split pushes, some 5-man B pushes as well, but this time trying to linger through mid. They have been caught off guard by Tarkov Help, who now has the player advantage. Will the peek somehow can't get it. Tilted around the other side. A little game of cat and mouse for the time being. Does spot the barrel momentarily. Looking to peek here. Potential pre-fire the swing, and IWI will come out on top this time.
That's it, 2-4. Arena Misfits find themselves 2 players down per player left alive. Going to find themselves stuck with Eevee on the hunt as well. Maxwell gets melted. Resists Mazey. And Tarkov Help take home round number 4, dragging us back to this 2-2, which is a very tight game, actually. We might see this go all the way, Hawk. We might be able to see this one just be that level of magic, the upset that we alluded to begin with. Maybe Arena Misfits, although having a slightly softer schedule so far, might have found themselves holding something back before we go into the qualifiers. Maybe they were playing coy.
Hey, it could be a good strategy to consider here. I mean, all tied up, but we'll see. Maybe it just takes a few moments to get Tarkov Help in stride here. And maybe a little bit of those first game jitters as we head into the playoffs here. And again, a lot of these members just being patient. Tarkov Help has the ability to kind of get into position and hold these angles here. Arena Misfits done a great job of attacking and really working with this utility, though.
Interesting to see that the smokes have been strong so far. And we've not noticed that the smokes have particularly been where the majority of the aggression has been. We've actually seen Arena Misfits play into the smokes to try and cause some of this distraction, to try and fake telegraph an aggressive push towards a point so that they spread the defense thin and then knock out a single player of challenge so that they can isolate one player with 2 or 3 members and guarantee not to lose a man whilst challenging. Now, the thing that comes out of that, though, is when you start to telegraph these sort of plays in a very fake-off scenario early on, the defending team can start to play even more reserved, and it also will redouble their resilience not to move away from a play. If you show that you fake 2 or 3 rounds in a row consistently back-to-back, it's going to make the defense question any point of contact as to it being anything other than just this guy's trying to pull me away from my spot.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you can mix it up a little bit and begin to 5-man it somewhere, you could have that player advantage. So Laura down on the ground, but Maisie will find the pick. A nice headshot. Tilted is going to pick up on Evie here as well. An unknown lurking around Maisie. Will drop to the ground, go prone, Tilted, trying to check all the angles. I'm not sure if they're aware. Unknown is from behind, and we'll pick up onto Maxwell here as well. Back to a 4v3.
Yeah, absolutely. No, unknown for a second there. Cosplaying Harbor Havoc, trying to throw themselves all they've got from their weaponry into that back door of the fuel point as the challenge on red container is just left, right, and center. Resist dipping, dodging, ducking, and diving into Tilted inside as Natric claims one as well. 2 members strong on Talk of Help rise up to the challenge. Maisie puts Natric down though, standing triumphant on the previous corpse he claimed. And then Resist is going to be left in a 1v2 with both members on site. The bomb has been planted and there is only 20 seconds left to try and defuse.
Man, what a great start here for Arena Misfits, especially on this attacking side. And we can see Maisie backing off a little bit. Resist will take note of those audio cues. And now a good job here, just kind of playing cat and mouse. We talked about the one playing close, has the teammate here as well. Wants to make sure they don't give up too many free 1v1s. And Maisie will clutch it up with a headshot on the Resist. Arena Misfits will go back up on top here, 3-2. And call them the underdogs if you want, but they are looking mighty good here today.
And I am not surprised to say that the person that first hits double digits on the kill board is going to be tilted inside. Metaphorically tilted inside maybe today, definitely not mentally tilted inside today, locking it the heck in and trying to tilt the way through to some form of success that would potentially be, like we said, the underdogs rising up and proving that they deserve their spot in this Arena Cup series. As No Fun says, hey, here's one of those No Fun bombs from the air on Solyara. You can sit down on the bench this time. Evie claims No Fun back for his fortune, though. Not allowed to be having enough fun himself for too long as Tokyo Boy then returns 1 back onto Unknown. We're going to see Tarkov held down 2. Arena Misfits down 1 as the chaos settles.
Chaos will slow down. The calm before the storm, only momentarily. You see Tilted on the other side, going to step right into the crosshair of Evie. Resist from behind. Maisie able to get Evie, but not before he's able to collect on a couple Arena Misfits here. And now back to a 2v2 situation. It does look like they are lingering toward the B site. They should be able to take control here as Tarkov Help is having to rotate over from that mid area.
Yeah, they had a really good choice of capitalizing on the kills that they claimed. From the positioning of those kills being called out, they should know they have full B-site access, and it was actually taken in and planted a little slower than I'd expected. So interesting to see whether that extra time Tarkov Help have on the retake is going to help them a little bit more, because time is crucial within this retake here. If you have enough time to construct swings, to find information, as Maisie decides not to give Resist time to get information on the left and swings the counter cross, and then Natric, without anything left to be able to do other than to just man-challenge 2, manhandles themselves into their own cardboard box as they get shipped off and back out the door frame they came in. Arena Misfits claim their round number 4, round number 6 in total. As we go into 7, Arena Misfits have a lead of 2.
Yeah, and just a great crossfire there as well. They didn't even see Maxwell hiding behind the canisters. So even if they push in and find that one, they're easily going to be traded out. Arena Misfits really setting themselves up here for success. When we talked about their ability to mix up the strategies, they certainly have been doing a phenomenal job of that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. The hold and strength which has come through from the Arena Misfits side, which they've planted the bomb down, has been very good. They've been very disciplined and not over-challenging. They've not committed too many bodies trying to chase or hunt members that are not threatening the site location for a defuse. That has been their success so far, that critically on the attacking side of any team in Arena needs to be very disciplined and very controlled, because if you give up your 1s, you give up your 2s, and you ego challenge when the bomb is down, you are not playing to that constrained time with which you achieved by planting the bomb.
And now we see Tilted here in that prone position. Does spot that rig. Unfortunately, can't find the kill here as well. We'll have to get up and begin to leg it toward the A side as Arena Misfits begin to take control of the A site. 2 members from Tarkov Help lingering around the outside. We see the rotation on the mini-map here coming in from Tarkov Help as well. Yara just on the other side, trying to press into the site. Soul will find the pick onto Tokyo. Resist gets Maxwell as well. And now a little bit of leeway here for Tarkov Help. They have the 2-player advantage. The bomb will go down for the time being. Resist. Here's the audio cue. The jump shots coming out from both of these players here, as well as Maisie finds Soul, continuing to pressure in Resist, looking for an opportunity here. Does spot one on the other side. Now sees the head of No Fun. tries to make the way a little bit closer here. Tilted on the peek out. Resist will pump the head and get the bread as Maisie finds an exchange here as well. Now on a 2v3 situation, but again, the bomb already down as Evie will find a pick, stepping into the crosshair of No Fun. The 180, and he finds a second one as well. Natrig will be able to clutch up that final pick here. And with that, a great round from Tarkov Help, but I thought Arena Misfits was going to be able to clutch that one up.
Yeah, absolutely. The bomb got deleted on site before the plant going through there. You see it on its back with those straps facing to the air. Says, we don't care. That timer's not pressured on us just yet, so we don't have to worry about having to challenge and defuse. All they simply needed to do was win the gunfights and kite each of the members into trying to claim that bomb to get themselves the advantage in the placement. So, well played from Tarkov Help. You're right. Arena Misfits with No Fun, doing No Fun things. Very true. We've seen them shine from time to time throughout their progress to get here, with similar plays of equally strong strength as Tilted Inside and Maxwell almost simultaneously knocked down two of the best Tarkov Help members so far. Too strong in the push towards this B site is going to give them full access with the bomb, and it looks like this is a 5-member flood.
Yeah, I mean, Arena Misfits have had a ton of success over here on the B site. We do see Natrig trying to pressure in, quickly drop. Tilted finds one as well. Arena Misfits firing on all cylinders, working like a cohesive unit at the moment. They're going to take another round, and just a solid half here for them on this attacking side so far.
Yeah, it looks like our Arena Misfits side are a fan of fuel. They have cracked the can that seems to be the container of Connector. They have cracked the code that seems to be the flood-in from Forklift. And we've also seen them crack heads as if breaking eggs of the members of the Tarkov Help lineup, swinging in through multiple different directions. And here's some highlights of some magic plays so far, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing I will say, Hot Sauce, why does it look like each of our players' shoes are solidified with springs?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of crazy jump shots, some bunny hops over the tops of boxes, and a lot of success, more specifically 2 of them in a row for Unknown. But hey, they got a little pep in their step today. Unfortunately, Mazzy will lose his legs, and Natrig finding an early nade kill could help set them up success in this first attacking round.
Yeah, I think Maisie might need to capitalize the Y on his name there, as he just got yeeted out of that round, unfortunately. One of those great grenade usages coming true, creating an opening and an advantage early in this round. A member of the Arena Misfits sat on the bench early on, sees Tokyo Boy go and join him. Never left a man alone. Arena Misfits always like to play in the twos. The battle buddy system sometimes strong and sometimes on the bench, as Tilted Inside finds one to resist. Unknown defends the point from No Fun, though, as they sneak in onto site without too much aggression. Unknown is going to plant the bomb. After we have swapped sides, Tarkov Help's aggression seems to follow an almost deja vu-like scenario where Arena Misfits were pulling off this play very well. Tarkov Help showing what you can do, I can do just as good too.
Yeah, and I think this B site is just a little bit easier to take control of. Maxwell's going to fall to the pre-fire of Evie. Soul taking out his teammate, unfortunately, but still a 3v1, a tough position here for Tilted Inside, but there's one person you want this to fall in the hands of. It's certainly Tilted. 14 kills on the day. The double lineup here, the peak, the collateral almost there. Soul able to duck down the safety as they continue to fire a hailstorm of bullets downrange. But with 3 here on site, this is going to be one hell of a tough retake for Arena Misfits.
Yeah, this is the one thing that's not in Tilted Inside's favor right now, is the amount of bullets that this weapon gets to run with and the amount of ammo he's got left. More than capable of pulling off the feet, but sometimes the limitations are very real, and that there felt a little bit like Tilted Inside was left with too much left to do to be able to bring that one home. However, a good performance nonetheless. Tarkov helped bring themselves one round close to level pegging, bring themselves to 4 and 5. Arena Misfits, a great performance, I would say, on the attack hawk. We talk about going into the swapping sides and the golden rule of being 6 and 2. If you're 6 and 2 up strong as the attacking side, you've normally guaranteed a victory. If you go in 5 and 3 to the half, you've given yourselves a great chance of being able to take it home if the other team has some attacking strategies that are very good, because you are much closer to that finish line than maybe if you went even 4 and 4, or even if the defending side started going into the half with an advantage.
Yeah, any little extra rounds certainly help, especially when you start off on that attacking side. We see Maxwell and crew looking to lock down the A site here as the smokes begin to rain down. And right now, Tarkov Help just being patient. They are lingering around outside of A, but Natrig with another beautifully placed nade at Maxwell. Going to fall to the wayside.
And here's another one of those underarms going to the front door towards Tokyo Boy's location. We can see that on screen thanks to the wonderful spectator ability to see through the walls. Tilted Inside's going to find resist on the push, but Sol Yara is ready to challenge and take the trade this time. 1 for 1 Back alley control goes into the hands of Tarkov Help with the bomb sitting by the front door, ready to push in. We see the two members of Arena Misfits playing very defensively outside their door and one holding from the office towards this back alley push. Tokyo Boy needs to play as slowly as possible here in the hopes of finding Solyara being too aggressive. Solyara is going to read that Tokyo Boy might be searching for him and push across to the alley and play more defensively. And the bomb is going to start to consider rotating either through mid or into this A point. You see the bomb jostling with the idea on the A door as to whether they're going in. Arena Misfits are going to give the plant and are going to set up for a retake after trying to kill the flank. You see the fight over on the B point right now is the crucial thinking point, and that's going to be won by Eevee over on the B side. Maisie goes down to that challenge on the flank, and now Arena Misfits have to go. They cannot wait for the third member to come in support. The bomb is going to be planted, and they need to make something happen now before that lurk on B comes in to strengthen the numbers. It's 3v2, it's 2v2 as NoFun gets a good grenade. Solyara kills Tokyo Boy, though. That's going to make it nearly impossible for NoFun. It really is NoFun right now, and Natrig, all the ends come into play, says NoFun, no, not this time.
Yeah. Tarkov Help did a good job of just being patient there. We saw them trying to bite over an early rotation on that B site, sending one member over there, trying to create a distraction, and it almost did bite out that early rotation. But a couple members from Tarkov Help just remaining cool, calm, and collective, keeping their heads on the objective and locking down that site. So after a bit of a rough start here for Tarkov Help, they're able to reel it back in, and once more, we're all tied up.
Which is not where I expected us to be. 5-5 with 10 rounds into this game. I did not think we were still going to be on Bay 5. I thought at 10 rounds into this game we might be maybe close to match point, if not on match point, for the Tarkov Help lineup. So Arena Misfits, regardless of the result in the first map, will be going out of this one absolutely ecstatic with a phenomenal performance. Maybe even a little insulted at how little we had potentially put towards them being able to stand strong today. So definitely not counted out. And if at home you thought this one was going to be very easy, well, we've had our minds changed about that one today.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams have fought very toughly to get into this playoff bracket here as well. So certainly, as we had mentioned earlier, just a plethora of talent littered across to all of these teams here today as we take a look at Maxwell, looking to lock down the A site, remaining patient here. Very important. We see that smoke to his left. Natrig trying to inch their way in. Eevee on the other side as well. And just a little bit of the calm before the storm, as we like to say.
Yeah, whether the storm comes in slow or fast at this moment in time, the one thing I am very interested in to point out on the minimap is as this battle is going down over the A site, the bomb is hanging around the Tetris area before coming into the point. It is now starting to step up as the fights ring out across the point. Maxwell is the last man left alive on the point, having to defend against two. Natrik is going to step up and challenge into the trade. Tokyo Boy claims the trade back, though, as Natrik falls over as well. And it looks like it's going to settle with the 2 versus 2 point contest right now, rather than anybody having direct control. The bomb is deleted by a bomb thrown out of the hands of NoFun again, and I believe that's 3 consecutive rounds in a row. Hot Sauce that he's claimed one with a grenade.
Yeah, hit him with a fadeaway from downtown, and with that, it's all down to Solyara, who has had a little trouble early on, has begun to find their way as time has gone on, but with only 10 seconds on the clock in a 4v1, it's almost a near impossible play, trying to make their way out, still able to find Tokyo Boy as well. 2 seconds on the clock. Arena Misfits can be patient. Time will expire, and Arena Misfits will take the lead once more. Tilted inside, getting a consolation prize after the round has expired.
And it's really good to see the composure of one of these underdog teams, Arena Misfits, locking it in. Really not letting themselves get caught ahead of the pace of the game, even in such a strong position where they're in a 4 versus 1 to close out the game with the bomb unable to physically be planted. Sometimes you will see teams try and step up there, claim extra kills, just pad that KDA, the stats a little bit more, but Arena Misfits know that if they're going to stand any chance of beating Tarkov Help here today, they cannot give them a millimeter, a second. They cannot let them breathe for even a moment, because Tarkov Help will snuff them out and suffocate them instantly if they do.
Cool. Tokyo Boy finding not 1, but 2 in the double. Natrig will get tilted inside, who's been the juggernaut here for Arena Misfits. Already 16 kills on the day with that 2 KD at the moment, but back to a 4v3. Tokyo rotating around. It does look like that bomb is beginning to make its way toward the A site. One locking down B, the rest of the members of Arena Misfit over here on A.
I'm going to say the A push has been very, very consistent from Tarkov Help after they pushed in and did the B, I guess the B fake, B play, B rush. It was a combination of all three eventually from the Tarkov Help lineup as it ended up capitalizing onto the B point, but played B very well. They've decided that A is going to be the approach. Unknown starts off with a Arena Misfits player in the rat position being deleted. That's Maxwell, that unstoppable force, now currently standing still. finding himself sitting down on the bench. We're going to have 3 versus 3 as the bomb is looking towards the A site still, but I'm paying crucial attention to the player in the mid lane right now. You've got a player from Arena Misfits in the top on Maze, and the Tarkov Help member that was covering Gap is looking to try and lurk. Here we are on board with Maisie into that fight there as Natrik is in the middle of nowhere. If Maisie knew, he could have swung him and he would have had no cover to play with. But now as that clock catches them off guard, this is going to be the turn of the tempo. No Fun finds Natrik in the rotation, but 2 members are going to find this B site. They're not going to have time to plant straight away. Maisie's going to take abuse on the door frame. Unknown does re-swing to finish that kill off after he nearly didn't. 1 member close enough that's going to be have to be held off, sorry, as my words stumble over me as I'm confused but impressed by this crazy switch-up play.
Yeah, and it seems like it's tough to retake this B site once it's been taken as well. We saw Arena Misfits with a lot of success there in their attacking half, but now Tokyo Boy, No Fun, looking to work together. Tokyo making a lot of audio cues here. Meanwhile, No Fun, just crab walking slowly forward. I'm not sure if they were able to spot Unknown. They will spot him on the jump across, trying to watch the crossfire here. They know that Eevee is lurking somewhere about behind the canisters is where their teammates sat before, stuffing out Eevee, able to find one, Unknown the other, and just absolute perfect teamwork here. As again, Tarkov Help now able to tie it up 6-6.
That's it, and Unknown joins Eevee with those top 10 kill, double-digit danger zone players, joining the likes of Tilted Inside, the first one to capitalize to that over 10 KDA on screen. 16 kills on the Tilted Inside name, 2 player kills per death on that. Currently showing out as my MVP for the game when it comes to how much they are doing with the weapon, but all in all, the one suggestion I will make is that the Tarkov Help lineup is consistent. You look down the kills to death ratio, everybody is pulling their weight. Maisie gets a quick opening kill onto Parkour as Resist steps around very aggressively into Connect. Tilted Inside is going to find Solyara wanting as well. Actually, as 2 Arena Misfit members claim a slightly over-aggressive, slightly out of synchronized push from Tarkov Help. The bomb is now stranded on Forklift with Eevee in support, with many Arena Misfit members here in defense, trying to juggle the corners player by player. Eevee and the bomb here just trying to jostle the doorway to force somebody to step up and challenge so they can gain some information to work off. But there are too many Arena Misfit members here to call out. 3 members now strong for Tarkov Help as the 3rd Natrik steps up to support, and they're going to enter this point.
Yeah, the smoke will allow them to enter here a little bit easier. We saw No Fun spraying through the smoke, but no real damage done just yet as the flash comes in, doesn't quite connect with anybody, and now No Fun looking to hold the angle here as Unknown slowly nearly peeking out into those crosshairs. Eevee from behind might spot Tilted and does a quick snap to the dome. Will send him home. A 6 feet dirt nap for Tilted as No Fun looks to gain control of the site here. Unknown in the corners, had a lot of jump shots, looking for another, and will drop No Fun here as well.
This is unreal, the amount of strength being shown out of Arena Misfits and the positivity and confidence to be able to stand and challenge these players player for player is very, very good right now. I'm very impressed at the confidence they've had. As look at Tokyo Boy swing onto Unknown around the forklift area. That's going to open for Maxwell to claim one onto Natrig as well. And the final member is left on the point. Eevee having to aggress onto Maxwell after trying to capitalize on the trade. The extended trade comes through. They do find the timing. They're going to swing onto Maisie at forklift and claim a second. Eevee, the final boss, it seems like, of this Tarkov Help attack, is going to have 8 seconds to find the final kill. And Tokyo Boy's just not going to give it to him. No time to plant the device. Just going to hope and pray that an over-aggressive challenge comes in as Tokyo Boy, he is gone, ladies and gentlemen. I can't say it on stream, but I'm out.
Yeah, he just decided to leg it, and honestly, a smart decision here. You know, you don't always have to get those kills. There's no time to find the plant there on the device, so a wise decision here by Arena Misfits, and that'll put them up by a round here. Now, just 1 away from getting to match point as well.
Yeah, I'm going to say for those of you at home that understand where that one was coming from, the PG stream context in here, we'll keep our politeness ahead of us proud. But definitely, Tokyo Boy was not having none of that. Did not have any time for that business. Left and took the round home for Arena Misfits. They take another lead in this game, Hort. Again, Arena Misfits have really been running the tempo of this Bay 5 map in the first best of 3.
Yeah, especially as how well Tarkov Help did in those qualifiers, but they'll step it up here in this round. Resist, Natrig, all finding a piece of the action. So Yara here as well, as Tokyo Boy will unleash some bullets downfield, but Resist will collect the head of Tokyo as well. And now in a 5v1, it's looking like a flawless round here for Tarkov Help.
Yeah, resists, risks, rinsing everybody that's around this parkour section right now. You see this man whip left and right like he's whipping, like he's nay-naying and partying all over the parkour section. And speaking of a party, Tarkov Help about to party their way to a flawless round 7-7 to draw us back. This game is going back and forth, and both teams are stepping up in each round, consecutively one after the other, to show that they have strength and dominance in performance, all the way down to Tarkov Help 7-7. 5 members still alive at the end of that round.
Yeah, and you talk about that consistency as well. If you look on the AM side, you see that 2 members control those MVPs, whereas on the Tarkov Help side, 4 of the 5 members have gotten at least 1 MVP here today.
I think every member on each side could have got the MVP as we see the double trade. Maxwell knocks Resist down, but EV is there to take Maxwell out 1-for-1. A little bit of health knocked off of the life of EV, though, as well. Will put them at the slight disadvantage. Tokyo Boy gets picked from outside of the doors. Natrik finds a great kill. That's a really, really big opener, is that, as the pressure was about to swarm in onto this bomb plant, but now Tarkov Help have given themselves time to set up. And they're going to allow this member that's deep in the middle to try and make some moves behind the 2 members on their door. Arena Misfits are going to read that challenge. It's going to go down deep. Natrik wins that, as the alley challenge onto the point is also coming out strong to stop any of the members supporting that flank challenge. Flank coming in now as Evie steps into the point. No Fun says no on to the point defense. Tilted Inside is going to try and catch the member stepping up onto the box. Evie almost caught in the vault as Natrik finds Tilted Inside. Instead, the 2 members play together. And whilst Tilted Inside's back's turned, Tarkov Help step in, swoop for the kill.
Step in, and I mean, honestly, it felt like Arena Misfits was leading the majority of this this map here, but at this point, Tarkov Help able to slide into the lead and at match point nonetheless, so they could come away with a big victory here and really turn things around.
Honestly, this is where Arena Misfits need to show that they are here to compete for this best of 3. This is where this needs to go to overtime for Arena Misfits for me, if you really are going to show that this was not just a very strong start, but a weathered storm by Tarkov Help. So as Tarkov Help look towards what is potentially a really, really crazy play here, as the bomb is very, very extended out in this forklift area. If that bomb goes down in an awkward place here to the first challenge from Maisie, if this gets read by Arena Misfits, this is going to suck real bad for Tarkov Help. 2 members strong now on forklift, as you see 3 remaining members stack up towards that middle container connector and parkour area. These 3 members alongside the forklift 2 look like they are waiting just for 1 pick, 1 point of contact, and this is going to go from 0 to over 9,000 very quickly.
Yeah, we talked about that ebb and flow and being able to aggress onto a site, but at times slow things down and see if you can force the patience out of your opponents, especially when they're on that defensive side. See if they get a little overzealous, maybe extend somewhere, allow you to find that early pick and then have that player advantage. But it sounds like No Fun and crew can hear the audio cue out there running, jumping around, beginning to make their way toward back alley. The sprays come in and no real damage, but now Tilted, the first to fall with a Juggernaut down. This is going to make things just a little bit easier for Tarkov Help.
And look at what's happening. It's all over on the A point. The bomb and their remaining buddy have gone round the outside of B, and they're looking to rotate all the way through the defending spawn. Maybe that aggression from the side of Arena Misfits in the area is going to get them access to A, and it looks like Maxwell's actually going to step past this rotation from the bomb buddy, and he's going to find himself caught in a 1v4 to try and save the game, and it's not going to happen because Tarkov Help members are everywhere, and EV claims the first in the best of 3 for Tarkov Help. 1-0 up now after a great attempt from Arena Misfits in game 1.
Yeah, you know, and I think a lot of people thought that Tarkov Help was just going to come in here and walk all over Arena Misfits, but Arena Misfits showed that they have the skills. They came here to play today and certainly fought tooth and nail through this first one. It's got to be tough to be leading nearly the whole time and lose at the end, but at the same time, you're able to compete with this team. It should give you some confidence heading into the next map as well.
9-7 is a great score for Arena Misfits to be putting out as a challenge for this best of 3 today, and I do not believe that this is all that we have heard out of the Arena Misfits lineup. Regardless of this result today, we will be looking forward to seeing them returning again in the future, I'm sure, in many an event. But Tarkov Help managing to weather the storm that was this Arena Misfits aggression, find themselves 1-0 up in the best of 3, and as we go from Bay 5 to the bowl, well, it's going to be on Arena Misfits to pull one back.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about consistency, right? And we certainly saw that with all five members of Tarkov help there, and so just really kind of locking it in. Just stumbled a little bit early, but on the other Arena Misfits side, I mean, Tilted was having an absolute game of their life there. Maxwell didn't have as much success as we've seen in the past, but again, maybe a little bit of those first game jitters coming into play. Hopefully they can step it up here and bring it back in game number 2. I'd certainly love to see this series go all the way to 3.
I think going all the way to 3 is probably where we are actually going to see this go. I know we did see the Arena Misfits map fall into the hands of Tarkov Help, but as we move into the highlights, it's going to show you that both sides were ridiculous. Unknown picks up that bonkers jump shot in round number 1, and then managed to claim themselves a second one round 2 as well. But Tilted inside, this is one of the stories of the Arena Misfits' strength. This player slaying out kill after kill after kill, and this was that glorious triple kill. Steps fades away from the initial peak, doesn't even fire a bullet as they're still reloading the magazine, and baits Evie to Step for the clean triple.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many great plays here. IWI, Resist, the whole crew coming in action. We see Resist again, who also had a field day today, having a little help here from Soul, finally getting that pick as well. Evie finds one, no fun with the 180 in that one there as well. And again, just a lot of great Tarkov action here to kick off the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's only game 1 in the first best of 3. We have 4 amazing best of 3s to bring to you today. And if every best of 3 goes the way this one is going, then we might just get the glorious scenario that could potentially be 12 maps of Magic today. We could see 3 maps from every team of all 4 of our best of 3s we've got today to qualify for the semi-final positions. And if that's the case, well, we're in for a long one, and boy, oh boy, am I here for it. Ready to see the magic happen in the rest of this game here, as Arena Misfits have already shown us what it means to be in the qualification stage, competing against some of the top teams in these knockout brackets. You don't just show up, you show up as strong as you can to try and knock them out and stand your chance of stepping up in this tournament.
Yeah, we talked about not only showing up, but showing out here as Arena Misfits. We're looking to make a statement to the rest of the league here, the tournament rather, but Tarkov Help able to reel it back in. They'll find game number 1. And as you mentioned, on Arena Misfits pick as well. So now Tarkov Help is going to be going to their map on Bull. And we know how scary they can be on Bull as well. I feel like it is going to slightly favor Tarkov Help, but with the way Arena Misfits have been playing, they certainly can work their way into this. I'd like to see just a little bit more from some of these other members and maybe not put so much of that pressure on Tilted.
They've done really well on allowing Tilted to create those openings, all right, get involved in that action and to slay out like we know they are very, very capable of doing. Like you said, sometimes it's found them distended from the rest of the team, though, and when they get picked off, all of that good aggression and that great work that's been done doesn't get to be capitalized on so successfully. That was the slight difference between Tarkov Help and Arena Misfits in game 1. We saw Arena Misfits find themselves in good positions and sometimes be caught by a strong team approach from Tarkov Help. We also saw Tarkov Help in a couple of occasions push through that numbers advantage and secure a round where maybe Arena Misfits dropped the ball a little bit. Some slight learning curves to take into game 2 and a phenomenal performance to work off, though. You've got to think as an Arena Misfits member, you're anything other than disappointed, rather thoroughly bolstered and encouraged going into this game number 2 that you can take this home. You can challenge for this and you can win this. So I predictions out the window. There we go. Predictions out the window. Okay, folks, we've gone. We've binned off the paperwork. Arena Misfits have the chance to rise back strong and to come and take this best of 3 into their own hands on game number 2. And it's Bowl. If EPA has anything to tell us about Bowl, is it can produce explosive results when it comes to utility. One thing we saw No Fun being very good with was grenades.
Yeah, and there's a lot of great smoke lines here on Bull as well. Previously in the qualifiers, we saw Maxwell really utilizing those smokes, getting into some cheeky positions we talked about earlier with that trigger discipline, kind of allowing some of those team opponents to walk by and finding some big plays. So Maxwell certainly seems to do better on Bull as well, at least from what I've seen in the previous series. So I believe him and Tilted together can really kind of strap things down and maybe take this round away from Tarkov Help. And I think if they're able to take the map pick of Tarkov Help away from them as well, it's kind of going to be a little bit of that confidence booster heading into Skybridge as well.
As we talk about the matches, though, we are going to get a little segment for you guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce to you one of our first player interviews brought to you here. This is a premiere for those of you, the first time on an Arena Cup Series stream. You are going to get to see an insight from the player. So without further ado, allow some of the professionals to talk you through their opinions about what's going on in the game.
Hello, my name is Andrew. My in-game nickname is Tokyo Boy. I'm playing for Arena Misfits. How do you feel about your performance in the group stage? I would say that it was a rough. We didn't show up our level, but I'm pretty happy that we get into playoffs and we beat Unnamed to get to playoffs. But I wouldn't say that it was like our level, and we didn't show up our level. Hopefully we can show up. We can show it up in playoffs. What are you expecting from your opponent in playoffs? In playoffs, I expect it to be a great match, a great show up, because Tarkov Help is our good friends. We played with them a lot. We screamed with them a lot, so it's more likely gonna be like if we show up in the match, if all of us, like all 5 players, gonna be like confident, shooting heads and stuff, we can easily beat them. But it's more likely gonna be like on us, basically. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? For me personally, there was like 2 moments that is more memorable than others. Is the first one is that when we beat Oilrik, I played with like Elix team before, and we couldn't manage to beat them in the whole season in HPL tournaments. So with Arena Misfits, we finally managed to beat them. They were like our raid boss, basically. And the second one is when we get into playoffs, when we beat Unnamed to get into playoffs. I was so happy. My whole teammates were happy. So yeah, I think there's like two moments, basically.
Hello, my name is Rustem. I'm Natrik from Tarkov Help team. How do you feel about your performance in the group stage? Considering the changes in our roster, I think we performed well overall. For example, we were not afraid to pick maps where our opponents had won in previous games. We analyzed their gameplays and tactics, and we were ready for them. The group stage went smoothly for us, with the exception of the last match where we made several mistakes, but I'm sure we will fix them in the playoff stage. What are you expecting from your opponents in quarterfinals? Actually, I expect our opponents to be well prepared, and I'm looking forward to interesting and really hard match. We have a lot of things to show, and we will do our best. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? The most memorable moment was the last match against EPA, where we found ourselves losing 3-0. Some of our strategies were not working, but we adapted quickly and showed our ability to come back.
What a great little insight there from a couple of the players. A shout out to the 2 members that took time out of their day to record those wonderful interviews for us so that we can understand what's gone into the preparation before they've gotten themselves into this quarterfinal stage. Like we say, there is still, for every team on the table today, 3 chances that they can get knocked out. And as we roll on into game number 2, Arena Misfits versus Tarkov Help, it is series point for Tarkov Help as Resist blows tilted inside at around 1.
Yeah, and if there's one person to knock out early, it's going to be Tilted, who had one heck of a game there in Bay 5. Now Soul being patient here. Arena Misfits on attack first. They have to work in toward Tarkov Help here, so kind of allowing him to hold the angles, almost threads the needle there. No fun on that jiggle down there. Able to survive for a little while longer.
Flash goes off, and one of the members there sat by the headshot box is going to feel themselves a little bit dazed. Going to have a section of light blinding the eyes for a moment, but that will wear off rather quickly, used to those gas welder goggles that help reduce that flashbang effect by up to 40% sometimes even, depending on the variation of glasses that you use. Now we're going to see Tarkov Help playing really deep and defensively over this A site, as they've had a lot of telegraph that the point play is coming in from the med section. The ambulance is currently occupied by... Resist.
But only for a moment, right? As the nades come raining down from the skies above and maybe getting a little taste of his own medicine there. Natrig with a nice shot to the dome. No fun. Will fall to the wayside. Tokyo and crew have a little bit of a almost collat lining up there as Natrig and Soul both finding picks. And now it's all down to Tokyo Boy in a 4v1. Not the ideal situation here, Craig.
I just honestly couldn't believe the grenade coming out. The timing on it was so ridiculous as Tokyo Boy finds a kill. Little nonetheless at the end of the round. It's simply a consolidation prize, second to their name in this game. But with all other members of our Arena Misfits lineup falling over without any of their own. First round goes to Tarkov Help.
First round to Tarkov Help. We saw Arena Misfits with early success last time, but now it's Tarkov Help looking to come out swinging and maybe feeling warmed up and hot and ready to go after that first series as well, as they were able to reel that one back. So we very likely could see them look to Stampede here. We know that this is a map that is one of their favorites. We heard Natrig say that they're not afraid of picking maps that their opponents enjoy as well.
Yeah, that's it. That was one of the strengths that came out of the interview that very much impresses me. It's nice to hear that teams are not afraid to challenge where teams have previously been strong. You get this footage from taking part in scrims. You can go back and watch. Obviously, going to be checking out your own gameplay, the mechanical plays, things that you can improve within your own personal performance. But also, you do get to see an insight towards other teams' tendencies. You get to sort of lock in as to where some of these players play naturally too, and how much you can kind of abuse that by using some of this utility.
We'll get to see some of that utility coming out here as well on the marksman role, which we don't often see. No Fun, Maxwell, both finding picks here as well, and that'll give him a two-player advantage as No Fun and crew begin to quicken the pace. Mazzy finds Soul here as well. Resist gets a piece of the action, and there's plaid stripes in the kill feed. Everybody's getting a little taste.
Yeah, and as all the action settles, there's going to be one member left alive from the Tarkov Help lineup to be standing strong, but not for long, as Arena Misfits find us in the second game, also doing the domino effect. One goes down, the other one falls straight after it. What a piece. We are level pegging again.
Yeah, I think Tokyo Boy took out a teammate there as well during that exchange of gunfire. It was certainly a little bit of a beautiful chaos erupting down there on the battlefield. But once again, Arena Misfits not allowing this game to get out of hand. Anytime Tarkov Help finds a round, they're quick to find an answer back, and you just love to see it from this squad.
Yeah, and in the interview we had with Tokyo Boy, you heard them mentioning that they were extremely happy, elated to take home that victory in their fifth game to qualify for the knockout stages. And as they come on into the quarterfinals, they absolutely are going to be giving it their all, including potentially looking at this from a slightly different perspective when it comes to a B approach, which is one we've not seen so much in this tournament so far on Bowl.
Yeah, now beginning to work toward B, though. Maybe getting a little piece of that action here as we see 4 of those members working toward B. One kind of hanging out in the mid there around that copter as Mazey up top will eventually look to spot one here on the peak. Mazey taking a bit of damage here. Bullets being exchanged in both directions as Evie will dip back to a safer location. No Fun, Maxwell, and crew begin to ease their way forward toward the site, but it's Natrig who finds the first pick. No Fun, quick to trade it out up close and personal on this marksman class nonetheless.
Yeah, rocking a G28 here is actually something that's an interesting take and a hot take on the new meta as Natrig take 2 kills for their own. Tokyo Boy finds one back onto Maxwell. The bomb is collected from this B side, but it's going to be ran away quickly, but Unknown in the deep position from Spawn's going to claim that kill, and Tokyo Boy was the last member alive close to that bomb to be able to make the play. Tilted inside. Steps to the challenge into Solyara, and that is good night, Sweet Prince. All she wrote for round number 3. Tarkov Help claim their second. Natrig claims their third kill for the round, and starts off with a 5-2 kill score. Very strong from Natrig from Tarkov Help in game number 2.
Yeah, you know, Tarkov Help's just so good at holding these angles, at being patient on this defensive side. We saw Unknown deep in that container there, just waiting for someone to step into those crosshairs, and then, of course, executing them immediately. So Tarkov Help with some great strategies right now. We'll see if Arena Misfits can battle back here and look to tie things up in round number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And with such a phenomenal prize pool to be playing for, remember, 8,000 euros for the first place team. It's going to be all on the line as Maxwell gets deleted by Resist with some good gunfire on the point. No Fun trades Resist back, though, in time as Maxwell's flick transfer looked like it was going to land home a second. Natrig for 2 on the grenade.
The double kill coming out from the nade for days. Mazey will find Solyara in the mix, but it's still a 3v2 in favor of Tarkov Help. Unknown again, patient but true, fighting the headshot onto Tilted. Now bullets being exchanged here in both directions as Mazey is the lone member standing, trying to dance away. Does he have the moves like Jagger? And for how long will he be able to stand up?
You see that concussed icon next to the model, as well as the heavy bleed ticking away. Not in a great state right now. Maisie bringing and singing blood from many parts in the body, as they are going to potentially have to back off to sort out some of the damage dealt before they can even begin to try and reassess this play. The bomb is on the site. It is in potentially one of the most disadvantageous positions in the world for Maisie, as the 3 remaining members from Tarkov Help will all have a different line of sight onto this bomb. So Maisie is going to physically have to just man-challenge 3 players before he can even think about trying to plant.
You know, and we had Tilted last time near the end of the game at 1.16-8, currently unable to get a kill yet through these first 4 rounds. So Tarkov Help doing a good job of silencing the Juggernaut in Tilted for the time being. Maisie, again, not the best health. Blacked out arm here as well, but just slowly trying to inch their way in. Unfortunately, with only 13 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to find 3 kills in quick succession. And now they begin the pincer play. Natrig will find the final one, and Tarkov Help beginning to hit their stride.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, we've had a couple of questions about the meta when it comes to weapons that are being used here. We see the marksman class coming out of No Fun. Obviously, M61 will be rocking inside of that. And if we talk about melting some of these strong enforcer classes, that is definitely one way to work some magic into it, is to use that 7.62 high penetration round of the M61, or even the M62 sometimes in the assault class. It's a strong way to go. So M80 in the assault class, actually.
We hear those nades coming down early as well. No Fun doing surprisingly well with this G28 here as well. Already 3 kills on the board, as we can hear some shots being exchanged, some flashes raining down. Solyara on the peak. Shots ring out, but no real damage done here just yet. No Fun. We'll take a bit off the top as Maxwell begins to inch toward through this med unit here for the time being. Maisie, Resist, lurking just on the other side of the smoke.
Yeah, the lurk is going to come out really strong if Maisie finds Resist on top of this box. He's just heard the audio that he mantled up on top of there as well, so they will have information as Tokyo Boy drops one onto the top of Solyara's head, says, "See you later. It's time for me to step up on top of Generator." And as Tokyo Boy makes action and on noise to pull Resist, Maisie gets that trade we were talking about. No Fun is going to find themselves trying to back up from the side there. Natrig. And wow, Natrig for 2 ridiculously cleans. Even No Fun in the lurk. Tokyo Boy finds Natrig eventually to shut them down, but it's a little too late. The damage has been done. Unknown now has themselves a good chance to step up 1v3. He's going to bait Generator, re-swing Generator, and destroy Tokyo Boy. Just get outplayed, son. As Unknown steps up and shows Error 404. Error Unknown might just be the way that he finds his way out of this round. He's going to bait again second onto the helicopter and delete Tilted inside. Is he going for the 3rd? No, Maxwell. And of course it's Maxwell. You shall not pass Maxwell. The Juggernaut does not allow Arena Misfits to slip.
Maxwell finally able to extinguish the flame that was Unknown, looking hot and ready to roll through the competition. And honestly, some really nice plays there, baiting out those shots, able to find that re-peek, a quick snack to the dome there. And again, just some great plays coming out of Unknown. Unfortunately, not able to clutch up that round. And Arena Misfits, again, finding ways to answer back in these rounds to keep it within 1 here.
What a crazy game so far, and Arena Misfits again showing strong. Tokyo Boy taking the lead for his team after that inspirational interview we got to see in the interval between games. Looking to show strong here in game number 2. On ball, again, Tokyo Boy, another one of those magic wonders with the nades from previous iterations of utility, but not necessarily using them so much now as it's being delved out to other players. We have shots ringing out across this A point, but nobody finding a home for a bullet just yet. Not a single member on either side taking any damage. The bomb has retreated a little bit back towards the A plat location as we see a member poking up onto the top of med. Maxwell's going to have shots fired towards their location on that top med spot, and Solyara's not going to find the kill this time around. Whoa! There's Tokyo Boy nades that we're used to, ladies and gentlemen. Tokyo Boy bounces one in the back of ball, and Solyara pays the price.
I got to feel like that was coming off the communication from Maxwell there as well, kind of baiting that out, keeping Soul in that position. Tokyo just dropping that nade perfectly at the feet there and collecting the kill. We'll see some other nades rain down as Mazzy and Tokyo begin to pressure toward the other side of the map here. Unknown, Resist, tucked into the corner. Still only a 1-player advantage here for Arena Misfits. Plenty of time on the clock as they look to get the device down.
Sure if this device is going to find itself onto the plant without any pressure. It is going to be attempted to be planted as Tilted Inside then peeks one down. Evie falls prey to the words and the wisdom of Tilted Inside on the rotation. Natrig is then forced to step up to try and stop this flank from coming through as Resist is getting abused to the point. Tilted Inside finds that challenge. Resist gets Tokyo Boy. Unknown finds Maisie, but it is going to be 3 versus 2 strong to close it out. This is all going to be down to who can catch Tilted Inside before he gets into a tough position. Resistors trying. Tilted Inside says no. And it's all on Unknown again in the 1v3.
We saw him almost clutch it up before. He'll have another opportunity to do it here again. But Tilted, after struggling a little bit, now already 4 kills on the board, has finally kicked it in gear. Unknown dancing around, looking to bait out some of these shots and find the location of his enemies. Now up top into Med here. Lurking on the other side is Maxwell, but a quick snap of the wrist will find the head. No fun. Quick to trade it back, and Arena Misfits will take another round.
Yeah, I think Tarkov Help, like they said in the interview there, they were expecting Arena Misfits to come prepared. They were expecting them to be ready for the match that was Tarkov Help. I'm not sure they were expecting them to be this ready, though. 3-3, they are going round for round yet again in a map pick this time that was not Arena Misfits' choice. This is a Tarkov Help pick, and this is where we're going to see this one potentially go all the way to 3. If Arena Misfits are able to do the Tarkov Help to Tarkov Help from Game 1 and Game 2, we're going to see this go all the way to 7-7, and then 2 rounds be the deciding factor, and the crucial last 2 of the game as to which team is going to claim our map number 2. Remember, Tarkov Help up 1 in the best of 3, so this is Arena Misfits' last chance to stay in the Arena Cup Series and not get knocked out of the tournament.
Do or die, backs against the wall, everything on the line on Arena Misfits, certainly playing like it here today. Tokyo Boy now stepping up in map number 2 with 7 on the board already. As we hear that utility flying down here along with a hailstorm of bullets in both directions. But again, just shooting through that smoke, seeing if we can come away with anything here in these typical spray spots. Unfortunately, not able to find anything just yet. And again, waiting for the smoke to dissipate before they look to find their attack.
You've seen Natrik playing slightly more defensively down this tower lane now, choosing to play that more reserved position as the grenade utility down that lane is coming real strong twice as Eevee destroys 2 players, climbing up the jump up top of Med and claiming 2 for their prize. Their resist, inspired by Eevee's amazing moves, steps up for one of their own as Maxwell falls down. Again, a quieter game from Maxwell so far has led to some of the Arena Misfits downfall, and that's something that we've sort of harped on about all tournament. Is Maxwell, when alive, has been unstoppable, but if taken out early on in the round, that performance seems to wane out very quickly as Solyara finds Tilted Inside, then left alone, and Unknown drops down onto Maisie with confidence from the 5 left alive on his side to be able to just go crazy with it.
Yeah, not only going crazy, but Tarkov Help winning that round flawlessly, not dropping a single member as well. And now we've just got one more round before the halftime. If Arena Misfits can tie this up here at halftime before they head into the defensive side of things, they certainly could set themselves up for success, but it's going to be no easy task. Tarkov Help certainly very great here on Bowl.
Yeah, and it looks like Unknown is starting to come alive in this matchup here. We've seen them surge in multiple back ends around so far in a lot of strength, but how much further can they go? Where does that ceiling end? What is the skill cap to this player? Well, we're going to get it put on stage for us to see in HD today, because Arena Misfits really are pushing Tarkov Help all the way. And this time around, it looks like it's a B push, and Solyara's trying to call out that there's information over on this van side here and starts to look towards the middle just in case somebody flanks through. What they don't realize is the majority of 4 out of 5 members from this Arena Misfits side are here to try and make this play go home. 3 push up to Pixel. 1 top challenges the point to try and drag the attention, which it does, and opens up for No Fun to find the pick onto Natrik. This is going to gain access onto the site. Maxwell takes resist out in the container. The second strong retainer push is deleted. Actually, No Fun finds Solyara in a different angle, and the only person left alive close to the play to challenge is going to be the member left in spawn. The bomb is planted, and the last remaining member to help, Eevee, is being held hostage on A by a great piece of work from Tilted Inside, so it's all on Unknown at the moment to make some magic happen. Unknown is going to wait his time out, and Tilted Inside is going to be found rotating too. In fact, actually, no, Tilted Inside is going to play his life and just look across from this A site to try and cover the rotation instead of matching the tempo.
Yeah, I think just waiting for that teammate to maybe get into position so they can play it together here. Unfortunately, now on a 5v1, Unknown it is familiar, not unknown to the territory, but Tilted on that flank will find the pick, and Arena Misfits again find a way to reel it back. I gotta say, Cracked, I think what I'm most impressed with right now is No Fun's success with this G28 at the moment.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Giving that marksman a lot more of a positive light than I thought. I'm going to be honest with you, actually, Hort. When this new meta came around and the Saiga Flechette shotgun and that tanky kit has become very strong, we have assessed a little bit that it might just be something that is irrelevant. Like, I went all the way so far as to deleting every single one of my marksman classes because of how irrelevant I felt when it came to running that marksman class, because the armor system at the moment is just so strong within the enforcer assault, and then what the scout brings in the trade-off to that ammunition, that the marksman tree just feels a little bit left out. But no fun showing that it doesn't necessarily need to be meta to make magic happen.
And making magic happen is certainly what they're doing at the moment. 4-4. Whoever goes up here in this round certainly going to have a little bit of advantage, a little bit of a momentum swing in their favor. Unknown, certainly one to watch, who's been on a tear here as of late. Natrig with 10 as well. 2 members in double digits here for Tarkov Help. Natrig, Mazzy, both finding trades back and forth here as Mazzy will continue to kind of jiggle around the corner, finding resist as well. And you talked about how good Mazzy is when he's up on his feet. We're going to see a little piece of that action here.
And this is the M80 SA58 I was talking about in the assault class that just does so much damage. It doesn't necessarily need to be M61, and this is why that marksman class has fallen to the wayside. If you are good enough with that gun, you can put the bullet on the face through that face shield of the Vulcan. It will only stop tier 4, and M80 very consistent through tier 4 armor. So this SA58 showing strong on the generator, and Maisie stepping up for their positioning. Speaking of that, we're going to curse them into the ground as Evie seems to be listening into the comms and choosing their time to make me cast a curse rather than cast a blessing.
Hey, one player's curse is another player's blessing, I guess, as they say. Now on a 2v3, though, Arena Misfits still able to have the player advantage, and it's no fun again on this G28, able to find the headshot here again. Looking to thread the needle, though. Unknown with a nice controlled spray. We'll pick up onto Maxwell now on a 2v1, and Unknown has certainly been the man on the clutch works, but hasn't been able to grab one of these 1v3s just yet. Time ticking away here as well.
Time is ticking away, and with the bomb on the floor, it's going to be a very difficult approach to be able to start something going again, because that's going to find them wanting when the bomb is just a simple indicator as to where to be placing your crosshair. Good night. Round 5 in the hands of Arena Misfits, and they take the lead.
Man, I'm excited for this. I did not expect it to be this close. I have to say I'm guilty of that as well. Arena Misfits really making me put my foot in my mouth there. Again, just so much talent on both of these squads, but Arena Misfits looking very, very good today, even through 2 games. Even though they lost that first game, they really controlled the majority of it.
Yeah, it's a crazy little game going on here in game number 2. And yet again, another game that is not failing to deliver a fantastic performance from both sides. And from the production standpoint, you guys at home are going to be thoroughly entertained by the action. We're getting to see both teams peg for peg, round for round, trying to put their authority onto this first quarterfinal of the day. We've got 3 more amazing matches to follow. What a way to start. The bomb is currently being held A plat, 3 members strong towards this generator area as Natrig lets that grenade go off on timing. Maisie's going to be found by that one. The tempo counter grenade actually doesn't find resistance. They react in time, as well as being able to dodge the grenade. They find the kill onto generator lane, and Tarkov Help, we're going to find some numbers now. Maxwell being challenged on the point, doesn't get killed just yet, but takes a bit of abuse. Natrig continues that tower push contest and takes out No Fun. Maxwell does find resist on the reload. Evie takes Maxwell in the return. That fire barrel from Old, that ashtray pot died once upon a time in being used now as scenery to be able to step up on top of, as Tilted Inside finds themselves another kill. Tilted Inside with less than 20% health left alive, and the only member left standing for Arena Misfits to try and defend off round number 10.
Round number 10. And now Tilted maybe has to channel some of them unknown skills and look for a 1v3 in his own, but maybe looking for a little bit of extra resources here through some of these bodies. Time slowly ticking away. Shots ringing through the smoke. Solyara just on the other side here, as we do see Tilted beginning to inch forward here, is going to step right into the crosshair. Evie has spotted him. The controlled spray will come in, but it's Unknown who steals the kill away. And I just love the fact that neither of these teams want to allow the other team to extend that lead by 2. Anytime someone gets around, the other team's so quick to answer back.
Yeah, you can't give an advantage to a team in this kind of a situation, because all of these teams out here are ruthless for a reason. They will not allow you to misstep without punishing you perfectly for it. You will see a team take a 2-round advantage and happily cruise, trading round after round, success for failure, until they win the game like that, because you don't need more than 2 rounds when you get to that 9-round victory total. So as we move on into round number 11, it's going to be back in the hands of either team to try and take tempo in this game, steal the pace, try and start getting themselves that 2-round advantage by opening up with 1.
Looking to see what they can open up with here in round number 11. Flashes will rain down. Resistance taking quite a bit of damage here early as Tokyo up onto the sandbag. Looks to find a cheeky little peek over top of the smoke here. And Resist, again, Snapping here to these typical spots where you're used to seeing people. Soyara here as well, and a lot of patience being displayed from both of these squads at the moment.
And both squads with the patience is going to do them a wonderful work when it comes to keeping themselves constructively approaching this bomb plant. However, if either team finds themselves challenged by a strange angle or one of these pieces of utility that's been very strong from Natrig at the moment, Arena Misfits are going to find themselves being displaced by a good set of strategy being brought to the table. Tarkov Help have shown that they're not just throwing a grenade to potentially kill somebody. They are here to remove a player in the area they're looking to push through strong so that they can claim that site.
We'll see if they are able to claim this site here again. 40 seconds left on the clock to find the plant. We'll hear some of those nades are raining down. Maisie tipping back to a safer location. Shots being exchanged yet again. They have spotted him. He looks to find one over near Med, but it's going to be no fun on the G28 to open things up. Maxwell will get involved here as well. Unknown finding a trade back here onto Maxwell. Mazzy has been spotted as well. Now on a 4v2. The advantage right now favoring Arena Misfits.
Yeah, Unknown, whilst grabbing that extra set of ammunition there, did not realize that the player had moved out the angle. He does stand to challenge up with Maisie as he changes the angle of getting approached. Both of them are just going to challenge back and forth. Maisie's going to be there on the corner, has a bigger magazine, and actually, that SA-58 that I was starting to say might fall prey to not having enough ammo comes true. 4 strong on the Arena Misfits side as the dust settles and the bomb is diffused. Arena Misfits take themselves the lead back again, 6-5.
Back and forth we go. You couldn't ask for a more exciting series to start off the day. And as Cracked had mentioned earlier, we've got 3 more exciting matches to come after this still.
Is it going to be crazy, Maisie? Are the Tarkov Help side going to be found themselves tilted inside at the end of match number 2? Is it going to be all max power? Are we going to be saying, well, Arena Misfits have come to play? No fun. Taking it to Tokyo, baby. You can look at it at many different angles, but Tarkov Help are being pushed. And Arena Misfits need to keep the pedal on the metal in round number 12 if they're going to convert on that great round number 11. First kill from Evie is challenged back and traded out, delayed by Maisie there on the generator push. The smoke not stopping that aggression coming back in. Natrik finds a bomb onto Tokyo Boy as the flash comes out as well.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Now down by 2. We talked about it was, Tarkov Help who was consistent in that previous one, but we see 2 members in double digits this time on the Arena Misfits side. Everybody close in kills and Tilted with a nice 2K. Looking for a third. The pre-fire and Resist will step right into the crosshair. Tilted now on a 3K, looking for more as well. It's all down to Natrig at a 3v1, and now Arena Misfits with an opportunity to go up by 2 rounds, but Natrig has other plans. Will extinguish, but no fun. Quick to find the kill here, and now Arena Misfits will get a little bit of a security blanket.
And there's a chance, there's a potential there. If no fun's on any other weapon than something with a scope, he steps around the corner, and this kind of kooky pick of the marksman class is in the right place at the right time. And yet again, I'm confused as to whether we're back on Bay 5 or we're still on the ball. Did I just see deja vu? Did Tilted Inside just triple kill outside of a point in exactly the same fashion as he did in game 1? Have Arena Misfits literally copied the strat and the blueprint from match 1 and brought it into game 2 with adjustments? And are they going to take home game 2 to push us to map number 3? I'm gonna be honest, Hort. I'm beginning to believe.
Hey, I'm a believer. We love the underdogs over here. Again, a lot of talent on the field today, whether there's a 1 seed or a 4 seed. Certainly very equal in skill as Maxwell finds the first one. Maisie now as well. So Yara quick to find one as well. Tokyo Boy, and again, the plaid stripes come up in the kill feed as everybody's getting a piece of the action as it's popping off here. Natrig able to find Mazzy and slow it down just a bit now into a 3v2.
Yeah, and that was absolutely crucial. Tokyo Boy comes by with the critical kill to save Maisie's life initially as they were in the middle of reloading that SA-58. As that comes down, it does take a swing from Natrig onto the point to be able to claim that life, and only 2 members left on the Tarkov Help side. It's going to find one of them being removed by a great grenade from No Fun onto the point. That's a good save of the utility. Not throwing it at the early opener in the round, but saving it for the guaranteed removal of that bomb on point should it go wrong, and it's all on Unknown. And ladies and gentlemen, Error 404, Unknown not found. Tokyo Boy says this is going to be our round number 8, and Arena Misfits move to 3 match points.
You know, No Fun is the only member on this squad that doesn't have an MVP title there. But for me, he's certainly the MVP of this game. 11 kills here, 7 deaths on the G28. Phenomenal decision making, great situational awareness. And again, that nade right at the end to deny that plant there was just insane. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
And I'm telling you now, if you were inside that Arena Misfits Discord when this next round goes home, if they take this 9-5, there's going to be the loudest roar of achievement in that Discord. They are going to be elated to take us to our third game and invigorated, maybe even inspired to be able to knock Tarkov Help out of this tournament. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Tarkov Help have not dropped a map this entire tournament yet. So this would be their first defeat. This would be the first crack in the armor. This would show that the gods do bleed just a little bit.
Good to know that they're also human, even though sometimes the skill doesn't look like it. And Resist, Natrig, not willing to go silently into the night as they both find nice kills. One coming off of the nade from Nat. Now up top, Eevee does spot Tilted and will quick to drop him into the dirt. Resist finds one as well. And now Tarkov Help firing at all cylinders as they have another flawless round.
And look at the crucial adjustment again. Don't get me wrong, 4 kills were leveled out before No Fun gets picked, but the second that bomb's going down on site, the lineup from Tarkov Help knows where that grenade was thrown from last time, and they shove him in. They literally send members to run him down whilst he's prepping that grenade to be thrown when the bomb is being planted, and they kill him before it leaves his hand. So Tarkov Help, again, within 1 round with the time, have already adjusted to that counter bomb plant grenade and know how to take it out immediately and execute it flawlessly to do so. Oh, Resist with a great double kill out of spawn. That's a momentary lapse of discipline from Arena Misfits. You know there's a potential they can throw that, and there is a way to get around it.
Man, talk about taking some wind out of the sails. Eevee's going to find Maxwell here as well. Unknown popping off again. And now Tarkov Help looking for their second flawless round in a row after being down by 3. Arena Misfits only needing 1 more to close it out. But Tarkov Help now beginning to inch back into this one. And with No Fun, just a little bit of health and a dream here. The nade will go out, and he's had some success before. Unfortunately, that one won't quite connect.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. In this 1v5, if the G28 takes this home and manages to ace in the 1 versus 5, I will eat not only 1 hat, but 2 of my hats. There is 2 hats per heavy bleed that No Fun's going to have to deal with before he tries to get anything going here. And I mean, even though this is not a game where you are saving any form of economy, as you don't have to buy your kit every round, you might be saving a little bit of sanity, I'll be honest with you, at this point in time, rather than trying to challenge into 5. And never mind, arguments aside, No Fun says, now that's no fun. I want to try and challenge myself 1 versus 5 and picks up Sol Yara. The first is free in the 1v5, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, short of a miracle and potentially homing missiles, I don't think No Fun's going to take this one home.
Yeah, I think he's just going to back off here and see if they push toward him, just kind of locking down near the spawn side here. We can see Tarkov Help. They are on the hunt. They are sharks in the water, and they smell blood. Natrig able to clutch it up. And again, after being down here, we see Tarkov Help able to reel it back in. I mean, they were behind in the majority of map number 1. They were able to steal it away right at the end. Now, looking to do the same here in game number 2.
Yeah, the slight improvement from Arena Misfits in game number 2 is they have managed to push themselves to that first milestone. They have managed to secure 8 rounds, which guarantees them at least going to overtime. They cannot lose directly out of the rounds of this match here, and they have 1 final chance of those 3 match points to be able to take it without even having to consider an overtime. This time around, looking for Arena Misfits not to fall over to the utility of Tarkov Help that's been so strong, so crucial. As I hear a grenade being pulled on my right, I'm just going to wait for that.
Just a little flashy boy to start things off. We'll see the smoke come in as well and begin to block off some of that lane here from No Fun and crew on these rifles. And that nice scope. Shots ringing out from the front of Chopper. It looks like Maisie could almost spot him there, but not quite able to see the top of the head. Maxwell has an idea. We talked about the game awareness from a lot of these players. Very, very smart here. Looking for the big brain play, the spray, but it's Resist who comes out on top this time.
It's a really hard position to fight from on the point there up into the med push. Those sandbags make your angle so hard that you really do just have to be hitting headshots. And if it's not, it's the tank that's up there, then you're hitting armor too. Tilted inside now, left alone with Tokyo Boy. It's the 2-man strong strength to try and save the potential of this game being dragged on into overtime by Tarkov Help. 5 members strong. Eevee's going to claim Tilted inside, and it's all down to Tokyo.
Well, starts it off the right direction here, but a 1v5 is going to be tough. And Unknown will collect the head of Tokyo. Arena Misfits, one away from securing the dub. And just like that, Tarkov helped 3 rounds in succession to bring this back to an overtime. You're going to have to get 3 in a row here if you want to get the dub.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at some highlights from the game as we've seen Eevee doing a phenomenal job in this match so far. Natrig also on the double-digit kill feed there, dropping bombs out of the sky. Yet to see any member from either team taking home the double-digit donut smasher of the 2-0, the 20 kills just yet. But many a player on every side qualifying themselves for the 10s club, getting up into those double digits. We see Tilted Inside, No Fun, Tokyo Boy, Natrig, Unknown, and Resist all on more than 10 kills apiece. Natrig too short of that mysterious, elusive 20 club.
Yeah, and if they happen to get that 20 club this round, they'll get that 2 KD as well. Unknown with the 2 KD here on the day as they continue to assert their dominance. And I guess from a dominating team to the comeback kids, as we should call them, as they continue to battle back through this one. And now both of these teams just slowing it down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit to this Tarkov Help side. They've battled through a strong first game, potentially some form of confusion. Now they've battled through adversity in game 2, where Arena Misfits really have put it to them to have to save their game. It is absolutely a little bit less pressured when it comes to the Tarkov Help side. They are one up in this best of 3, but still nonetheless, you would like to think as a Tarkov Help lineup that you would not want this to go to 3 games. You'd like to take this one home comfortably. If you don't want the other teams in the tournament to believe that you are not the strongest team out here, and with the performance they've put through in qualifying for knockouts, they certainly were leading for us to think that they might be one of the strongest, if not the strongest team, current form. Resist finds the opener onto Maisie.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show how good Arena Misfits are as well. You can't ever count them down. Maybe that's why they are the Misfits, but Eevee able to find Tilted. One Juggernaut will go down as they continue to pressure forward. You can hear the bullets raining downfield as Eevee will find a second kill here on the No Fun. More shots being exchanged. Tokyo's going to come out on top of this one as Resist will finally fall. Maxwell will pick up on the Natrig. So Yara finds Tokyo Boy as well. And now again, all down to Maxwell in a very tough 3v1. Unsuspecting Eevee, though, will get caught off guard here from the side.
Yeah, that's an interesting one with Eevee finding themselves a little slow to react there. Unknown's going to be waiting on this side here. Here's the med, and that's going to cause the challenge. Maxwell is going to find Unknown and level it down to a 1v1. There is not enough time for him to be able to plant the bomb, but if he does find the kill in time, this could be over. He's going to run round to the left-hand side, and Solyara is not going to move a muscle, not going to give the audio cue, and Tarkov Help are going to take the first round of overtime.
Yeah, I mean, a smart decision, especially when you're on defense. You have that ability to just be patient and kind of force the opponent to come into your field of view, right into your crosshairs. So a great job by Solyara just to remain patient and find that 6th kill, clutch up the round at an important moment here for Tarkov Help, because anytime you can take that lead early, more specifically in overtime, again, you get a little bit of that breathing room, a little bit of that security blanket, a little weight off your shoulders, so to speak.
And it's a smart decision-making process there. It's slightly risky, but it's high risk, high reward. You don't move from the boxes there. As you see Maxwell sprinting towards that spawn location, because you would expect, if Maxwell gets that kill there, they win the round. Okay. Flip side to that, if Maxwell does not get the kill there, the time runs out and neither of them die, then the round is won by Tarkov Help. So standing up and waiting for him, instead of running away to try and kite off, might have found him being caught by the rotation from Maxwell in his aggressive push. Instead, Solyara reads Maxwell has to push for the kill, stays his ground, and then catches him sprinting because he needs to close too much ground with not enough time left. It's a smart play on the Tarkov Help side, but it is only 1 of 4 rounds needed in this overtime section, and as the bomb is planted, Arena Misfits have got themselves in a good position over Generator. Nobody's going to read this Maxwell position. This is such an off angle right here. And Maisie being prone on the floor as well means Unknown cannot step too far forward, or they are going to find themselves being sandwiched savagely. He does have Resist on the shoulder. He's going to step for 1, and Maxwell's going to step up into him. Maxwell's not going to allow him to step close enough for the 2v2 to come in, though. And that's going to get both of them taken out. Tilted Inside claims 1, but Tarkov Help take 4. And Tilted Inside is left last alive. Both are going to get swallowed, and that's going to be the round for Tarkov Help. And yeah, he's game, set, and match for the first half of overtime. Tarkov Help can simply either win the game overall in these next 2 rounds or take us minimum to another overtime. Arena Misfits have had the tables turned on them now. Oh, it looked so good, Hort. The angle was set up. Maxwell and Maisie were both set, crossfiring it, but Maxwell gets a little bit jittery and steps too early, not allowing the crossfire to come into play.
Yeah, just kind of, I mean, timing is everything. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't work out in their favor. And then on the other side of things, Unknown has just been absolutely nutty, not only with a crosshair placement, but with the ability to find these quick flicks and snaps to the head here. Nice, easy controlled spray, and he comes away the victor yet again. Natrig, I think, has 6 MVPs or so on the day here, or on game number 2 already as well. So, I mean, the whole crew popping off. We can see the majority of them in that double-digit kill mark.
Yeah, Natrig there, finally cresting that horizon. We have our first 20 club competitor, Natrig, claiming themselves the 20 kills, 11 death ratio, and leading their team to success, it looks like. That being said, it is not over until it is over, and there are 2 rounds that Tarkov Help need to try and put one of them home for to claim this match. Evie is going to claim Tilted Inside's attempt at stopping them as the first opener for the round and the first kill. Nades come out towards Generator, behind Maisie, still in a good spot here. Smoke over the curtain area is going to allow Resist to walk up without too much danger. He's going to step into the point challenge and is going to find themselves being repelled by Maxwell. That is where Maxwell has been good. Expecting the Generator push at the same time, Maxwell pre-fires it and asks Maisie to step 2. Nobody's home though. The bomb is playing deep on this A-plat location. Unknown still sat up in med. Natrig still holding down by the ambulance. Looks like they might just fake out and reattempt to push in on this site. Now that Maxwell has had half of their health taken and some of their bullets, you see Maxwell bleeding heavily on that point. It's going to be another potential issue because the timing on clearing that heavy bleed might just open for somebody to swing.
We'll see if they do swing here in the nick of time. We'll see the nades coming over as well. That Smoke looking to clear off that lane just to make that push a little bit easier, but they have to be careful. Unknown here looking to press forward, lurking just on the other side of the wall here is Mazzy. Now down the long haul, they is spot 1. Mazzy pressing forward here. Now on the side, the peak is good. Maxwell able to find one, so Yara finds Mazzy. The flick to the dome, and Unknown will find Maxwell as well. So Laura getting a piece of the action, and now it's all down to no fun. Tarkov Help will close it out in overtime.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is Tarkov Help moving to a 2-0 victory in the best of 3. A phenomenally strong attempt from the Arena Misfits side to stop Tarkov Help in their qualifying to the semi-finals in this first of the knockout stage quarterfinals here. But unless anything that could have been said from the Tarkov Help side was taken into consideration, Arena Misfits today absolutely outperforming what we expected from them, short of taking home a match win. Tarkov Help take a convincing 2-0 victory in the overall standings with a scoreline, Hort, that does not tell the tale of how close both of those maps were.
Yeah, I think you must be in my head. That's one thing I was going to say as well. That 2-0 certainly does not do it justice. And if you're Arena Misfits, you hold your head very, very high today. A phenomenal performance. Unfortunately, not quite able to squeeze it out. But for the rest of these teams in the playoffs here as well, I mean, Tarkov Help looking very human today, very beatable as well. So again, I feel like some of these other teams are going to come out with even more confidence after this showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And not necessarily even confidence in their own quarterfinal match like you're attesting to, but confidence that should they take home their quarterfinal bout, that they might meet up against this Tarkov Help lineup in their next set, either EPA or Oil Rig, going to be very, very confident that that is a matchup they can potentially take in that semi-final spot after seeing how strong, I mean, Arena Misfits have done into this Tarkov Help lineup today. Tilted Inside, one of the main members who absolutely should be proud of their performance today. Multiple triple kills back-to-back in a very disadvantageous situation due to some great movement and gameplay. The king of movement himself, the CEO of movement, Bikizi, showing us the magic in that last phenomenal match that we saw previous weekend, gone for qualification, then being displayed today. That Tilted Inside might have been watching that match too, with their magical movement trying to perform well today, but alas, not quite enough to take home a match victory. As we do say goodbye to the Arena Misfits, Tarkov Help will qualify from the first game quarterfinals today and move on to the semi-final bracket. Now, game number 2, and the one game for today, Hort, that I really do believe has the most potential to go all the way to 3 matches. We might even see this one swinging to overtime in 3 games.
Hey, I'm certainly excited for it. And honestly, I want to check to see if maybe Natrig or Resist have some homing grenades, because they were absolutely on point with those grenades today. We saw a couple doubles as well. So we'll see if Team EPA or Oil Rig can kind of channel a little bit of that coming up in this next series as well. Obviously, Team EPA, the slight favorite, but there are some juggernauts on Oil Rig. And if they can come out swinging here today, they are a team certainly to be reckoned with.
Both teams, absolutely something to be reckoned with. We spoke to the form of APA, look like they're in the best form we've seen them in yet in the professional competitive environment. Oil Rig going through some more roller coaster ride scenarios when it comes to their form and performance, where a couple of the games, like we said in the qualifying stages, looked a little shaky, a little McShaky, and a little bit like they could have been improved upon. But when asked to step up to the table in that final match to qualify on day 5, or in the 5th column of the bracket, in the Swiss, should I say, Oil Rig absolutely stepped up, and they knocked out the reigning champions that was Paravision in that match to qualify into the knockout stages. So, as I said, Walker touts Bakizi as potentially the best, if not the best, IGL in the entire scene right now. And that's coming from a guy who we shower with praise consistently of their strong performance when it comes to the strats that they devise.
Well, one exciting match done and dusted. We do have one more coming, or 3 more coming up. This next one, as you see here, Team EPA going to be taking on Oil Rig as well. And a lot of familiar names here as well, Cracked. I know we've had the pleasure of casting a lot of these more recently in that base game series and that solo factory and that duo custom. So I'm super excited for this next one.
Yeah, absolutely. EPA going to be touting Walker, Blitzer Girl, Rapid, Goes, and Kana, who we have to mention is one of those phenomenal players that has weathered the changes to utility and grenades from these last few weeks and gone into this new iteration of grenades and looked so strong with their playstyle there. Walker, normally one that also mans those grenades, being able to step away from another level of complexity added to all of the things that goes into the IGL gameplay, being able to trust Kana with the responsibility of consistently performing on those grenades is going to allow Walker to excel even further. This lineup that is EPA, like I said, looking in some of the best form we've seen them in full stop, is going to have a monumental challenge because every single one of these Oil Rig members is also a titan in their own respect. Bakizi, Pakao, That Ace, Codex, and Stranger Ping have all performed, as you said, multiple times in multiple iterations of Escape from Tarkov, both in base game and in arena. Kakao, Stranger Ping, showing themselves very strong in those solo tournaments, in duo tournaments together. Bakizi has his cookbook inside of the game for a reason. It's not called Bakizi's cookbook for nothing. At the same time, we know him for being phenomenal with the grenades. We had him as Bakizi Boom for a while because of how good those grenade lineups were and where the strats came through from it. And all around, Oil Rig were considered one of the more aggressive, dominant teams. If they came to play, they won without hesitation. Nobody was given mercy. You were not allowed to suck on a lollipop on the side bench and let your feelings be found a little bit softer. You were told it was do or die, and die you shall very quickly if given the chance.
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled for this next one. Unfortunately, Cracked, we do need to take a minute, to get these players loaded into the lobby. So it's a great time to stretch your legs, maybe get a snack or a drink of water, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov action.
MCs ready.
Bears ready.
Bears ready.
Yushak's ready.
Blue team. Red team.
Loading in.
Gear up. Loading in.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare for the arena. Prepare for the arena.
Versus blue, we are coming for you. You gotta move fast, or you gotta finish last. We are gladiators, you better appreciate us. Hear them cheer, welcome to arena. 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 Prepare for the fight and show no fear. It's countdown time. Prepare for the arena. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will complete. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will be liberators. Welcome to arena.
The arena.
Welcome to arena. Welcome to arena.
Prepare for the arena.
We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will become great. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will be liberators. Welcome to arena. Welcome to arena. Welcome to arena.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to part 2 of day 1 of week 2 of the Arena Cup Series 2s. And if you managed to follow us through all of the 1s and 2s there, you read the Morse code between the lines, then you'll realize that we have already had one of our amazing 4 quarterfinal matches today. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Arena Misfits put up a phenomenal performance against Tarkov Help, but were unable to take it home. Tarkov Help claiming that first best of 3 2-0. As we are now back from the interval, we're going to be rolling into game number 2 of the day, which is going to be EPA taking on Oil Rig. Both teams here more than familiar with the environment. They've been here since the beginning of the professional scene and have played in multiple different events. So the question is, Hot Sauce, which of these two teams is going to show up better today on the field to be able to claim that victory?
Yeah, I mean, obviously on paper, which goes out the window here today, but Team EPA, the slightly better team on paper. But honestly, I felt like it just took a little while for Oil Rig to get going in those qualifiers. I mean, again, both of these teams are absolutely littered with talent. So I think if Oil Rig comes out swinging today, it's going to be another competitive series like we just saw. And even though that last series was a 2-0, I mean, it doesn't do it justice. I mean, it was, I think, a 9-7 and then an overtime 10-8 or some, or what was it? I got it wrote down here somewhere, but the two very, very close games. And so I think that we're going to see that basically here as well. I hope that we do get a map 3. I think we're going to see a lot of Bay 5 and a lot of Bowl today here as well. But Again, I'm not the biggest Skybridge fan, but I would like to see a little mix up here, so I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it. I think Fort we're going to see banned a lot today, as we do see Oil Rig banning that. Of course, EPA taking on the Bull and Bay 5. So Oil Rig's going to opt to go with Skybridge if we happen to get there. But man, this is it's certainly going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that I feel like this is probably going to end up playing out that we would go to Bowl first, Skybridge second, and then Bay 5 third, if I'm understanding this correctly. The reason being that we would expect that both team obviously would get a chance to pick a match before the third deciding map comes in. So I'm going to assume that, bearing in mind Bowl and Bay 5 were both Team EPA picks, that we're going to go Bowl, Skybridge, Bay 5 in this stack of 3, unless I'm wrong and the graphic is the other way around, and that Bay 5 was an Oil Rig pick. Then I would expect it would be us going to Bowl for EPA, Skybridge for Bay 5 last. With
Gotcha.
That confuses me slightly. I'm curious cat now, hot sauce, because Bay 5 is, personally for me, I think Oil Rig is very strong on the Bay 5 map from previous experience, but maybe the smokes have unnerved them a little bit. So to see EPA pulling that Bay 5 third pick for the decider, I think it's more just a case that both teams do not want to go to Fort than necessarily that EPA are particularly pleased that they're going to be going to Bay 5 if they get to a game 3. So this one's going to be interesting, actually. A lot of spice cooked up for our second game of the day.
Yeah, and I just feel like the Bowl, Bay 5, they're the most common maps that we've seen, since the beginning, right? Everybody's very, very comfortable in these maps. So even if another team picks it or they might be slightly favored in that map, you're still very comfortable. At this point, you know the lineups, you know the lanes, you know the strategies that you want to run. It's just about how well you're actually going to execute those strategies and, which team came to play just a little bit better here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've got to put a couple of notes out for the folks at home that maybe are not so intimately related with either of these two teams, maybe haven't experienced them as much going forward. So folks, for you at home, remember Blitz and Walker from EPA, and then Stranger Ping and Cacao from Oil Rig traveled together and won the TwitchCon San Diego event, which is Arena's technically largest LAN to date, with 8 teams attending that event and 8 competitive teams. So, 2 members from each team here joining together, making a mutual force at San Diego, shows the mutual respect among these two teams willing to play together and against each other. And like I said, it's going to be a clash of the IGL. So as we get into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, you have Oil Rig, Stranger Ping, Cacao, that Ace, Bakizi, and Codex going up into EPA. Kana goes Rapid, Walker, and Blitzergirl as we get started on the bowl.
Yeah, I see that early nade coming out here as well. Some sprays being exchanged, but again, Rapid not able to find one just yet. Popping up to mid, looks for a little pre-fire, but it's going to be Codex lurking on the other side of this generator here. Has that Ace as a backup, so a little bit of a double fire down lane here. And that Ace and crew, because they're on defense, again, they get to be a little bit of patience or have a little patience, but we see that smoke coming in, and that's really going to block off all of that sight line there.
Yeah, and those two players now have 2 options. One is to get that Ace boosted up and over here so you can potentially see over the top of the smoke and try and gain some form of information, as the both of them are not going to be allowed to challenge, or they just have to wait it out and accept that Generator is now a danger site. The 3 members from EPA could decide to stack through that Generator area and swing the guy on point, or, like they're doing now, it feels like they're trying not to telegraph the play too much with that bomb sitting near Curtain. And there's going to be follow-up utility. Now, this is what we were looking for here. They've confirmed that there's probably a player on site, and Blitzergirl is going to underarm this one over. And Stranger Ping is going to say goodnight if he's too close to it. No, it goes off by the boxes. So Stranger Ping with the opposition towards the deep wall doesn't get taken out by that grenade, and that suddenly is going to change the approach a little bit. EPA trying to cook that nade onto site to remove that crucial player. They're going to step up into the tower lane, and that's Rapid for the first, Rapid for the second. Stranger takes Walker, gets Stranger Ping. Blitzergirl gets Cow. Bakizi for 2, and there's the captain. Oil Rig steps up strong, but EPA has Rapid, the rapid racing machine that he is, nails his way down into Generator and comes out with the final kill for his team. EPA take the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, Rapid starting off with a triple. And again, I love when teams can show that patience on the attacking side. Just see if you have an opportunity to kind of force Team Oil Rig kind of to overextend. You can find that early pick or give yourselves that player advantage. But when it came down to crunch time, when there was only 20-25 seconds left, we saw EPA still able to explode onto the site here, look to find early picks, and really off the back of Rapid and that beautiful triple kill, have a lot of success here in round number 1.
Yeah, and only one down, though, but if that is going to foretell the games we are going to see from these two teams in this best of three, then we're going to be here for a long one. Not only did neither team look for an aggressive push through this, but there was a very clear setup by EPA as to what the approach was, the strategy that they were trying to employ into this point. As we see Bakizi in that familiar statue pose, almost Herculean, with the arm held up in the air, primed with that grenade to be released over towards the aggression on this A site. We see it being used. No actual result found from that grenade, but you can see the idea here as the bomb is being stacked up. There's the grenade we were looking for.
Bakizi making it look easy, baby. Find him a 2K and probably going to be hitting those all day with that player advantage now. An opportunity to take this round back and look to tie things up. Codex in that enforcer role here, just being a little bit patient, waiting for those nades to go off now. Looking to pressure through the smoke, has control of the Jin, spots one, the spray is there. Walker on the other side as well, but Stranger taking out his teammate, and maybe Lemony Snicket's lurking about on a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, that's it. And Walker was licking his wounds with his tail between his legs, as we saw from the spectator sight eyeing him through the smoke, jumping away from a grenade that was also potentially set to claim his life as Kakao claims goes. Walker takes Kakao on the trade out though. Stranger ping on the point is going to find Kana, and it's going to be Walker left last alive, but not for a second longer as that ace comes in with the clean kill.
And it's going to be like this most likely all day, back and forth as these two teams duke it out. Oil Rig able to close the gap here and not allow them to extend that lead as we get ready for round number 3.
And can you believe it? Could there potentially be a scenario where EPA, in their best form so far that we have seen, walks away from the Arena Cup series in the quarterfinals to a loss to Oil Rig, who have looked like they have struggled at times? That would be one heck of an L and a story to be told, to be honest with you, based off of the magic. But here he is, the Grenade Guardian himself, Kana, kicking one onto Codex, says, King, time to sit down as I'm the champ of this town, crowns himself with a golden claim from that utility in the grenade use. Opening up this first round with a man disadvantage for Oil Rig this time. Blitz there, doubles down on those grenades and claims a second. Kakao somehow takes so long to be able to claim that kill. I was confused as to what had gone on there. Walker accidentally knocks his teammate down in Rapid in that misstep in the play there, and that ace finds Kana in the confusion. It falls to a 2 versus 3 after what looked so good from EPA with 2 quick early kills, and the grenade turns into absolute chaos. Blitzergill is being now pinned over this B-plat position by that ace, and the battle buddy Shong on the shoulder. There's nothing left for it to do, and it's all on goes.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of friendly fires coming out here early through these first 3 rounds, and now again that player advantage favoring Oil Rig as Goes is all alone. We've seen Goes do some crazy things in the past, and maybe it'll start off the back of this utility here, looking to find some space to pressure forward. The peak is there. One is spotted. Now just checking that flank, but right now Oil Rig has the ability to remain patient, so not getting overzealous. They're going to keep it tip-topped and locked down here for the time being.
Yeah, the crazy part about this so far is that both teams, although more than familiar with the competitive environment, as Goes gets taken out by a step peek from Kakao, are looking a little shaky here. It looks like the nerves have definitely arrived for both teams today, as we've seen some crucial team kills. People are falling over to teammates instead of frags, and it feels like the friendship frag is not the way to find your footing in a game of best of 3.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that just, it happens from time to time. You can't allow it to affect the mental. You just got to GG's go next and keep your mind set on these rounds in front of you. And with a talented team like EPA, I'm sure they'll do just that as we see the doors open up one more time and Stampede beginning to head toward that A site for the time being.
Yeah, it just goes to show that little duel with Rapid over on the B point there by the ramp that accesses the B top area. Just took so long for either player, Kakao or Rapid, to kill each other, because the trade of bullets into these tank classes is quite a comical scenario. The back and forth little dirty dancing they do as they trade bullet for bullet just ends up with each of them getting a ricochet or a concussion to the head, and then eventually one of them does finally crumble. But it is very much anybody's game when you get into those kind of 50-50 fights, and that's why a lot of these teams are seeming to divert towards this battle buddy scenario. Instead of sending 1-for-1 challenges, put 2 players in there, or at least if you're going to send 1-for-1, send someone with good ammo.
Stranger will be spotted on that crossover here as well, looking to tuck into a better position and hold this off angle. The smoke does come up, and though that's going to allow Walker and them to press right into the crosshair of Stranger, finding the first pick. Bakizi will help out. Goes will fall. Bakizi getting a second, finding Rapid. Codex will get on the piece of the action here as well. Bakizi wrapping up with another one. A huge triple coming in there as well from Bakizi, and just a very quick, solid round from the Oil Rigs. And with that, I mean, up by 2 here. again, these underdogs have come out to make a statement here today thus far in both of these series.
Yeah, somebody needs to make an emergency announcement in the EPA Discord. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this floor is oily. Do not slip, as you might find yourself falling over flat on your face to a flawless performance from the Oil Rig lineup. 5-0 in the previous round. EPA starting to look like they're washed a little bit with a bit of oil. It seems like they are being lit on fire as this Oil Rig lineup comes into contact with them, coats them in their namesake, and then just lets them burn.
Yeah, looking hotter than napalm right now. Bakizi 7-2 already through these 4 rounds. As we head into 5 goes, we'll drop into a prone position. Look to pick off Stranger here, who is on that jiggle peak. Looking to ever inch out. We'll keep calm here, though, and that smoke going down. We'll block off that lane. So, again, we'll see Stranger go back to that same spot before, tucking into that box. And again, it's going to be tough for Walker and crew to push through that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how good the play was with the double grenade usage and 2 rounds ago. That opened the access onto the point, but there is such a thing as overcooking the play, and unfortunately, too many chefs do spoil the broth. And that played out in that round there. As we're moving into the later round, round 5, Kakao is going to find a kill onto Kana as Codex distracts for a moment, taking a lot of abuse to their health, but not giving up that crucial life.
Not giving up the life just yet. Bakizi and crew here with Stranger. Looking to lock down the A site, but if you take a look at that mini map, we could see EPA rotating all the way around toward that B site. Nobody over here for the Oil Rigs yet. That ace is going to catch one in rotation. That's going to be Rapid, who fires back in quick succession. Goes rotating around, does spot Kakao as well on the peak. Isn't going to re-peak it as that ace finds Walker here in the mix now. And again, trades back and forth as Goats will find a kill of his own. Rapid will get a piece of the action now on a 3v2, slightly favoring the Oil Rig.
And in this sense, although 3v2 numbers favoring Oil Rig, there's a nice position from Goes here. If he manages to find Codex, which he doesn't, Codex is ready for him, and that is going to confirm that good position. Like you said, it's Rapid versus the king himself, Bakizi, and as the captain steps in, he steps up and claims his prize. 4-1, Oil Rig starting to a dominant lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Walker, Kane are both with only 1 kill apiece. A couple of members that we're used to seeing frag out in bunches. So, I mean, we saw this in that first series with Tarkov Help. It took them a little bit to get going, and they were able to come back and steal the game away from Arena Misfits. So, again, you can't count them out. It's still early into the game. There's plenty of time for EPA to work into this. Ideally, they want to get at least 1, hopefully 2 more rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, depending on how many more rounds can be picked up will depend on how much of a cushion Oil Rig gets to take into their attacking side of the game to be able to convert it and take it home. We talk a lot, Hot Sauce, in the background in our spare time when we're fortunate enough to bump into each other during our busy schedules about how much really does a team need to be able to get through in that halftime match? How much do they really need to put themselves at an advantage of as Rapid takes the advantage of Kakao getting confused by why he's pushing through the smoke like an absolute crazy person. See, another trade comes back over the other side of the point. Codex finds Rapid after he's slightly overextended into that push with Bakizi holding him from the B-flat. Blitzer Girl is going to take out Captain Bakizi over that B-flat position, but then Stranger Pink finds Kana as it's 3-2. The dust settling again with the Oil Rig members in the lead, and then goes down. And it looks like Blitzer Girl is going to be the last left alive. Each member on the EPA side, Walker, Rapid, and Ghost have been challenged in the 1v so far, not successful. Can Blitz be the difference? That's 1. And that's what we see Blitz do so well. This is that AP MCX, the 300 blackout round that does shred any equipment inside of this game at the moment in time. That ace on the off angle, though, is going to find Blitz in Pixel, and that closes out round number 6. Oil Rig moved to 5.
Man, that it's looking a little grim early here for Team EPA, but we know there's a ton of talent on that squad there. They certainly have time to bring it back in, but unfortunately struggling a little bit to get going. Oil Rig playing very, very well together, peeking off of each other, and if they don't win that 1v1 gun battle, often at a minimum, finding that trade back here as well. So Oil Rig certainly has come to play today. We were hoping they were going to come out swinging, and not disappointing here early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the onus was on Oil Rig to turn up hot, to turn up strong, and to turn up like they meant business, just as they did into Paravision to knock them out. And if they didn't, we were very, very concerned that EPA was going to find themselves having a bit of a training day almost, if it really was the slightly less confidence Oil Rig that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 of the tournament. However, The one thing you can never do is count Oil Rig out as Kakao drops onto Rapid off the top rope and claims his name first in the board. Walker will return. Blitz will claim one back with a grenade, and then Kana claps Pakizi. Wow, that Ace and Stranger Ping, however, are going to respond in strength as the tides are being flipped within seconds, or so quick we can't even keep up with which team we should be commentating on, competing as two more Oil Rig members. Then slam the round out, and I get stopped for a third time within the same sentence flow. Oil Rig deciding that they're not only going to deliver oil and slip up every single one of the players in the EPA lineup, but now casting and infecting the casting desk with their slippery surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if the round starts slow or fast. The moment that first kill pops off, it seems like there's about 8 or more in that kill feed as well. And just everybody getting involved in the action. This explosive gameplay from both of these squads here as EPA struggles to find these early rounds on the attacking side. And with not many left here in the half, they're going to need everyone they can get.
Struggling to find their footing is right. You've literally hit the nail on the head. It seems like EPA are just looking a little lost at the moment. It's like this Oil Rig lineup has really got this prepared, and Stranger Ping is still going to find that pickup even after he gets the vision take away from him.
Hey, we talked about maybe doing some bot review in those qualifications or from those qualifiers, and maybe Oil Rigs has kind of scouted them out a bit. They certainly came to play with a strategy here today. We talked about how important it is to execute that game plan, and Oil Rig doing a phenomenal job of that thus far. A little bit of a pre-fire, but Rapid's going to find the first pick on a Bakizi here as well, as Goes went down earlier, so we will be right back to a 4v4.
And this is where EPA need to start to capitalize. Rapid is one of those key players, one of them star strong performers that has been seen to land home bullets time and time again when called upon. Stranger Ping is going to challenge from the point as Rapid's going to try and pressure him off of that. Walker drops one onto the site to try and remove. That's going to clear out the headshot position, but there's nobody waiting in headshot from Oil Rig, so that grenade is finding a home of no one at this moment in time. You can see the deeper position being held in the back of tower lane there to avoid that utility coming out without a kill. And as that's now been called out, step up is going to happen as Blitz is taking one with pressure from Walker onto Stranger Ping on the point. The device is finally being planted from EPA, and we are starting to see a little bit of improvement. Kakao steps up and nails Blitzgill off the top of Med and starts to close out on some of the success as Codex steps up for one on Rapid, and it's all left down to the main man himself, Walker. And he will walk himself out of round number 8 with a victory on the side of Oil Rig's hands, wondering in the break between halves what he needs to do to be able to get his team back into shape.
Yeah, Walker caught with the cheese in hand, and a dominating performance here in the first half from Oil Rigs. Not looking like a 3-2 team, certainly, as the whole crew is popping off. Nearly everybody getting a piece of the MVP action. We saw Rapid having some early success. We saw some great double kills as well, but that ace, Kakao, the rest of the crew, Bakizi, has been firing on all cylinders, able to go up 7-1 in the first half against Team EPA.
I'm shocked, stunned, and entertained. I'm still not sure if this is merely because of the changes to utility, and if EPA are going to show us that defending side on ball is just that much stronger. Flip side, EPA have given Oil Rig a chance. They have allowed them an open door to step in and only need to take 2 rounds to take the first map.
On the contrary, I don't know if they've given him a chance or if Oil Rigs has absolutely taken it by force here. Ideally, you'd like to see EPA get a minimum of 2 rounds on that attacking side, but only getting 1. Oil Rig, a dominating performance here through these first 8 rounds. We'll see if they look to slow down at all as Goes is spotted on the ground, but Rapid able to find the first one. Codex quick to trade it back as the bullets firing from all angles here. That ace picks up a nade. Codex, Bakizi, all in the kill feed, and once again, it's all down to Blitzer Girl.
All down to Blitzer Girl, and in that kill feed, it's all blue all day long, baby. Only one member of that Oil Rig lineup finding themselves on the right-hand side of the kill for death trade in the feed, and that is Kakao. In there is the opening frag. Blitzer Girl finds a ridiculous grenade up and over the top of Codex onto Generator to remove one, and that's going to be the beginning of something magic if she manages to capitalize on any of these sleeping lions that are prone all over the point from this Oil Rig lineup. Oil Rig move to 8 and have themselves 7 match points in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to deal with. Everybody's prone there, you know what I'm saying? Hashtag rats on top, baby. as Oil Rigs coming out here on Bull, putting it 8-1 to EPA at match point already. This would be probably the craziest comeback that I've seen to date if EPA is able to reel this one back in.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Hort, as much as I favor a comeback and the stench of stank infects its way into the casting desk, because I love the great reference out here, I don't think that this situation is going to do anything other than stank for EPA, because 7 in a row is one heck of a wall to climb, and as that ace drops a grenade onto Rapid, there's not even going to be the full lineup to try and attempt it. Kakena takes one onto Kakao. That ace is going to find the return onto Kana, though. 3 members left on EPA to keep this alive as Walker finds a great pick onto that ace and generator. Kakao is up for the challenge. Walker nearly caught with a nade in his hand. His pants down. He is, and he's going to be finding the floor. Stranger Pink finds Blitzer kill. It's all on Ghost, and Ghost is left in the 1v2 for the first match of this best of 3. Can Oil Rig close out with 2 members left to take us 1-0 up? Stranger Ping and Bakizi have the bomb set by this curtain position. Ghost is in potentially the best spot that I think personally to play from. You would have a chance to be able to repel this. Stranger Ping is going to go across and go up onto Med, as that is the one angle that challenges better onto Ghost's position right now. And more importantly, he's probably going to wait for the call from Bakizi, but Ghost gives an audio cue for him to step up. Bakizi is going to try and bait Ghost to step out here so that Stranger Ping can claim the kill for free, and Ghost is not going to see this coming. They swing together. Ghost is going to try and claim one, and he does not. The double swing is true. The double swing is strong, and Oil Rig are going to take game number 1.
Not only do they take game number 1, they do it in dominating fashion, allowing EPA only 1 round, and just a great job there. We talk about situational awareness, finding that double peak together, ensuring that they're able to at least trade that kill out, even though the trade wasn't needed. So a solid first performance here, and Oil Rig looking to put a statement on this one.
This is such a phenomenal game for us to be able to witness, and as we roll on into the highlights, it's going to be blue. It's all blue. And as we miss blue on the caster desk, it seems Oil Rig have been inspired to bring the blue back in a different fashion by blitzing their way through game number 1 with a kill feed filled with blue success, as Stranger Pink, Kakao, Codex, and that ace have all respectively in equal rights throughout the entirety of this first game, dominated their sections and areas within the strat. And as you see, the champion IGL himself, the captain of this side, Bakizi, calls the play to clutch out the first game. Composed, the 2 step together and battle side by side, the battle buddy system coming in strong and claiming Oil Rig game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Team EPA has to come out swinging here in game number 2, but you got to feel like some of this confidence, this momentum is going to spill over into game number 2 for Oil Rig. They have to be absolutely ecstatic with how this first round went. And again, if you're Team EPA, I mean, what do? You just got to take a deep breath, reset. You're going to another familiar map. You have some strats. So again, you just have to try to execute them. You got to try to win these gun battles. We're used to seeing Walker and Kaner kind of win a lot of these 1v1 engagements. Unfortunately today, just not going their way.
Yep. For now, though, best of 3. Anything can still happen. We've got another map to come. We're going to be rolling on to, I believe it is Skybridge, and we'll get that one confirmed for you. But I think it is Skybridge is game number 2. For our best of 3 to then take us honestly straight on to Bay 5 to potentially close out in a best of 3. But I'm going to be really, really brutal right now, Hot Sauce. It looks like the change in utility that had been weathered so well by Kana rising to succession in this grenade position and doing such great work with some of those opening grenades has been stifled out by better Oil Rig preparation. And that suffocating approach from the Oil Rig side has left this EPA lineup looking like they're missing 75 to 50% of what they were so strong at, and that is killing multiple people with a grenade before they need to then flood a point with this aggression. As we talk about things that have been missing from gameplay, let's talk about a little something that's been missing from our all-important viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a massive shout out whilst we're in the intermission here, and thank you to our sponsors in Gigabyte 8 Aorus, who have reached out to us not once but now twice within these arena competitive scenes through the Hunt and through Battle State games to be able to bring some amazing prizes to you at home. So what we'll do is we're going to bring up on screen that beautiful monitor that they have been touting, this brand new Gigabyte monitor that has been fortunate enough to be given away to multiple people in the chat during these beautiful raffles. Now, although there is not one going on right now, there may be a potential of one later today. However, we do want to give a massive shout out to Kryuko, Vivian, Sergevich. If you are in the chat, or Tublik from day 1 and day 3 respectively, you guys have not claimed your monitor yet. if these monitors are not claimed, this is your last chance to claim the winnings today on stream. If you do not claim these before the end of the stream today by reaching out to Applesor in a whisper, a DM on Twitch or Discord, you will find that those monitors will be given away again and you will have missed out on your prizes. So please, Kryukov, Vivian, Sergevic, and Tublik, please reach out in the chat to Applesor to claim your monitors, or else they will be re-rolled and given away to another lucky member in the chat. Now, to clarify, ladies and gentlemen, we will put the T's and C's up there in advance before we go back into rolling these monitors out. You have to be from the European region or the CIS region. So you have to be within the Russian Federation or any of the regions participating in this tournament to claim this prize. So when that does go live, please be aware, if you're in America, I'm sorry, now is not your time. There will be other broadcasts when these kind of prizes will be on offer to you guys, but at this moment in time, this is an EU and CIS prize entry only. Nonetheless, still many prizes to come, and Gigabyte have done a phenomenal job bringing us this beautiful monitor to give away, not to people only in chat, but also to our first place winners, Hot.
Yeah, you know, an amazing monitor to take your game to that next level. And I'm kind of surprised that we have still 2 members that have yet to claim those monitors. So, I mean, I know there's plenty of people in chat chomping at the bit for an opportunity, hoping that we get to re-give those away. So if you are out there, and I'm glad you tackled that first name with ease, because that one is a crazy one. But if you guys are out there listening, please collect those monitors or they're going to be given away to somebody else. So if you are in chat, make sure you hang around. You might have more opportunities here as time goes on.
Absolutely. And whilst we're saying a thank you to the sponsors, we're also going to say a thank you to those of the guys in the background in the production, people that don't necessarily get as much appreciation for all the hard work that they put in. And again, that pronunciation does not become flawless without somebody popping into our little text channel that we have to help communicate with us a phonetic pronunciation. So again, cannot take all the credit myself, although we do pronounce the words. A massive amount of support been brought from production for that there. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the production in the background is the one that are pushing for you guys in the chat to claim those prizes. Nobody wants to see you going home empty-handed. So please make sure, if you have been selected as a prize winner, don't forget to reach out, because it will get given to somebody else and another lucky winner will get their chance at success. So thank you again to the production, the guys in the background, Battlestate Games. A massive shout out. We're live here on the Battlestate Games Twitch channel. If you've enjoyed the action, then please don't forget to drop a follow. That heart and the friendship flag is free, as is your Twitch Prime. If you have a Twitch Prime from Amazon Prime Gaming or anything like that, to not share that with a content creator is a crime. Please make sure that you help support the people around us to create this amazing entertainment we get to bring to you live on screen. And a final shout out and thank you to the Hunt Premier Tournament Organization Group, again, partnering up with Battlestate Games alongside those amazing sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus to bring this production to fruition. And as always, Hort, grateful to be sat next to you on the desk today, spouting that amazingly beautiful t-shirt that the chat has non-stop been going wild about today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dapper Man joined by somebody who could not look more majestic if he tried it. Hort Sauce and that magical mustache sat next to me today. Again, thank you for joining me.
I appreciate you guys for making me feel good, making me blush a little bit up here, but you're right. I mean, the people behind the scenes don't get enough credit. They have the tough job. We get to come out here and be goofy and just shout at the mic and have a good time. So huge shout out to all of those behind the scenes. And obviously, it's always a super fun time here with you, Cracked. I couldn't ask for a better co-commentator here. And certainly, I mean, with these matches today, we couldn't ask for better matches as well. I mean, that first series, very, very close. Now, Oil Rig, we thought that this one was going to be very close, just coming out here with a dominating performance, but I know that Team EPA is not willing to go silently into the night. I expect him to come out here very explosive in map number 2, and if they're able to take Oil Rig's map pick away from them before we head into map number 3, we could see a little bit of shift in that momentum as well.
That's it, and we are going to be looking at another interview, Hort, with some of the other players getting involved in this amazing second semi-final of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, to give you some even more insight into this phenomenal environment that is becoming the Tarkov esports competitive scene, let's have a chat with some more of the players and see what they feel like in this current state.
Hello guys, Stranger Ping from Oil Rig team, previously from XP Academy. So I wanted to answer these few questions about our performance in the group stage. I think we started a bit slow and lost against Arena Misfits. We ended up in the 2-2 bracket, which was not that comfortable for us, especially because we played against Parivision in the last game. But we managed to beat them, which was really cool for us. And about our quarterfinals, against EPA, I'm expecting some interesting games, and if we play Fort, I think they have a strong Fort, so it could be very nice to see how it goes on this map if we play it. I think we can beat them and get to semifinals. It would be very optimal for us, honestly. Our most memorable moments during the tournament was the group stage against Fiery Vision. I think this game was very close and intense. It was really cool for us when we beat them in the overtime at the end. We were super excited and really happy to have kicked them out of the tourney. So I think that was our most memorable moment for now.
Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, as we come out of the interview, we're going straight on into the action. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, Oil Rig, as we join, have already taken the first round of game number 2. It looks like the interview was so entertaining that Oil Rig decided that whilst they would allow our Stranger Ping member to talk to us about the potential of them being able to take home the victory in this, they're also going to display it on screen. 1-0 up from the attacking side on Bay 5 as we roll into game number 2, Hot.
Yeah, I think, not only was the interview interesting, but Oil Rig just that explosive as they continue to explode onto the site. Kakao finding a triple there in round number 1 as we head into round number 2. And again, I believe that confidence now being exuberated on the field, especially after that first game in such a big deficit.
Gunfire is going to ring out all the way across this Bay 5 map to begin with in the second round, as 2 red names this time, with the sides being swapped, are going to flood that kill feed on the left-hand side. The positive side has 2 kills claimed by Oil Rig, again with the bomb being planted on this B site. It's going to catch EPA off guard as Blitzergirl finds Stranger Ping the first kill to their boon in round number 2, as they are going to try and close in on this retake. There is 38 seconds left on the clock as Walker wipes one of the members out of Connector. Kakao is going to then have to rotate into a deep position on the point to cover both sections here, leaving that ace open to a challenge from Kana on this door on the red-hand side. Kana is going to understand exactly where he is. Actually, Kana is going to make a rare misstep and sprint into that ace's crosshair. Blitzergirl trades that ace on the return. If Blitz fires 2, this is crazy from Blitzergirl. The MCX rings out and rat-a-tat-tat. Blitzergirl says that stash. She's going to step into the captain, but McKeezy is also carrying that MCX blackout, and Hort, it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Oil Rig.
Yeah, I mean, Blitzergirl, another one of those players that is so much fun to watch. We've got to see her dominate in some of those base game tournaments as well. And honestly, I wanted to steal her video settings because they're very, very bright, but unfortunately not quite able to clutch up that 3-piece there. As again, Oil Rigs now a 2-0 start and doing it on the attacking side. We thought we might get to see Skybridge, but we're right back here to Bay 5, and both of these teams certainly comfortable here. Blitzergirl 4 kills already on the day, but Kakao 4 as well.
Kakao is one of those demons that we have absolutely no worry about being able to step up and perform, except from what we had seen in those couple of qualifying matches. And we saw in the interview the testament to that there, that the Oil Rig lineup were not happy with their performance there either. Rightfully so. Being one of the dominant forces in this scene, you have to step up at all occasions. You cannot let the ball drop for a second as Blitzergirl finds Codex, but Kesey does trade back onto Blitzergirl. The Oil Rig push is going to come into this A site again.
Looking to come back toward the A site. We can see Rapid just holding the angle here. Walker rotating around as well. Bakizi and crew lurking on the other side. Kaner with a nice little side angle here as well. Potentially could look for a pincer play as they begin to step into the site. The sprays will come out, and that ace will take just a little bit of damage, able to back off to safety as we see Bakizi looking to pressure on and look for an opportunity to clear this site. Slow and methodical as they make their way onto the site.
And as we watched the 2 Oil Rig members inside of the office on their side of the A point, saw Bakizi and I believe one of the other members trading one of those grenades off that Bakizi had maybe had for an opening nade that decided not to be used, and giving it into the hands of that ace who had alternate grenade lineups for maybe a post-plant position instead. You see that utility already ahead of the play being considered by Bakizi and distributed out to the right members, so it's not a problem later on. Walker's going to be in a gross position, and he actually finds Bakizi wanting by being in a really odd spot, but that ace has enough time to kill Rapid in the meantime. And Stranger Ping, because Walker's on his tummy on the floor, is going to get caught trying to get up out of prone. Kana finds Stranger Ping, Ghost finds that ace, and EPA finally have a round on the board.
One round. It's all they got in the previous game, so looking to work off of the back of that one round. Again, they can't allow this first half to get too far out of distance, especially with Oil Rig starting on this attacking side. I feel like you looked for ideally a minimum of 3, but any more that you can get in that 4 or 5 range on attacking kind of helps set you up for a little more success, a little smoother sailing in that second half. But as always from the booth, a little easier said than done.
And if you told me that we would be coming into game 2 with EPA having claimed less than 4 rounds in the total map so far, 3 rounds deep into the second map, I'd tell you you were insane. I'd tell you you were watching a different match. In fact, I'd almost tell you to go to Specsavers because you were blind. This is not something I expected to see today. I mean, I did expect it to be a close game, definitely not picking either side for the team which I would expect to win. I would hope that either side shows up strong and whichever team is better on the day ends up taking the victory. And at this moment in time, Oil Rig do just look better all round.
Yeah, I mean, they just play so well together. Again, finding ways to win these 1v1 gun battles. And if they don't, always somebody close by with that buddy system to, at a minimum, find that trade. Rapid and Crew, who has had a lot of success in past, still struggling here early, is really Blitzer Girl kind of putting on the team on the back of the moment with 6 kills.
And Walker gets red, gets baited, gets outplayed around the parkour section by Kakao as he steps to the barrel to push him out. Rapid then finds Codex, but you know Kakao is going to be in that area ready to try and collapse onto him. That Ace gets Blitzer Girl in their little duel, which is That Ace and Blitzer Girl playing that playmaking lurk position, finding each other outside of the play, but managing to lose or win, depending on which perspective you're looking from. Ghost is going to claim the bomb carrier as they jump across to the side. Kakao is going to read the pre-fire spray and re-swings at the wrong time. Ghost is going to be the final defender as he runs out of ammunition. He's going to claim 2, but the third gets him. 2v2.
Yeah, really solid picks. Rapid is going to pick up on Bakizi here, and now some success for EPA as they have the 2-player advantage. That Ace look to pick up the device, potentially think about finding a plant here, and we'll be hearing some of those audio cues. Looking for that buddy system is EPA. Potentially looking to pressure in. There's Rapid and on the peak, able to find the kill. That Ace had some solid crosshair placement. Unfortunately, not able to find that headshot there. And now EPA able to tie it up, and already with more rounds than that previous game. So a much better showing here, at least through these first 4 rounds.
And Rapid and Ghost were the 2 members playing together at the end of the HPL, the Euro League, that showed that phenomenal performance that gave them the chance to potentially take that spot from the Oil Rig lineup that ended up finishing top of the table for the first ever official Euro League. This is a very telling story that up until round 4 in the Bay 5 game, Rapid was still on a donut. Where is Rapid? Where is Walker? Where are the phenomenal performers on this EPA lineup that need to now search for the depths of inspiration from Blitzer Girl, who is absolutely playing out of her skin to try and keep her team in it?
And keeping her team in it is exactly what she's doing for the time being. Rapid will look to pressure in, has Kaner on the other side. Blitzer Girl we can see just on the other side of that box as Walker and Crew lingering on the other side of the smoke. Oil Rig looking to display a little bit of patience here, trying to find an early pick or some pressure in. But honestly, they have one lurking over toward that B site. If they're able to clear the B site, they can find an easy rotation, but Rapid has other plans, and Stranger will be the first to fall.
Oh, Codex is going to find Walker through the smoke, though, as he hears him prone out in the corridor. That's a mistake from Walker. Rapid does get Bakizi as he goes across the door frame in trade. Kakao then finds Rapid to extend that trade to a 2-for-1 for EPA. It's going to settle at 3-3 on this point, with the smoke being thrown onto point. Codex in the office with the bomb on the front door.
Right on the front door here, still in a 3v3, and now it does look like on that minimap you can see beginning to clear that B site. So with that, they're going to leg it into the other direction. They have to be careful, though. Those getting into position, running right into the crosshair of That Ace. So collect a kill, and that'll let Oil Rig know that they can come over here and plant with ease.
And this is a real problem now. Now that That Ace has won this challenge, they have to get through the 5-6-A1 of this assault class that's going to be waiting to challenge Kader. That Ace knows he's coming and gets the pre-fire, but Kader does win the challenge there with the SOST. Now, the big issue is this. Codex you see in Connector that's going to play the last point of contact is not just only on the Enforcer, but he's carrying this MCX with AP bullets. This Codex form right now is the strongest form you will find in the game, as mag drops and gun swaps are no longer allowed. But if you find a dead body and you can loot that high ammo gun, you're going to find strength. Blitz steps for one. Is she going to read the inside corner? She's not. Blitz gets taken out in the trade. The cow gets destroyed, and it's all down to Codex, and Codex kills Kaner for the win.
Yo, so many of these rounds very, very close, and now Oil Rig just able to eke that one away on some great plays off the back of Codex and Kakao there to wrap things up. And with that, Oil Rigs will go back up on top here by a round. EPA has done a good job of not letting them kind of get too far out of range here, so hopefully EPA can find the swing in their favor and look to tie it up once more. But man, Oil Rig, they're just looking very dangerous here today.
I'm going to be honest with you, it's the cookbook. They're 6 steps ahead of every play. That gun was picked up mere, like an entire minute earlier on in the round, and that gun ends up being the difference at the end of the play. Enforcer versus Enforcer, Kana on the Enforcer too, but not having those AP rounds to melt. APA Walker is going to find himself 2 quick kills with the melter, though, as Goes backs him up for 2 for 2 for 3. Oh my! Goes kills Walker in a rare mistake after the 2 of them make 4, and it's all down to Bakizi in the 1v3, and we've seen Bakizi 1v5 to get here. You don't want to be taking out one of your teammates and making his life easier for him.
Yeah, I think all that adrenaline pumping. I mean, 2 nice double kills from both of them, but I think just having that adrenaline pumping, peeking, seeing a body there, instantly shooting to the dome, and an unfortunate event. Luckily for EPA, they have 3 members standing tall, but Bakizi lurking in the shadows. Here's a little bit of that audio cue. Continues to slowly make their way forward. Blitzer Girl should be able to spot him, but Bakizi, a quick snap to the dome will send Blitzer Girl home. Another 6 feet dirt nap for the crew. Bakizi in a tough position, but has 56 seconds here to work with.
Is it going to be enough? Does he have the presence of mind to be able to push pressure and swing both of these members at the same time? He's going to cause Kana to spray. Rather frustrated, actually, as he then tries to get into a better angle, trying to peek over the top of that fuel container. Bakizi has 2 left to deal with, and the majority of his health still also. Carrying himself this MCX with a full 31-round magazine. He's not going to struggle for ammunition. It's just time on his side. 28 left on the clock as Kana is holding pressure from Connector. Goes playing back point side towards 90. He's going to step up in, try and challenge Connector to force 90 to push. 90 decides not to push, and Kana holds him. Bakizi steps, Kana steps stronger, and EPA finally start to look like they have the strength to challenge.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really smart decision there by Bakizi, trying to just bait out some shots so that he could get that second member to peak and hopefully kind of solidify a little 1v1 before taking that final engagement. But EPA just doing a good job of remaining calm, finding those peaks together and landing that pick. So once again, EPA now able to tie things up in a much more competitive game number 2.
And this could potentially take us to that game number 3. And this is why I'm really, really excited. I've got a big smile on my face right now because they are playing so strong at Oil Rig right now. So much stronger than anything we've seen so far from them. Definitely repeating that form that they showed into Paravision to qualify today as Rapid Art opens up our 7th round with 2 quick kills. And here's Rapid, ladies and gentlemen. Might have been struggling in round 1 and 2, but back to swing, back to put his name on this EPA lineup as that star player that is just so strong and so powerful. Might have taken a little bit of his health for the trade, but he has 2 Oil Rig members to his name.
Yeah, and again, now a 2-player advantage here for EPA, and more specifically being on defense, it allows you just to kind of stay put and eat that time off the clock, kind of force Oil Rig to come into an awkward position or an awkward angle here as Rapid and Cacao potentially have spotted each other at mid. We heard a couple bullets ring out as Bakizi slowly looks to work toward this B side. Has to be careful, though, because Goes is tucked into the corner and waiting patiently.
Patience is key. And when you're playing into a lineup that has 2 extra members in the play, you're looking at a 5 versus 3. That patience could just potentially convert into the power that is needed to take down either lineup. This is going to be pushed all the way to the end of our potential. We might even see a full 16 rounder out of this and it go to overtime with the way that both teams are responding back to each other's aggression. But the one thing I am concerned about is after being put in the Nimbus disadvantage, EPA have not tried to suffocate any of the space from the B push that's coming out of Oil Rig, and it's claimed one of the EPA members already, that crucial player in Rapid, going down early. Cacao is going to swing red somehow and not get a challenge back from Goes in the corner. Goes tries to play quiet, and the mistake is that he does. Instead of challenging with his teammate, Goes gives up the point for free and himself as a kill at the back end. Bakizi claims Kana now that all the space has been opened up after a misstep from Goes, doesn't cover his teammate, and Oil Rig have only got 1 left to contend with, and Blitzer Girl is left in no situation to save the game. 4-3 Oil Rig.
From a 5v3 to a 3-0, Oil Rig come back to pull that round, a rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, and just some great decision making from Cacao as well. Quick snaps to the dome. Goes never really pushing out of that corner until after his teammates were picked off, and really kind of giving them too many 1v1 or 2v1 opportunities here. I think you're absolutely right. They had that 2-player advantage. They should have found a way to either get into that buddy system or find a way to smother Oil Rig, not allowing them to have so much space to work with.
Yeah, and I almost want to sort of cheer out, come on Oil Rig, come on EPA, come on Oil Rig, because I just want to see each team fight this out all the way to the death. And the fact that EPA have come alive and have started to fight back in this game has really, really enthused me to where this is going to go. Although, where this is going to go might just be the story of the game. Look at this, 3 players strong, trying to fake a mid-push through gap, and the bomb's not there. The bomb is sitting towards spawn as if it's looking to fake towards the B site. I'll be honest with you, this oil rig audio push is actually going to claim the life of Blitzer Girl with a really weird swing that nobody's going to be reading. Kana is found wanting because 4 members are wanting his name. And unfortunately, most wanted player in Kana on the point gets claimed as a bounty because the rest of the team is found on the point, but the bomb is not. What looks like a great cook finds Walker picking off Stranger Ping with the bomb, but Kakao is ready to claim it in time to get it out of the danger zone before EPA can start suffocating it. The players are going to swing in from EPA to look for a retake, but as the bomb gets planted, Oil Rig, that was crazy. Like, that was a real twist of scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, Blitzer Girl even had the crosshair placement there, but Kakao peeking out nicely, finding the shot. Bakizi will get a piece of the action here. Walker, who initially had dropped the device, but Codex will find Goes as Goes goes down. And with that, Oil Rig, another round in the bag. And again, doing it on the attacking side as well, which isn't the easiest thing to do. They find themselves up on top here, switching sides 5-3.
What have EPA got in the bag when it comes to their attacking side on Bay 5? I did say this is a map that I like to think that Oil Rig would probably favor over EPA, and as we roll into the highlights, it's going to show. The crosshair placement from the members of the Oil Rig lineup and their discipline in how they're playing their angles has just been so much better in comparison to EPA so far. You see Blitzer Girl doing as great work as she can, still being found at the first pixel of perfection poking out of the corner. And when they've got Oil Rig lineup members backing that challenge, but even if those shots are missed and Blitz wins the first fight, she's going to have a second player pushing her down and she's trying to reload anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see the crosshair from Blitzer Girl in that first engagement. In the replay, we see Kakao and just a pixel peak gamer here, playing off pixels, finding headshots as Oil Rig continues to have success here in game number 2 as well. Things will slow down just a bit. EPA on that tack, wanting to work here methodically, not wanting to give that first pick over to Oil Rig as we see some of these nade lineups coming into play.
The thing is, it looks like there hasn't been, I think, a single grenade kill from this EPA lineup on Bay 5 so far at all, which is another shocking scenario to say. It just simply touts that which has been the Oil Rig's preparation coming into this game. Where does Walker normally tend to play from? Where does the EPA lineup normally tend to throw their grenades to? Where can we adjust our positioning to so that we're not getting caught by the grenades, but not giving up ground for it? As the trade comes out, Codex takes Goes, Blitzer Girl takes Stranger Ping. Codex then takes Blitzer Girl in the extended trade to convert 2 for 2. Kakao steps up for the third and Kana goes down. It's all left on Walker. Walker being the last man standing and is going to be the last to fall.
Man, Kakao struggled a little bit in those qualifiers. It was more specifically the one that I was lucky enough to cast, but firing on all cylinders today. Already 15-5 here in this one as well. Again, just beautiful crosshair placement, great control of the recoil, really smart decision making coming out here as well from the Oil Rig squad, and now they've been able to double that lead.
I'm absolutely shocked. I really had a lot of strength and belief in this EPA lineup being able to come out strong and to be able to put away the resurgence that was the Oil Rig match that took Paravision out of the game so strong after such a close game as well. It almost makes me feel like EPA really just have not found their footing in this game so far. And I mean, slowly but surely, as Bakizi blows Blitzer Girl out of round number 10, that time is starting to get a lot shorter for them to be able to do something about it. 2 rounds away from match point for Oil Rig, 3 rounds away from taking the entire series, and EPA being knocked out of the Arena Cup series.
Yeah, just another great nade at the feet of Blitzer Girl, turning them into Lieutenant Dan over here. And again, Oil Rig just finding these more successful nades. They haven't even needed as many as these smoke lineups to kind of block off these line of sights. They've just kind of been pushing in and finding picks. And speaking of that, Codex will step in and find the head of Kaner here as well. And a 2-player advantage will be favored as Ghost is able to pick up on the Bakizi here. They're able to dip into the B site, rotating around, but that Ace will exchange fire, finding Walker, and some trouble is that Ace, but jumping somehow, ducking, dodging to safety as Kakao will come in to save the day. Goes will fall down, and again, another round where Oil Rigs only loses a single member.
I have not seen this form of Goes, the mysterious king of whiffs, since the depths of the dark times within the HPL League, but I cannot begin to describe to you how much I had to recover my jaw from the floor when I just saw Goes not only not manage to put that ace down, but also then get himself out jumped by just some insane moves as that ace dips, ducks, dives, ducks, and dodges all of the bullets coming out of Goes' weapon to just embarrass him in front of that A point. I'm honestly, it's almost a tale for the day when it comes to EPA, and I'm not one to slate, I'm not one to put these players down because they are all phenomenal performers, but Oil Rig have just simply been better today. It looks like EPA have come to the game without eating their cornflakes. I don't know what happened with the Weetabix this morning, but it's all washed. And as all three members of this EPA lineup look towards this B point, we need to see them stand strong. We need to see them give their heads a little wobble and shake this off and come back with something to prove that they are meant to be here. 3 strong on this parkour challenge. Is it finally going to come true as Bakizi's team is going to be folded captain? First Blitz finds one. Codex claims Rapid. Blitz is caught on the side by Stranger Ping. Ghost is going to step into the sights of Codex and challenge onto the point. Walker finds Kakao. The bomb is claimed, but Codex claims the carrier. As the bomb goes back down on the floor, Kana steps in and goes for round 2 on picking this bomb up. And he's going to again redouble his efforts towards the speed point. Only member left to support him is Walker in the mid lane. And as Walker will make the call, Kana will rotate. That's ace inside of Gap. Kana makes the right move to go around the outside into the enemy spawn side of the A point. And as he does, you're going to see that Gap challenge move in towards Walker's location. Walker sees him, gets across, but does not get to safety as that ice kills him. Kana is going to plant the device, and he's going to be left with a 1v3 to stop match point. And that's it. That ace is there in time. Again, the discipline showing that Oil Rig will not be dissuaded by the in-game lead and the mastermind that is Walker. The fake play comes out, the rotate is called, and that ace holds his ground. Oil Rig, match and series point to knock EPA out of the Arena Cup series in the quarterfinals 2-0.
Yeah, Walker really needed to pick up that kill on that ace during that rotation over. If he could have found that pick, he very well could have won that round, but that ace now popping off here as well. Kakao 16-6, Codex with 11 as they hit double digits, and EPA just has really struggled to get it going all day. We've seen some moments of greatness from them, unfortunately, just not able to hit the shots that we're used to seeing them hit, and now with their backs against the wall, only one more here for Oil Rig.
And this is the shocking thing, is that we are saying this after Oil Rig had been commented on and criticized for not being consistent all the way through. The opposite of the EPA lineup being absolutely insane, as we nearly see an EPA team kill. 2 kills going down on the side of Oil Rig to open up the round. And the last lifeline of EPA is being snuffed out. Member by member, as Goes finds the final chance to go sit on the bench, it might seem like, in his chance in the Arena Cup series. Kakao crushes Kana, and Kakao, one of the 2 Cs, claims himself 2 kills, and Oil Rig delete EPA out of the Arena Cup series convincingly. 2-0. EPA only able to claim a maximum of 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think they only got 3 that, right? And won the first time, so it might have been only a maximum of 4 rounds here from EPA. A dominating performance from Oil Rig, and I feel like it was just that aggressive pace. I mean, they were so overwhelming there that I felt like we saw Team EPA finding, a couple team kills there throughout multiple different rounds, and I think it was just because of that aggressive pace that Oil Rig continued to display here today.
The aggressive pace was just the beginning. It came down to even gunfights and a very, very quiet Rapid and a very quiet Goes today. Not seeming to be on the normal form we'd expect from them has paid the price. Kakao and Codex were touted, as they were from the beginning of this tournament, as being 2 of the strongest players when it comes to the Battle Buddy system in the current meta, just because of how sick they are. And this is what you're going to see throughout the highlights, is it's just Oil Rig, just confidence in these gunfights. In and out again and again. Rapid actually managing to play a great little duel down the mid lane there, and a slight resurgence in that round early on in the game. Again, Walker and Goes in this making a great double kill each, to then find Goes pulling Walker out of that fight with the crucial unforced error of the team kill. And then it all fell apart. We saw resurgences from Blitzerkill on multiple occasions, but then there's only so much one player can do, and as Kakao finds the pixel punch onto that corner peak like we saw in the previous highlight section, there's only so much one player can do, as Blitzerkill is just having to bow down to better gunplay, consistently more performed by the Oil Rig side.
Yeah, Oil Rig looked absolutely phenomenal, but honestly, Cacao went insane here today. It didn't matter if he was aiming down the sights or just shooting from the hip and dipping in the whip. My man had it all going in their favor. Oil Rig will topple Team EPA and make their way into that semifinals. I don't necessarily envy them because they do have to go up against Tarkov Help, but we saw Arena Misfits really give them a run for their money and really showcase that, yeah, they're human as well. They aren't the gods that we might have thought they were.
I mean, they definitely had looked, like I said, in some of their best form up until today. But as within every story, there is always a bigger fish at some point. This has ended up in leading to Oil Rig rising back stronger than ever and finding themselves a victory in a game otherwise that we had almost cast to be at least a close tie, if not EPA favored. And as that comes to a close, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a little interview with Blitzer Girl after that loss there to see how they were feeling going into that match. And then, ladies and gentlemen, once we have come back from that interview with Blitzer Girl, we will be going to a quick break and potentially getting your fingers a hold of some prizes. So bear with, we'll be right back. Enjoy this interview with Blitz. We'll have a quick natter before we go into a break just after this.
Hi, I'm Blitzer Girl from Team EPA. How do you feel about your performance in the group stage? I think I can confidently say on behalf of the team, we're very proud of the results so far. I don't think we had an easy route to the playoffs and we faced a lot of strong opponents through the Swiss stages, but we're very happy with our results today. What are you expecting from your opponent in the playoffs? Oil Rig are a strong team. I'd say they're currently the best in the Europe region. They're a good bunch of lads and really good friends of ours, so matching them in the tournament always leads to like an interesting game. I'm sure this time will be no different. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? If I had to choose one moment, it would probably be our second match versus Virtus Pro. I think we had a difficult opponent, and after opening with a strong Nano result, we thought we would face an easier team, but we ended up seeding VP. I think we had what it takes to show up versus such a strong team, and people underestimate us a bit. But I'm glad we had the opportunity to show what we can do so far. It was really nice to show off our skill as a team and on the new map, fought against arguably the strongest team in the world. So even nicer to win that match, of course. So very excited for the rest of the tournament.
ready.
Bears ready.
Bears ready.
Yurchak's ready.
Blue team. Red team.
Loading in.
Gear up. Loading in.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare for the arena.
Welcome to Arena.
Prepare for the arena.
Versus blue, we are coming for you. You gotta move fast, or you gotta finish last. We are gladiators. You better appreciate us. Hear them cheer. Welcome to Arena. 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 Prepare for the fight and show no fear. It's countdown time. Prepare for the arena. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will compete. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will be liberated. Welcome to Arena.
The arena.
Welcome to Arena. Welcome to Arena.
Prepare for the arena.
We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will become great. We are gladiators. We are dark fighters. Prepare to escape. We will be liberated. Welcome to Arena. Welcome to
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. That's right, part 3, Arena Cup Series, Week 2, Day 1. And we have seen 2 phenomenal games so far that absolutely did not perform as we expected them to. Arena Misfits in Game 1, making Tarkov Help have to really stretch to be able to qualify into that semi-final slot. And what more of a matchup to be going into than to face themselves a match in Oil Rigs Challenge after their dominant performance, knocking out EPA 2-0 convincingly in our second quarterfinal of the day. Hort, I am ecstatic to be joined by you again today on the casting bench with thanks to Battlestate Games, Hunt Premier, and Gigabyte as our amazing sponsors. 2 games down, 2 to go. What a day.
Yeah, 2 crazy games down already. We've seen one upset, even though I don't know if you want to call it an upset after that performance, and then one very close series to start things off. This next one going to be equally as exciting as well. Sicario is going to be taking on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Sicario are going to be facing off against Virtus Pro, before we get into the nitty-gritty of that match, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take the hats off and to take a look to the skies and talk about the hot prize line, because ladies and gentlemen, during the break we will be getting ourselves that giveaway going on. So we've had the time off, now's the time to tap on those keys, capital letters Gigabyte, to get yourself in with a chance to win one of those amazing monitors provided by our sponsors. And as we get to see the 2 teams on screen, Virtus Pro being manned by Magic, Rast, Hard, FMX, and Dreezy, Sicario piloted by Nimonas, Lucky, Kiyoshima, Felix, and Zachary. We might even be able to slide smoothly into a picture of that beautiful monitor that is up for grabs in the chat right now. As we mentioned that, ladies and gentlemen, it is the right time again to extend a huge thank you to Gigabyte Aorus for their performance without the Arena Cup series this time around and their previous endeavors in the arena scene. One of those beautiful Gigabyte M27QA monitors in that steel black or even the ice white amazing color feature there for the aesthetics to add to your picture perfect setup. 130% sRGB color saturation, a 1 ms response time, 2560 by 1440 QHD true resolution. That's right, not fake. No fake news over here when it comes to Gigabyte. Giga performance at a 180 hertz refresh rate. If you want to make your PC that little bit better, then look no further than Gigabyte. A massive thank you for them helping us supporting here today. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that Gigabyte on screen, capital letters Gigabyte in the chat, gets you a chance to join my partner in being one of those lucky winners and taking home one of these amazing monitors for yourself.
Yeah, I often kind of go with that blacked out theme, but man, that ice white looks super slick as well. And what a way to take your game to that next level with one of these nice monitors here for Gigabyte. And honestly, the winners of this tournament are all 5 members are going to get one of these monitors as well. So a huge shout out again to them for supplying some of that prize action here as well to the winners of this tournament. But of course, we've got 2 more games to get through here today, or 2 more series rather to get to before we can even see who advances into those semifinals. As again, we take a look at that roster, and I think it was Lucky who we saw last week in that qualifier action, getting like 27 kills and 27 headshots, I think it was, on bowl. So excited to see this crew back out here in action.
Yeah, that 100% headshot rating is something that the majority of our top tier players in this Arena Cup series will be looking to claim. That is one of those sought after prizes, not only the MVP of the game, but being able to tout unwavering accuracy on the crosshair placement. A headshot only hunter is the way to create a dime a dozen when it comes to knocking down people inside of Arena, especially when the way that the meta is with armor and fortification to the head through helmets becomes so hard to break through. Hitting those headshots doubles down as being the most crucial mechanic to nail in your gameplay.
Yeah, especially when you're rocking those SOST as well. So, but Lucky, certainly no issue with that. Kiyoshima, I mean, honestly, I had the pleasure of getting to see all of these players play in that qualifier that I was lucky enough to cast. So again, just a ton of talent out here on the field today. It'll be interesting to see. I know we've had a ton of Bay 5 and Bowl thus far. We had Skybridge on the docket, but haven't been able to make it there just yet. Of course, Fort has been consistently banned, but Virtus Pro throwing a wrench in the mix. We talked about, are any of these teams comfortable on Fort? Virtus Pro showing that maybe they were out there practicing it. It's something that they feel comfortable on, and maybe a lot of these other teams aren't comfortable on because it has been that first ban, but Virtus Pro coming out here and banning Bull off rip.
And this is probably going to be one of the matchups that before today you would have been able to argue would be one of the closest ones we were going to see today. Virtus Pro with a 3-1 record to make it here. Also Sicario with a 3-1 record to make it here. Virtus Pro taking victories home against Ad Astra, Oil Rig, and Paravision, considered 3 of the stronger teams within the tournament. They're only losing the 1 game, like we said, that very close overtime game to the EPA side that we just had knocked out by Oil Rig, shows that Virtus Pro's schedule was also a lot stronger than what Sicario had to test. They faced a 9-6 victory versus Inroads. They lost 3-9 versus Tarkov Help, which is not seen really to be a poor result given how strong Tarkov Help has been throughout everything up until today, where Arena Misfits challenged them for the first time. Again, a 9-2 victory into 5 Giants is dominant and convincing, but an 11-8 versus the Arena Misfits to qualify is also a question mark against the Sicario lineup that normally looks unstoppable. So as we see the map pick, Sicario looking to take us to Skybridge to begin with, Virtus Pro doubling down on the chaos when it comes to small mats, taking themselves to Fort for the second, leaving Bay 5 being our third and deciding match in the best of 3 should we find ourselves at 1-1 after Fort. Something to note and some background for these teams for you folks at home, and maybe for Hort if he wasn't able to tune into the TFG stream this week. So that friendly guy in his public games whilst taking part in his killathon actually ran into Hard on one of his smaller accounts, on an alternative arena account under the name of Your King. And it left everybody within that game, including that friendly guy himself, a previous HPL competitor, saying, who is this guy? Who is Your King? As he was slaying out so hard, I think he dropped 27 to 30 kills in that custom game alone on his own into players with skill levels the likes of that friendly guy. So, not to mention that was hard, hidden under his disguise, and Your King, one of the top players on this Virtus Pro lineup. And as we're going to talk about players to watch out for, you can't pick a single one. Every single one of these players on Virtus Pro, Hard, Rask, Magic, FMX, and Andreezy are all dominant in their own namesake. But I've had it on very wise recommendation from many a player in the scene that Hard is easily considered one of the top 3 players in the world right now, if not the top player.
Well, after today's first 2 series, I'm done talking about paper. I mean, this has just been a fight tooth and nail. These squads have come out here and really give it their all. I've been having a ton of fun up here in the booth, getting to shout at these games. But I mean, everything I feel like has gone out the window. We thought Tarkov Help was going to be dominant. We saw Arena Misfits give him a run for their money. We didn't know how Oil Rig was going to perform against that talented squad there, and they just came out dominating, only giving up 4 rounds through 2 games. So, I feel like I should be done talking about paper. Everything is in the blender at this point, and both of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to the end to find that dub.
Yeah, and speaking of the 2 blenders going on right now, we've got the blender that's about to be played ready on screen in our next match of the day. But the blender going on in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, please, last call at Gate Prizes. That's right, last call at Gate Gigabyte. Your capital gigabytes in the chat, as we will be closing the giveaway right now. So let's say 10 seconds, folks, to get your last gigabytes into that chat there before that is closed off and we announce ourselves a winner. Last call, Gate Gigabyte, for your potential chance at winning that amazing monitor.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want that monitor? And we still have 2 unclaimed prizes as well, and only got 1 more day to do so. So again, make sure you're staying tuned because there might be a couple extra monitors to give away when it's all said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that both myself and anybody else within the EU or CIS region should have been stomping their letters into that chat there with the potential chance to take that prize. The giveaway has now been enclosed for new entries, and we will announce the winner shortly. Now, as we get into that draw being pulled out, Hot Sauce, I believe one of our lucky members in the chat, as delivered in our wonderful text channel, is ready to be claiming their prize. Who has won that lucky monitor today?
Oh, I knew you were going to give me that one to me, but I do apologize if I mispronounce it. I believe it's Erjau61, nice. ERJAU61. Congratulations to you and that wonderful new monitor. Going to be stepping up that gaming setup there for you as well. So be sure to claim that prize. You're going to want to reach out there. And again, both in chat, I think you can hit ! claim as well. And then I know Applezor in Discord has certainly been helping people as well. So there's out 61. If you're out there, please don't hesitate to claim that prize. I know there's a lot of other members in chat waiting for their opportunity as well.
That's it, Joe. ARJAU61. If you are in the chat, please reach out to Apple, drop them a whisper on Twitch, get yourself in the DMs on Discord, slide into those DMs and claim yourself your monitor. And congratulations for participating. Everybody else, commiserations. Thank you very much for taking part. And do not forget, if you haven't managed to snag yourself one of those beautiful monitors for free, but you're still interested in picking a punch to pack power back into your performance when it comes to PC parts, check out Gigabyte, an amazing sponsor here at the Arena Cup Series and a phenomenal stairway to making your PC perform better.
Love to hear it. I need a third monitor. So I need to hop on that website and check them out myself. Obviously over here in the US. So can't quite get into this giveaway, but as Crack said, there's plenty of opportunities here in the future as more of these events arise. And of course, I mean, we're not done after today as well. We've got 2 more exciting series to go, but there is still more to come throughout the weekend.
So much action to come. We have only had 2 of our 4 amazing games that we've got on show today, and we're about to rock on into game 3, another best of 3 on show for you here, where we are going to feature this brand new map, and that's going to be the talking point, I think, of game 3. Both of these 2 teams are going to be very closely contested, but if we were going to be doing anything versus the paperwork, we're going to be talking about, well, are they looking at taking this through all 3 maps, or are they looking at being able to assert their dominance on the third quarterfinal, of the day. The reason being Virtus Pro, as I'm trying to make sure that I don't say Sicario, my ADHD was trying its best to spit out the wrong team there. Virtus Pro, for me, even though we have thrown the paperwork out the window, are the stronger team on paper, given the fact that they are considered by the community and the Escape from Tarkov professional scene as one of, if not the best consistently performing team out there that is always at the top of their game. Star players like Hard to Testament, you can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him take out Oil Rig as well in that qualifiers, even though Oil Rig didn't look as good as they look today, certainly looking like one of the tougher teams in the league. I mean, Kakao and crew really popping off today. But yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, the skill is there. But again, after today, I feel like I can't count anybody out at this point. And Skybridge might not be my favorite map in this series, but it's nice to be going somewhere that we haven't seen on screen yet today as well. So I think it's really going to put the players to a test here as well. And I mean, if Sicario can find a way to come out and find some early rounds and put that pressure on Virtus Pro, I mean, we saw it happen before in that previous series as well. And maybe you can start to swing some of that momentum into your favor.
Yeah, and the momentum is going to be something that's heavily played into. We've seen both games so far, not seeing the tide swayed in either direction by either team that have taken the advantage after game one. So the question is going to be, can anybody defeat the 2-0 curse that is strength of performance today? Kiyoshima opens up the first round of the best of three with a grenade onto Andreezy.
Yeah, we didn't see as many of those nades in that previous series, but already starting off round one with here as well. Furlock's on the side, but Lucky is going to pick up on the VP, and with that Hard on the other side, looks for the peak. The sprays come in, smokes in the way. They'll have to wait for that to dissipate as Nemo will find Rask here in the mix. Hard tries to find the peak, but Furlex holding the angle nicely will find another pickup, and now Sicario hasn't dropped a single member. And like I said, boys and girls, throw those papers out the window. Sicario has come to play today.
And that's what we love to see. Game one, round one, delivering. Immediately off the rock, Sicario stepped to a 1-0 lead, and Kiyoshima, who has been a great talking point for a lot of the fans, a lot of Sicario fans stepping up strong and saying how proud they have been of Kiyoshima's development, coming to fruition here. A killer piece on Nemo, Felix, and Lucky, the normal mainstay Slayers within this lineup, just showing that Sicario are definitely not to be counted out, and absolutely the paperwork could be considered phony.
Yeah, Kyo coming from that Counter-Strike. I've often wondered if he's found a way to play on some stretched regs here as well. But Hard finding the nade. Kiyoshima will nade back here as well in an exchange. So both of these teams finding an early nade pick here to bring it back to a 4v4. But Kiyoshima says, hold on, I'm not done. Through 2 rounds, 3 nades, and 3 kills.
3 nades, 3 kills, phenomenal performance with the utility, and that just goes to show exactly how precise you need to be with this new iteration. We've seen many a player left, right and center finding themselves dodging away from the grenades as Furlex steps his feet onto that point and flicks the weapon towards the Way of Magic, knocking Magic out of the round. FMX takes one back onto Lucky, and FMX is the one to watch out for as part of this double duo strength in Virtus Pro. Nemo finds FMX though and shuts him down. Andreezy comes back with one of their own and is left last alive in a 1v2.
Down to a 1v2, all on the shoulders of Andreezy. Nemo, Furlex have been playing lights out through these first couple rounds. We'll see if they can continue it, looking to peek in. Andreezy has spotted one inside the train, knows he's there, trying to find the flick, hits the first one, up close and personal. The spray comes out, but the mag is empty. Looking to pop that reload into the face, and Andreezy doing the unthinkable, able to clutch up a 2v1, and will look to find the defuse.
And as that defuse does come through, a great clutch round comes in from the Virtus Pro side. Andreezy makes his name and the right to his position on the VP lineup stand strong. Stands up and says, I will take the 3 kills, and does what Andreezy does best. And this is one thing as a Virtus Pro fan you will be familiar with seeing. When the round goes down, when Andreezy is left last alive, Hard and FMX or Magic and Rask in their own rights did not manage to make the Magic plays that they need to gain the advantage early, it gets capitalized and picked up upon as if Andreezy is almost the Virtus Pro janitor, mopping up the mess at the back of a messy round and making it not matter. If you're in there and you can clutch these 1v2s, 1v3s consistently in a negative scenario, you just become so much stronger for your team. And as a couple of the members, including Lucky there with the cool shades on that player icon, is going to find himself flashed and run away to VIP for some safety, we're going to see an early approach onto the A site in round number 3.
Yeah, after a quick explosion, slowing things down just a little bit, we can see Andreezy and crew going prone down on the other side, and Zaki going to step into the crosshair of Rask, who will find an easy pick there, and with that, the player advantage favoring VP, but not for long. Kiyoshima, lights out here today. 3 nade kills, a couple kills here with a rifle as well, go up to 6-1 on the day.
6-1 is a phenomenal start when it comes to the kill leaderboard, and Kiyoshima not actually normally looked to as one of the Sicario members for fragging out phenomenally and consistently at the top of the board, purely because of how much of a demon that Furlex is found to be on 9 times out of 10. And as I say that, Furlex steps up and proves me right with my words of wisdom and says, it's time for me to start flexing on my opponents. I am not going to be allowing Kiyoshima to steal the spotlight. And in contest to that, Kiyoshima then hears the casting bench cursing him for a moment and steps up and corrects us again. 7-1. Furlex is going to be folded by Andreezy, and Easy is the name of the game as he steps up into red 1.
Oh, Nemo gonna wrap it up, and Kiyoshima now has as many kills as the entire other team combined here. Sicario will go up by 1 round and look to extend the lead. Kiyoshima has 2 MVPs in the bank here, and Dreezy 1 as well off of that nice 2v1 clutch, but Sicario looking very strong here to start things off on the attacking side.
This is such a great opener from Sicario, and as we would be asking the question, did Sicario prep well enough to bring to the table what they need to take out this Virtus Pro lineup to follow on in suit from the oil rig performance we saw into EPA? The answer is, so far, yes. All members of this Sicario lineup have been thoroughly prepared and are mentally ready for what they will need to withstand if they're going to take this match home, as Rask opens up with a quick one, but Kiyoshima and Zaki stand strong together. Rask goes down, and then Andreezy is caught on the back of the play, and what looked good for Virtus Pro to start with ends up with 2 of their members on the bench.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see him so aggressive on that defensive side, but maybe just looking to mix up the strategy a little bit as Zaki and the rest of Sicario have had a ton of luck with these grenades, or maybe some skill as well. Some beautiful nade placements raining down. Now just 2 left standing here for VP, as it goes on the shoulders of Magic, yet to find his first frag, looking to get on the board, maybe looking for that single spark to ignite that spectral fire. Stepping in though, Zaki, finding 1, no, hold up, finding 2, and Zaki will clutch the MVP as Sicario continues to put these rounds in the bank. And I mean, like I said earlier, we best be tossing the paper out the window for the rest of the day, because it is all up in the mix here.
Such a ridiculous start to another one of these great quarterfinals that is not going to stop delivering us smiles for miles. I keep sitting into the sections of my brain that is just delving into the possibilities of reality and realizing that although many a scenario might look obvious, although every potential has its power play, it doesn't mean that we're going to get to see it play out in front of our eyes. And as some of the players bless us with that magic that we know them so well for, other players step up and provide us a performance we've not expected, which then doubles down on the fact that every single one of these members earns their right and spot on the roster by just being that damn good.
Yeah, and again, we see VP pressing up there. Unfortunately, Andreezy getting forward before that smoke or that flash really pops. So we'll get picked off here early in this one. And with Andreezy down, maybe a little bit smoother sailing here in this round for Sicario, as time will tell. Rask up on the box on this angle here, just waiting patiently for someone to step into the crosshair. We saw Rask getting a little overextended there in that previous round, so looking to slow it down here a little bit as they are a player down and needing to find a couple picks.
I mean, a player down normally does lead you to feel like you are at a little bit of a disadvantage, but we have seen many a time during this tournament, the Arena Cup series, that these teams and these players are that good, it doesn't matter. They are able to make it count, regardless of whether they have 10% of their HP left or entirety, the 100% of that HP bar also still to their name. 3 members left on the Sicario side as the bomb is picked out of the blood splatter on the floor, the same color as the Furlex member that we are currently sitting on board with. He has got the body of Hard in that smoke there. The audio cue gives him away, and he finds him through the smoke with the spray. Magic is going to be creeping up to this KFC position as Lucky takes Rask out off of that point location. 3 strong, the bomb now onto this A site. They are going to look to plant Virtus Pro with 2 members left in defense. Magic actually finally puts Kiyoshima down in a great pick as FMX finds one onto Furlex, and now Lucky in the 1v2. Magic is going to be challenged first. Lucky has to try and find him. Almost the unfortunate timing from Lucky. Has him looking away as he would have caught Magic with his pants down, but I don't think it would have mattered too much because FMX was there ready to finish the final kill.
Yeah, it was one of those double takes. Hey, oh, there's no one there. Catches him running away. Oh, crap. Tries to look back, but by then the swing already coming in from that buddy system. So a good crossfire play there from VP to not allow this one to get too far out of hand. Sicario on the attacking side, though, already able to get 3 in the bank here. So going forward, VP needs to try to find a win a couple of these rounds here in a row.
Yeah, I mean, all of these rounds that they put together consecutively are going to give a boon to that mental play you were talking about earlier, when we're going to throw the paperwork out the window. Emotion, positivity, and general tempo within a game, including the mental and physical game, is going to allow you to push forward stronger than the other team. So keeping it locked just that little bit better in is definitely a way to help that this constructive gameplay come to fruition. We've seen many a time 5 members left alive, and a flawless performance out of the stronger side has been showing how dominant each side can be round to round. 2 members left alive on the Sicario side, both towards his KFC position, and as Hard is going to flank through the VIP section. Zaki finds 2 with that MP7, but Hard does find Nemenas wanting on the challenge, and it's all down to Zaki with 3 more kills required to his name, and it's Hard. It is only going to be Hard. It's going to be extremely hard for him to find anything other than the end of Hard's barrel.
Yeah, and this is great here for Virtus Pro. Things were looking a little rough to start off, but now just kind of falling into their play style. Maybe a couple of those feeler rounds to get those jitters out. Virtus Pro looking like the team that we're used to. So once more, all tied up here. Both of these teams fighting to remain on top. Kiyoshima having a banger of a start here. Already 8 kills on the board.
And the best part about that, Hard for Virtus Pro before that round had himself only on the single kill, picking up 4 frags in round number 6, brings himself back to even pegging with the top fragger on that Virtus Pro side, and Andreezy has been so strong to begin with. Rask finds one, Andreezy finds another. As we speak his name, the magic comes to life. Nemo finds himself spraying across the gap towards bench as Andreezy is having to repel the challenge with his own spray. Instead, Hard throws a grenade over to KFC and claims the life of Nemenas holding the bomb, at which point Rask then steps up and trades Zaki out on the back of that great kill from the grenade, using the distraction and confusion to step in and challenge 1v1, leaving Kiyoshima 1 versus 5.
Yeah, we'll spot one on the jiggle, and with that, all the intel will come out. They'll begin to stampede in, but Kiyoshima with a triple kill. A hailstorm of bullets will collect. Unfortunately, Hard lurking in the shadows from behind. Kiyoshima is going to step right into that one, and a phenomenal battle back there for Kiyoshima to really up the ante and the excitement. But at the end of the day, Virtus Pro now has begun to lock it down, and this is the team that we're used to seeing in Virtus Pro here, now firing on all cylinders. They'll take the lead here for the first time today.
That's where we see the strength of the Virtus Pro members coming to the front. Hard, Rask, FMX, all well known for being really strong at entry frag and being able to play their life so well that when they get the kills, they're not giving up trades for it, as Magic is going to step up for the first onto Furlex, and it's been a quiet game from Furlex so far, which has spoken to the reason that Sicario have not taken a lead as much as we'd expected. Kiyoshima, however, on 12 kills and 4 deaths, has again risen to the challenge and put Rask in his place.
Rask falling here. Furlex has fallen as well, so still in a 4v4, jumping out into the crosshair of Andreezy, making it look easy, and he'll find 2 with Breeze as he steps in toward that smoke, firing some pre-fire shots. Hard, able to pick up Zaki here as well, and once again, all down to Kiyoshima, but Andreezy will be quick to snuff that flame out and turn that temp down just a bit. A ton of rounds in a row here for VP, as they have a solid side here on defense.
Yeah, and as Hard claims to his name the round before and won this, pushing himself to 8 kills on their leaderboard. Andreezy says, I will not be outdone, and claims himself another 3 of their own to push to a 9 on the kill board. As we look at some highlights here, it's been Virtus Pro smothering the majority of the Sicario aggression, were it not for a phenomenal performance so far at Kiyoshima. Kiyoshima seeming to be the final boss in the Sicario lineup when it comes to us, the swapping of sides. Hort, what does Sicario have to bring to the table in the second half?
Well, you know, I think the defensive side is just a little more forgiving. Like I said, you can be patient. They have to push into you to find that plant. So it gives you a little bit of time to kind of hold some angles, work on those crossfire plays. You're able to kind of get set up and ready and prepared. But at a minimum, we know you have to hit those shots. So you can have all the strats in the world, but if you don't execute them to a T, you're still left laying in a pool of blood.
Steady approach. Sorry, I got caught up in the conversation in my mind of look at the oppression from Sicario. Look at where the members are on the Sicario side, flanking from the speed point hop. Look at the mini-map where we've got 2 strong, 1 coming in from heaven. It's going to be found. Oh, that's really big. This might be overcooked. Like, huge overcooked. 3 members strong have tried to swing for an aggressive flank, and the 2 defensive members from Sicario played really deep, almost giving sight for an aggressive 3-man flank retake. But it's been read. And Virtus Pro were ready for the first down the stairs, and suddenly that train gets the brakes slammed on with emergency as Felix gets jump shot by Magic on the escalator.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a nice little sneak play up the escalator there, but well read here by VP. And now 2 early picks. Lucky is going to find one to at least look to get things a little bit closer. Now on a 4v3, the device looking to go down here and will eventually do so. And we see a lone lingering member over toward that B site, potentially has a flank opportunity here as well.
This is actually a good, smart adjustment from Kiyoshima here. The fact that that flank did not come off very well would lead the team to believe that you're not going to send a second person. Surely he wouldn't wait an extra 30 seconds and retry the same flank again. Now, Andrizzi is waiting for it, but it looks like Kiyoshima knows, and he sees the elbow, and Kiyoshima, in shades of Rapid from the end of the HPL EuroLeague, does a great job at disciplined approach. Clears his corners, clears his cover, and manages to find the kill. Now, with the bomb being planted and 18 seconds left on the defusal, there's only Hard left alive to be able to challenge this. Lucky can just go and contest, and then that's going to lead Kiyoshima to just pressure him from stopping him defusing. Lucky's going to defuse with the member still left alive, and he's not going to have anything to say about it. And Kiyoshima gets the kill and claims the round.
Unreal. I mean, honestly, that looked like a round that Virtus Pro was going to take, and then this long lurking flank coming in from Kiyoshima and Andrizzi, well prepared for it. Unfortunately, it was Kyo that spotted the elbow first, able to fire, or pre-fire rather, and find that pick, and then of course just holding that defusal there. I mean, it was really tough for them to push forward, and as soon as they attempted to, Kiyoshima drops him into the dirt. 14 kills for Kiyoshima here just through 9 rounds.
You made a great point. I was so shocked to see that Kiyoshima was still there. The time that they waited for it was actually the 5-head play. The fact that you wouldn't think for somebody to have, inverted brackets, wasted so much time waiting actually pays off as discipline comes strong. Sicario find 2. VP find 3 as Hard drops a grenade on the back end of the gunfire trades as 5 members fall over quickly in succession in round number 10. And this time, it's Virtus Pro finding themselves a member up.
Yeah, they've been here before, though, and Kiyoshima has certainly spoiled those plans. No flank this time coming in from Kiyoshima, however, and the smoke will block off that sight line. It'll allow him to push toward the site. The spray coming through, and honestly, had they waited just a second longer to start that spray, they might have been able to find that pick on the Hard as Nemo looks to work away around. Ras doesn't fall here, and FMX finding that pick as well. I think Nemenas thought they were going to get that kill, looking away a little bit too soon here, and now again, all down to Kiyoshima.
I can't believe what I just witnessed. I just saw that helmet ring multiple times as the bullets and the spray looked good. The crossfire placement was better, but that man just refused to die. Rask shades of Maxwell for a second there, the unstoppable forces. He then steps out and stops Kiyoshima in their tracks from being able to do what they've been doing best, which is just deleting players left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, 14-6 is insane already through this many rounds, through 10 rounds, but consistency is key. We often talk about it. You look at VP, everybody very close in these kills, playing very well together and executing their game plan. Again, just stumbling a little bit in those first couple rounds, but that is normal in game number 1 as you're looking to just kind of find your stride and get into that game style that you're used to. So VP up on top here for the time being. They are on that attacking side. We'll see if Sicario can begin to just reel it back here a bit.
Yeah, and the most important part at this point in time is going to be getting ourselves into a position as the Sicario lineup where we have an advantage instead of fighting back from this Virtus Pro tempo. That's going to be a good approach to doing it, is by knocking down 2 members, FMX and Andrizzi, who's been performing exceptionally well so far in this game. Sicario find themselves a member up, and the bomb is looking like it's about to be coming towards the site, which they have the strongest hold from. It's sitting inside VIP right now. It's waiting for something in the form of a Sicario misstep before they close in on this play. You can see the player in KFC just keeping an eye on the flank. The slow, patient approach is going to earn them a kill onto the point as Hard prones out and picks Zaki, finding them wanting the MP7 closed out of this round. Now as Furlex steps up into Magic, claims that kill, jumps across the front of Hard and is going to swing into Hard, but Furlex, unfortunately, falling prey to a little bit of ego there, gets out challenged and put down in his place by Hard. Simply better in this scenario as Nemo then picks one up themselves, 2 versus 1 into Hard. And as a Virtus Pro player, you'd have to think that Hard is absolutely the one man you'd want left alive to be able to make this work. He is going to call for this B-side rotation and try and get onto that point and plant the bomb before somebody can challenge. Checks B main, sees nobody there, realizes that somebody is going to have to be coming from the opposite direction, throws the smoke onto site to try and cover off the plant, and he's going to go and try and get this plant down. Nemo is crabbing his best all the way up through that red train. He's going to call out the plant, and he's going to try and get out to it. Realizes with the smoke in the way that the smoke is played great by Hard to stop him from being able to challenge whilst the plant goes down, gets out of that animation lock, and finds himself having to face a 1 versus 2 with the Virtus Pro side having to defuse. The smoke is going to disperse, and he's going to have to swing.
That Crossfire coming in here as well, potentially have an opportunity to work together. We see Kiyoshima just trying to clear this right side. That it's going to give him a little bit of intel on Hard. The spray, and Hard able to dip into the subway here, into the tram. Does he fake it? I mean, he's from Counter-Strike, right? Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. Oh, he hears the footsteps and gets scared. I don't know. It would have been very, very close, but Hard able to clutch it up here. And with that, VP 1 away from match point.
You were so right. I was so nervous. I had to stop myself talking from saying it out loud. I was like, oh, he's going to get this as well. I could see it in my eyes, just the down clutch. He didn't even wait to make the decision in his head to ask the team. He just went for it, gets on that bomb. And honestly, it's the best chance you've got of catching them off tempo and being able to create that 4 to 6 second gap you need to just get that defuse go through. If he scores that there, that's a massive boon to the Sicario side. And instead of it being 7-4, we go to 6-5, and this game looks really close. Virtus Pro grant themselves a little bit of breathing room after some magic from Hard, and as that instills confidence into Magic, he swings through Sandwich, but then finds himself being repelled by an extra aggressive counter swing, and Lucky claims 3! Lucky! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Lucky, as the King of Kills steps up again. FMX is left alive to defend 1, defend 2, and FMX has been brought alive by the inspiration from Lucky, it seems. Kiyoshima, Nemonas, the last 2 alive in round number 14. This is crazy. We have so much strength. Round number 12, sorry. As Kiyoshima is left last facing into this VIP challenge without any information, it seems, of where FMX is. The chaos that's gone off before Hort has disguised where FMX's position has become.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that rotation in that previous round, but this time FMX just slowly crab walking forward here, not wanting to give away any intel, and you know, a little cat and mouse, if you will. But with this little sprint right here, I do believe Sicario is going to be able to hear that audio cue. We saw him turn around on the mini map as well. FMX just wanting to clear some of these angles before looking to find this plant here as well. And oh, on the corner, does he hear the device? Is he going to find the peak here as well? Shots come out, and Kiyoshima, the clutch master, will come away with another round as Sicario gets a little bit closer to tying it up.
And what happens first? Does Kiyoshima hit the 20 club, or does Sicario lose the game? Because that seems to be the race right now. Sicario are doing their ever so hardest to try and stay inside of this match. But were it not for a strong performance out of Hard and Andreezy together combined alongside the support of their team, the Virtus Pro have found themselves at a 2-round advantage, being closed from a 3-round advantage, with Sicario striking back strong. Kiyoshima absolutely playing out of their mind here in our third quarterfinal of the day, that we're expecting might go even further than the 2 we've seen before.
Yeah, and Hard challenging him here as well. Magic, who's done a really great last couple of rounds, absolutely fearless, just ego peaking the competition, finding a double kill here as well. And with that, the 2-player advantage in their favor. They begin to work back toward B. Sicario really has, at a maximum, only placed 1 at B at a lot of these times, but Magic is turning it on. He finds the Quadra. There's an ace on the docket. Magic, like shark in the water, he smells the blood. The spray, it doesn't connect. Nemonas still standing somehow unscathed, but Andreezy will come in to finish it off, and he'll take Magic as well. He'll steal the ace and his life at the end of the round.
And what a way to claim the ace. The rest of the team backs off, and he gets himself around the corner to look at what was only a story that could be described as finding Nemo. The first time a little bit difficult, but the second time he manages to find that magical, mythical fish, and the round is closed out. 5 kills to the side of Virtus Pro in a very dominant round. Number 13 takes him into 14 with 3 match points.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is such an aggressive team. They continue to run it down. They don't care if it's offense or defense. They really look to apply that early pressure. And unfortunately for Hard, he's going to get caught off by the nade. Rask will pick up one. Andreezy, Furlex, Spot Stripes in the kill feed. Everybody once again getting a piece of the action. Furlex, the 180, can't quite grab it as FMX finds the trade. Nemo quick to get it back now on a 2v1.
And less than a second, milliseconds quicker. And Felix rinses another head off of the last remaining member of this Virtus Pro lineup, and we would have been taking ourselves to 8 and 6 very quickly. Now, FMX is given the chance 1v2, and Nemo plays the Pixel Peak better along Heaven and puts him down in his place, bringing us back to that 8 and 6 scouting. 2 more rounds required from Sicario to take us to overtime. 1 more from Virtus Pro to take us to map number 2 with a 1-0 lead.
Gosh, man, these games today have been so close. A lot of nail biters here. I, too, am at the edge of my seat, sweating bullets. Sicario has to get 2 more in a row to extend the longevity of game number 1 and this series here. No easy task, though. Virtus Pro has been near flawless in this second half.
I don't know about near flawless. It's just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And each team has not allowed either to step so far ahead that they've made a name for themselves. It's been, no, I will challenge you. No, I shall respond to you. As again, red, blue, red falls on the kill feed. 2 members of Sicario down. 3 members of Sicario down as Virtus Pro starts to push forward.
Oh, Zaki's going to find the first one. Gets a second one here as well. The double headshots raining down to bring it back to a 2v2. Rask working on the other side. Spots one. The spray transfer almost there. Has a little bit of help in the background here as they begin to push toward Nemonas. They know he's on this left side, but they give him that 1v1 engagement. And Nemo coming out on top, back to a 1v1. Health advantage slightly favoring Virtus Pro.
I don't know if we would say that. I'm really I don't think there's any favor in this kind of a fight. This is one of those scenarios where the health bar doesn't matter. Whoever finds the head first, you would hope, is going to come out on top. Crucial notification here, folks. This is a Vulcan versus a Cayman. This is M856A1 versus an Enforcer with probably SOST, unless he's managed to claim another weapon. So Nemonas potentially having the better of the 2 kits when it comes to armor versus bullets, but positioning-wise, he's going to find him. Nemo reads the footsteps. Rask is going to put pressure down. He swings in, baits the first, doesn't get repeats. He gets jump peeked instead, and the jump peek doesn't pay off. Rask keeps his feet glued to the ground and his great brain glued to the game. Locked in, 9-6 game 1, Virtus Pro.
Whew, I mean, a phenomenal showing by both squads. It was Sicario who came out in the beginning, putting 2 or 3 rounds in a row, and Virtus Pro able to reel it back. But again, in that second half on attack, they were really a dominant force to be reckoned with, able to close it out here eventually. But again, Sicario, I think it took a little bit of time for Lucky to get going. We saw Kiyoshima really kind of carrying the crew. Lucky, Zaki really picking it up later in those rounds, but unfortunately, I think it was maybe just a little bit too late. Skybridge can be rough, though. We are going to be heading to a little bit more of a familiar map here in this next one, I believe.
I can't wait to see match number 2. And as we roll on into the highlights, we're going to have a look at some of the amazing shots put out by multiple players from each side. Hard, again and again, making some of those grenades work as FMX makes this SA-58 that I'm a big fan of myself. Throughout today's performances, show out strong again. We're seeing Andreezy making this beautiful MCX work magic, as well as the same from Magic, also on the Virtus Pro side, putting that MCX to work. We see Zaki doing something that not many other players have managed to do. The one surprise factor, the one unique part about the Sicario lineup is Zaki seeing himself so much success on that MP7 that not many other players like to rely on because of its inconsistency. But as we roll through the kills, this was beautiful from Lucky. For a second, I had thought we were going to see a Lucky ace again as Lucky puts members down left, right, and center. But then FMX responds with some magic of their own. Magic is magic all day long, all night long. That's why they named themselves Magic, and that's how we see themselves clearing up those 4 phenomenal kills back to back to back to back. And with Zaki there coming in strong with that MP7 again, we can just merely tout the fact that these players are all crazy. Nemo, not trying to be MRask there, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you at home, trying his very best to throw the jump shot out there because they have confidence they can hit those shots just as accurately, and it's one of those off peaks. You might not expect it, and if that expectation throws you into a little bit of a surprise, then yeah, it could potentially help you out and give you a bit of an advantage in the 1v1. So I understand the approach from Nemo, but personally, I don't favor the springs and the boots whore. I like to keep my feet firmly planted on the ground and just put the guy into his coffin.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes when you're up close, though, I mean, you get up above that headshot cursor there of your opponent. And of course, that spread isn't quite as bad. So it's maybe not as detrimental up close. And sometimes it's good to throw a wrench in the mix. But usually, I agree. I like to keep my feet firmly planted on the ground and my head tucked down just a little bit. But Virtus Pro, able to take game number 1 away. The theme has been 2-0 all day, even though these series have been very close. We'll see if Sicario can bring it back and maybe kind of put us in our first best of 3 of the day.
I am very keen to be made aware, ladies and gentlemen. We need Zhao to reach out for their monitor. And in addition to this, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are being given another chance to win yourself one of those wonderful monitors brought to us by our amazing sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus. And I'm sure momentarily that beautiful monitor will be on screen so that you guys can copy past mentally those capital letters and the correct spelling into the chat to enter yourself into the giveaway. So ladies and gentlemen, capital Gigabyte for one of those brand new MQ27A monitors that are toting the top of the tabloids when it comes to performance in PC gaming. Gigabytes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, to try and enter yourself into the giveaway. Now, let's be really clear, folks, ladies and gentlemen, and all those of any other form at home, you have to be from the EU region or the CIS Russian region to be able to get yourself in with a chance to win one of those amazing monitors. So please, if you are in the American scene, refrain. By all means, go check out the Gigabyte monitors. Go check out their Gigabyte products, okay? But for this time around, we cannot give you the prize. So if you do enter, you will find yourself sadly missing out and it will be re-rolled. So EU CIS competitors, good luck. We will look forward to seeing which one of you competes to win for this time around or whether we have another monitor to give away later on. And for Zhao61, please get in touch. Apple is waiting to give you a brand new Gigabyte monitor that you have won for free. Don't miss out.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we've had 2 winners prior and now maybe this one as well that have won and not reached out for that amazing monitor. I mean, I certainly would be all over that, just waiting. I mean, because there's really not even much time from the opening to the end of that giveaway. So got to be paying attention, guys. Got to be hanging out with us here today. Certainly plenty of opportunities for everybody to get a little piece of the action. And it's great, right? You don't have to be in the tournament here to win something, just for hanging out and having a great time with us. So again, shout out to Gigabyte for that. And of course, Battle State Games for allowing us to come on and yell at the mic here today and partner with Hunt Premier. So again, just thankful to be here today, guys. I hope you guys are having even just a skosh of the fun that I'm having up here today.
A skosh of the fun, a minute speck of action that we have been able to have explode into the entertainment on screen today. Almost a metaphor for the Big Bang Theory, from that initial colliding of particles into this universe full of entertainment that we've had on screen. We are only into game number 3 of 4 quarterfinals today, and we're only 1 game down of the best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, in our next game coming up shortly, we're going to Fort. That's right, the new map Magic and Sicario are going to find themselves a game down versus Virtus Pro in this best of 3. Can Sicario find something to strike back with? Can the rest of the Sicario lineup step up to the quality of performance that Kiyoshima has put on display and rise to the inspiration being delivered from this originally CS player professional environment that they have brought across to Tarkov and have started displaying their skills from that previous FPS environment can be transferred into a scene that is consistently growing bigger and bigger and looking to set itself straight to the starlights?
Hey, I'm kind of excited for Fort. I've really only got to see it once in action, and I don't have I'm not as familiar with Fort. So I like to see kind of how both of these teams choose to attack this map and maybe kind of take some notes down here on the side for some strategies heading forward myself. But again, I'm excited. Skybridge, as I mentioned earlier, not necessarily my favorite, but it's nice to see something that's not Bay 5 or Bull. So just a little bit of a teaser in there to change things up and certainly keep it exciting for us all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and as you guys are all being given a little bit of bigger window to be able to get yourselves involved in that giveaway, then what we're going to do is we're going to send you over to an interview again with one of the fantastic quarterfinal players here on screen for you. So whilst you're watching this interview, get those fingers mashing away at fast speeds. Get yourself that gigabyte typed into chat if you are in the EU or CIS region to enter for that monitor giveaway, while we have a look at an insight into how the pro players see the scene right now.
Hello guys, my name is Alan, nickname is Rask, playing for Virtus.pro. What are you expecting from your opponent in 1/4? We are playing versus Sicario, a great Europe team with a huge experience, like great captain, I think, that have a unique play style in his team. So I think that will be interesting match for us and for them and for our viewers, I hope. So that's it. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? I think that was we lost versus EPA. We didn't expect it at all, that they are ready to play fort and they make a lot of work on this map. So I think that was the most memorable moment for me and for our team in group stage.
Hello, I'm Fabian Fier. My name is Kiyoshima, and I play for Team Sicario. How do you feel about your performance in the group stage? Our performance in the group stage, we finished with 3-1 in the Swiss format. So we only lost to one team, which is Tarkov Help. We had not really any information on Tarkov Help. So with the result, I feel like we felt pretty happy that we did 3-1. We had no idea how they played. We had no idea how we would be able to counter it. Technically, we did not counter it. So yeah, we got destroyed on that match, but then we filled up the holes for the next part of the group stage. What are you expecting from your opponent in the quarterfinals? For the quarterfinals, we are playing Virtus.pro, which we know how they play. They know how we play. We've been playing against them a while. If everything goes to plan, it should be a good match, and it should be a good match in our favor. I hope so, at least. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? I don't know if people saw it on the stream, but the most memorable moment for me is on Skybridge when we won one round. I don't remember which one. I don't remember which match. But if you could see properly, there was Rolex and Zeki doing a high five at the end of the round where they won it. So I think that's like a good highlight. It's a good fun thing to do that adds up to the game as well.
Unbelievable there, and a phenomenal insight. Ladies and gentlemen, not only seeing Kiyoshima transferring across from a different scene to come and join us for Escape from Tarkov, but the beautiful face to come with it, and an insight into the familiar feeling that is flooding this team in Sicario, not going to be dissuaded by adversity, winning a great round on Skybridge and stepping to each other with that great high five, using the emotes in-game to display their entertainment and positivity that they bring to their performance on the day so that they don't let their mental composure get broken by potentially a rough match. This is one of the things that makes me consider Sicario to be one of the top teams up there in this day and age, Hot Sauces, because they are consistently performing. They don't let a bad game knock them down, and they don't let their tempo stop. Yes, Virtus.pro are a titan, a giant to be knocked out of this tournament right now, but if there is any of a couple of teams out there that can do it, Sicario could be one of them.
Yeah, and I think we're getting word as well that we are actually going to Bay 5. So maybe being that lower seed, you get those, it looks like the top seed gets the ban and then the final map pick, whereas that lower seed gets the 2 maps in a row. So we might have to wait a little bit longer if we want to see Fort. And of course, Sicario going to have to pull out a dub here on Bay 5 if they want to extend that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And apologies there for the missing some information from ourselves on the caster desk there. You're absolutely right. Hot Sauce coming in with the correct knowledge. We does look like we are going to be going to Bay 5 instead for our next match. A little bit of understanding maybe needed there to figure out which way it is the teams are picking the maps due to the bans and picks, but not to worry about that for now, just to make sure that you guys are going into the next game with all the knowledge we can arm you with. We are going to be going, like we said, to the Chaos Central Bay 5 map there. I'm excited. I'm really keen to see what it is that they have to bring to each one when it comes to the aggression. I'm really, really keen to see which of the two teams are going to bring the attacking strategy to Bay 5 in more strength, because we have seen the story of the day so far, Hort, being if a team has a better attacking side than they do defending side, that they will take the victory home, as we've seen many a team struggle to get this bomb down and planted with the way that smokes have been able to stop tempo gameplay.
Yeah, I think most teams have done a little bit better on defense, but for Virtus Pro, I felt like they did better on offense. And I think it's because they are such an aggressive team. Even to start things off there on Skybridge on defense, they were often pushing very far forward, finding some early picks and just being, at times what would appear overly aggressive, but they have the skills to work with it. So they find these early picks. They really work well off of each other. And man, did we see a plethora of nade kills coming in there on Skybridge as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots and lots of grenades being thrown left, right, and center, which will only open the beginning of the round with potentially an advantage for either team. We've seen grenades being thrown left, right, and center, some of them claiming kills and some of them not. And as we have grenades thrown left, right, and center, ladies and gentlemen, this is your last call to throw yourselves at the giveaway. So last call at Gate Gigabyte, GIGABYTE, to enter into that giveaway. If you are from the EU or CIS region and you would like to take yourselves home one of those amazing monitors provided by the sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus. So ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds left before we close off that giveaway and then call out and announce ourselves a winner. As that is being closed, Hawk, have you enjoyed the performances so far today? Are you entertained?
Enjoyed, I think, would be an understatement. I am absolutely ecstatic over here. This has been so much fun, not only to get to watch, but to be able to cast such high-level talent and skill as well. And, some of these teams have been able to throw a wrench in the mix. Some kind of went a little more the way we thought. Some just completely the opposite direction. So, I mean, to say at a minimum here, the action has just been absolutely packed. You couldn't ask for a better Arena Cup Series 2 here as we start the playoffs. And I mean, none of these teams have been disappointing here today. The action has been packed. Plenty of headshots, nade kills to go around, triples, doubles, you name it. We've got a little taste of everything other than maybe, Fort yet. So certainly have been enjoying my time here with everybody in chat. And of course, you, Cracked. It's always an honor to be in the booth with you, my friend.
Much appreciated, and we will never be found wanting. Those in the chat that know me well enough by now, and those of you that are familiar with any Hunt Premier or Battlestate Games cast with Face Opponent, you will know that when the call to reason is required, when the call to stand to duty is there, myself and all of the phenomenal casters that support me here on the bench are also ready to stand. The likes of yourself, Hot Sauce, grateful to have you beside me today. And speaking of grateful, it looks like Chuken has claimed themselves the next monitor. That is TJOOOKEN. Congratulations on winning yourself one of those Gigabyte monitors. Exclamation mark claim in the chat to claim the win. In addition to that, reach out to Applezor through a whisper or through a Discord DM to claim your prize. You see Apple popping up in the chat there for you at home to be able to reach out to. So let him know. Get at him via the whisper. Don't forget to put exclamation mark claim, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not here to claim that prize, we will be giving them to someone else. So make sure that you are here to claim that prize. Congratulations, finally, once again, to Chuken on taking away that monitor. Commiserations to everybody else, but don't worry, more prizes to come. And speaking of more, we've got more action coming up on screen next. Our third quarterfinal of the day. Sicario find themselves 1-0 down, and as we roll on into game 2, it's on Virtus Pro to be able to take themselves to the semi-finals, or Sicario to fight back for a final chance to claim their right to semis.
Now, why does my man's name sound like a move from Street Fighter? To Juke! Congratulations again to TJUken there as we get cracked into round number 1. Some early shots being exchanged as Rasp will take just a bit of damage here, but hard first to find the pick here on the Furlexes. Some shots exchanged in both directions. We see that bomb or that device there kind of lingering around mid, and Sicario maybe a little indecisive as to where they want to go.
Respectfully so, Hot, as you might have invited me into the game, I don't think I want Cracked to be inside of round number 1. I definitely would not want to be inside the arena with any of these 10 players in the battlefield, because that's one Nightmare Fuel scenario right now. Speaking of Nightmare Fuel, Sicario up against it, down on one game in this best of 3. They'll find themselves 2 members down in the 5v5, and that's going to lead us looking to Zaki on board here with this MP7 to try and do some of that amazing work he has done with the MP7, like that onto Magic, make some magic of his own, and start to claim some names back. The first Magic dog tag is going to be in the pocket of Zaki, and this is going to spur some of the Sicario members into motion And it's going to make the rest of the Virtus Pro side realize exactly where the play's coming in from as they rotate to strengthen up this A point.
Yeah, almost everybody over here at A. Rask with that peek and a beautiful shot to find the head of Zaki here. And again, they continue this player advantage. Rask hard, everybody getting involved, hard pressing in, fearlessly finding another double there to wrap things up. A total of 3 on the round and a good start here for Virtus Pro.
And it looks like Virtus Pro have kind of like got a whiff of what it is that they need to do to be able to close these rounds out. If Kiyoshima is in the ground and Zaki on that MP7 is taken out, then the players like Rask, like FMX, like Hard can just step to the pace of the game. Once they are removed, the danger players, shall we say, the cursed compadres on the enemy team that they're looking out for that can clutch up, once they have been binned off, the Virtus Pro lineup just hits it into gear 7, steps forward and slams the door shut on the back end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, Zaki was the only member to get a kill in that previous round. Going to open up with one here, but Hard quick to trade it back. FMX, Niminas all getting a piece of the action. Hard lingering around. FMX goes down. Hard goes down as well. And Niminas turning nothing into something here as Magic tries to find their way onto the site. Kiyoshima waiting patiently will thread the head of Magic. And with that now into a 3v1, it all comes down to Andreezy.
Yeah, and this is where we've seen Andreezy make it look easy. The bomb does not get planted. Nemo decides against putting that bomb down because he's got some form of audio cue giving him information. Now he realizes the guy's close. Connector's going to call it out. He's going to be trapped in a 1 versus 3. And across from the back of the fuel container, Zaki steps out of 90 and puts Andreezy back in his place. 1-1.
I love the fact that the majority of these teams today really don't allow the other team to go up by more than just a round or two, always finding a way to make some adjustments to battle back. And really the grit and the determination from all these squads today has been exciting, to say the least.
I don't think that there is a word bigger than exciting that we can look to in our vocabulary to actually put into context how much entertainment we have been able to fulfill within our casting bench today. I mean, I know I definitely have put a few more creases in my gamer chair from clutching the armrests in nervousness and angst as the tension could be cut with a knife from some of these matches so far. It is literally closer than you could call when it comes down to the majority of them. The only game so far today that looked like it was a lot stronger performance from the one side was our second game. And even that, to be said like that, was purely down to a dominant performance out of such a strong side from Oil Rig. So 1 apiece here in game number 2. Not a surprise, but a couple more rounds in, we're going to start to see which of these two teams starts to take the lead.
Yeah, and VP certainly had done better on the attacking side of the previous map, but Burlex going to find the first pick, and if you're able to eliminate Hard, who's kind of been the raid boss here, more specifically in game number 2 already, you might have a little easier time, but Rask and Magic have other plans as they peek together and find 1 apiece here. The collection of 2. Hard the only member to fall now on a 4v3. Nemo looking to find some shots. Rask will step out of that one, and Nemo will look to find the equalizer back to a 3v3.
Yeah, finding Nemo turns into a return bout of finding Rask as Rask finds the floor. Andreezy finds a kill onto Kiyoshima as the aggression comes into the point, but there's Nemo. Round 2, Electric Boogaloo as Andreezy falls to the floor again. FMX, Magic, last 2 left alive. Nemo with a very minimal health pool left to play with is going to creep with the head down underneath that window and try and get the bomb back out to safety and look towards a rotation now. 2v2 left in the map. This is a great call, and both members from Sicario are strong together. There is going to be chance for the rotation to be caught by Virtus Pro and try and catch somebody off guard with a kill, unless they hang strong from Maze. And speaking of Maze, it's amazing magic from Magic. Watch the miracle fall from the sky as Magic in his head puts the 3D map into his play, puts himself into the earliest point of contact, the only position to challenge that B-point rotation in time from Maze to Connector, and makes Magic work, claims 2, and claims the second round for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's tough because that rotation is so long. BP just has that shorter angle. You almost want to sift 1 through mid to try and cut off that flank to allow that plant to go down, but unfortunately for Sicario, Magic in that prone position finds 2 as the stars align, and Virtus Pro will go up by 1.
Wow. Just wow. And as I say that, Hard is going to slap Burlex back into the parkour boxes that we was trying to use as cover. Lucky says to the 2 members remaining on parkour from VPR, "You're feeling lucky, punk," as he punches 2 people back to their place on the team line on the bench, sitting out this round. Now Parkour in control. Actually, Virtus.pro are starting to realize that Sicario have actually gone the other way. This alley positioning has been given up for free in a shock to my mind here, as Sicario are going to find themselves pushing into this point. A pincer from alley and one from the front door at the same time, as the shot from Andreezy on the pre-fire is going to find himself giving too much information up. Gets re-swung, and that's going to be a clean round from Sicario.
Yeah, my man hitting him with a line from Dirty Harry as Sicario looks scary that round and finds a way to tie things back up here. Nemo, Lucky, both finding some MVPs here through these first 4 rounds. And again, that was a huge round there for Lucky, finding those early 2 picks, kind of really setting them up for success. And if you're able to knock hard down early, it seems like it's a little bit smoother sailing here for Sicario.
Curiosity killed the cat, and unfortunately the curiosity around Parkour found us with 2 quick clean kills, but it didn't end up coming to fruition in the final play. Furlex finds the first opener onto Rask. Hard hammers home his point as Furlex takes a seat. 2 players down, 1 apiece per side. The grenade goes off near Parkour, and Hard's thanking his lucky stars to still be living, as a heavy bleed and that head health going to be saved by a quick use of the cheese there. Very, very short from falling over. That grenade could have been a big decision maker with where the bomb was going to go. But as you see that grenade not land home, look at the bomb positioning. This is slant deep mid from the Sicario side, their side of the map. You've got 2, 1 holding from the container and 1 holding Parkour towards the speed site. And then you've got Zaki, this crazy little lurk on the MP7 that's actually going to be found with the crosshair placement. Lacking this time around, Magic makes the kill on that. Lucky finds one of his own, and that's going to cause the play to go towards B. The last remaining member defending that B site has been removed, and in comes Sicario, clearing the angles. Hard is on the point. He is going to be collapsed on by 3 members and have no chance of being able to stop the initial aggression, but it is going to give a little bit more time for the 2 remaining members to start to press up for this retake. The bomb is planted and 48 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and B might be a little harder to take, but if you're able to get that device down, it's a little bit easier to hold here as well. And now, unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they're going to have to sift their way in and also deal with Kiyoshima on this long lurking flank. Magic just trying to clear all of these angles. Lucky tucked in toward the back of the site. Nemos right below this default position here on the box. And again, slow and methodic is the plan. 1 shot will ring out. They try to dip in. Magic finds 1. Lucky will get 1 here as well. But Kiyoshima continuously coming around from behind Magic, trying to check all of these angles. Lucky dancing around the back of the site, eating up a lot of time. Kiyoshima has been spotted, almost picked up. Magic, the spray, no good. Lucky comes away, and Sicario will find a way to clutch up the round off of a nice rotation.
Yeah, and Magic might want to have a look to a different form of wizardry. He might have to reach out to Kiyoshima and ask him what the wonder of 2 majors might bring to his fortune when it comes to a magical defense. Kiyoshima seeming to hide behind nothing other than pure invisible boundaries, protecting his body from those bullets being fired his way by Magic. Finds Sicario in the lead in our game number 2.
Whew. Another close on these 2 teams, certainly bringing all the excitement here. Is again Sicario looking to extend the longevity of this series. They need a win here to be forced into Fort, which was Virtus.pro's map pick. So don't know how much they're looking forward to that, but they got to get through this one at first. Hard up top, looking for a little bit of intel, unable to spot anything just yet, but Virtus.pro doing a great job of displaying some patience.
Yeah, and Kiyoshima moves himself up into that heaven position we can see thanks to the spectator visibility. Getting themselves ready again to try and put some pressure towards this B side. Maybe even trying to pull out a grenade we heard go off in the background there. So you see the spawn player from Virtus.pro hanging there. Will have thrown that nade towards Forklift on the audio cue from Kiyoshima, just baiting out that utility, allowing them to start putting pressure down on some of these points of contact. You see Sicario setting up with their attacking play, not looking for anything based off tempo or these smokes. They don't believe in the consistency of this. Instead, they're looking for points of contact, and when they get the kill, they're looking to capitalize on it. Again, Lucky hears information from Rask, and even though a teammate goes down, Lucky steps up for 1 and then finds a second to capitalize, so Lucky opens up again and access to that B point now. Lucky on site within B is going to enforce that Forklift player to step up, and as Hard as holding Connector, they're the only player left around in this scenario to be able to stop this push. The bomb and 1 strong coming in from Connector towards Parkour is actually going to decide to go around Forklift. She's going to have Hard being circumnavigated by this. It's also going to take the bomb to a much better position for Sicario. He's going to step onto the point, and Nemo finds the reading Connector. Hard goes down, finding Hard floor being the only thing received to his burns as Andreezy takes out the lurk and the rotation from mid, and it's going to be too strong from Parkour for the retake.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing pressing toward B more. They've certainly had a lot more success over here as Nemo able to line up the crosshair. Magic finds one on the trade, though, and Lucky does fall here. Lucky took a little bit of time to get going in the previous series as Nemo will wrap that up, but Lucky now already in double digits, and we saw Kiyoshima dominating in game number 1. Now just currently stuck with 1 kill here on this map. So I think if Kiyoshima can find a way to get it going here as well, Sicario could very well take this game away from Virtus Pro.
And the thing is that I'm seeing from Kiyoshima, although he's not getting so much when it comes to the kill feed, notice how much work it's Kiyoshima that's tapping his feet up in heaven to make that Metal Audio to pull the utility out of Virtus Pro. It's Kiyoshima who's there for 2, 3 quick kills, or just even the 1 kill in his location on the off-tempo swing on that lurk on Skybridge that made the difference. It's Kiyoshima making the plays, which is why the 4 assists in the name are so no surprise to me. Not only that, but it's enabling players like Lucky, like Nimonas, to get themselves up into the action and to do what they do best, which is just fragging out without having to think about it too much. And it's working. Sicario coming back strong. Lucky tries to jump to point, but that is something you cannot do into a player like Hard. You cannot give him a chance to hit the shot because he will claim it, and he claims 2.
Yeah, doing a great job of always capitalizing on the opportunity in front of him, especially on this Enforcer class. Continues to have a dominating performance, just 2 away from the double-digit kill mark here as well, and being a little bit cautious. Unfortunately, that is a teammate over there, and hopefully they know that because we've seen a few team kills in our last series. Magic going to pick up on the Zaki here as well, and now on a 5v2, a very tough situation here for Sicario to be in, and shots will be exchanged, and intel will go out. Kiyoshima, unfortunately, picking off Nemo, so from a 5v2 to a 5v nothing here is a series of unfortunate events yet again unfolding here for Sicario.
Yeah, it seems like, unfortunately, for a second there, Sicario baited into a bad game of cricket, found Lemony Snicky wicket, and unfortunately, they get stuck on that cricket pitch and found caught up in a bad game of cricket, and also bad cricket is bad sportsmanship, and that finds yourself not taking the round home. Unfortunately, the BM within that round was the team kill. Sometimes happens within the pressured environment of Tarkov. Sometimes your teammate steps across the front of you as you're busy trying to challenge. Sometimes you get the most unlucky ricochet that you've ever seen in the world, and we've seen it live here on screen before, Hunt Premier folks, alongside Battlestate Games, where a bullet has been ricocheted off of a piece of scenery and has killed a teammate by pure accident at a 90-degree angle behind scenery. Anything can happen. Sometimes these friendship frags are through pressure and unforced error. Sometimes it's just down to Magic. Magic claiming 1 onto Lucky. Nemo takes Magic out to return. Zaki finds Andreezy as well wanting. And 3 are strong on this point. Furlex ready for the approach from the retake, aggression from the defensive side, and he slams the door shut on their door, steps in behind the cover as FMX and Rask are going to try and push in. Office has some occupation. That is a great kill from Rask. He's going to find the corridor. He's not going to be able to take the kill onto the point. Somehow, Nemo escapes with a shred of health on his body as the final kill is traded into the Office, and then Kiyoshima, playing his best Sleeping Lion impression, steps, or I say prone leans into Rask and collapses them. Sicario moved to 5. What a crazy turn of events on that one, Hawk.
Nemo must be starving because he was eating those shots and still hungry, somehow escaping with their life there through a hailstorm of bullets. As we take another look here from that previous round, Nemo, Magic finding some exchanges, and Magic certainly has been very good here for this squad through these last few rounds, but unfortunately it was Sicario able to take that one out here. And again, I don't know how Nemo was still standing after that exchange of gunfire.
Have you never seen Finding Nemo, Hot? Do you not know the phrase? Fish are friends, not food. And that is simply what Nemo has decided to be. The proverbial fish flopping about on the point will not be eaten. That last shred of his health bar, saving him from pain. As you mentioned, absolute insanity going down on screen in front of us. Zaki has one of the most gross off angles into window here if Magic decides to step any further. So this creep against the wall protects the head, and you have to duck your head down to be able to get past. But if you're at the right angle, you can see a pixel on the corner here. He's safe for now. This second window is the dangerous one, though.
Zaki just lurking on the other side, being patient, trusting in his teammates to watch that back alley here as well. We see Magic able to find the first one. Magic's done a great job of opening up these kills. Kiyoshima, Rask, both getting involved here in the action as well. Still on a 4v3 as Rask continues to assert their dominant spots. Lucky on the back pedal here. Lucky continuing to press the spray. Slightly favoring there, but unfortunately not able to hit those shots. And Lucky will continue to stampede forward, finding a pick. Nimonas got one as well, but Andreezy quick to shut him down, finding a second one here. And Virtus Pro at times looking like they might be in trouble, but you can't count them out, and that's exactly why.
This is such a strong approach from the Virtus.pro side when it comes to responding to being rounds down. Sicario are throwing even more at the second game than they did in the first, and rightfully so, because they are down in the tie, 0-1. Virtus.pro taking our first map of the day in the best of 3 here in this third quarter final, but definitely not without it being held strong by Sicario. And again, in game number 2 in Bay 5, Sicario is swinging even harder for their reason and the right to be taking place at a place in the semi-final.
You know, I feel like VP is just one of those attacking teams. They're very aggressive. We saw pretty much in the last game as well, be playing from behind a little bit, then once hitting that attacking side, finding their stride and really kind of asserting that dominance. So I feel like they do a little bit better on this attacking side. We'll have to wait and see as they are getting set up, but again, very slow and methodical on their push here.
Is the slow and methodical approach going to reap the rewards they are looking for? 5 members strong apiece. Inside on site, Rask has some form of control as Hard steps up to his shoulder and claims the life of Kiyoshima out of alley. That's a good oppressive pick into the site at this moment in time, as Sicario still have 3 members strong towards the B point. So Sicario, in shades of reading their own strategy book, read the fact that Virtus.pro might be trying some form of a fake. And then this contact on the A site is merely going to lead Sicario to believe that it is a B fake. And as that happens, the push through mid gets found wanting, comes through container and gets killed, and that's going to bring Virtus.pro onto the site to plan. Verlex finds one, Verlex gets round the corner, the bomb plant gets cancelled in time, and that brings an easy kill of Virtus.pro taking round number 10.
Yeah, I thought he was maybe going to be able to get at least 2 of those kills, but that cancel of the plant coming in, a nice little flick and able to capitalize. So now once again, we see Virtus.pro having success on this attacking side, now able to tie it up once more. And at this point in the game last time, this is where they began to run away with it. So Sicario really needing to lock it down here, work on some of these strategies, and hope that they can continue to take rounds here, because again, I would love to see a map 3 at some point here today.
Oh, I can't wait to see Fort. I honestly can't. I really want to see this one go to map 3 just so we can see Fort being played again. Both teams that approached it before, and we even heard in the interview how impressed Virtus.pro were about EPA's approach to Fort being the new map on the game that had seeming to be been figured out very well by a couple of teams, but not many. Kiyoshima, again, is making their name stand out in this scoreline when it comes to utility and weapon use. A grenade to their boon. Zaki with that MP7. Honestly, if you had to pick a dark horse of the tournament right now, a standout player for doing it different to the meta, my hat goes to Lucky and Zaki. Lucky does not stop dominating regardless of the weapon in his hands, and Zaki is seemed specialist on this MP7 and making it work where most people would say it's just not good enough. Magic takes Verlex out. Zaki again takes out FMX. And Dreezy claims the back of Zaki, though, and that's going to put them in a 2v3, giving it a little bit easier access to the point for Virtus.pro. But there are 2 members here, and I'm not sure Andreezy knows where Kiyoshima is.
Yeah, Andreezy firing a couple shots, but it's Lucky who will find the head of Andreezy. Enough said. Now on a 3v1, the quick snap of the wrist from Magic, knows that there's some lurking out here. Unfortunately, there's 2. Steps into a firing squad, still finds 1. Lucky on the other side, though, will be able to collapse and collect here as Sicario will win this round. So again, doing a good job of maybe locking it down here on that defensive side. Lucky, Zaki, and you talk about these different weapons that might not technically be the meta. I mean, we got to see some of that earlier with No Fun on that G28 as well.
Some of the different weapon choices really do come to light inside of this game mode, and it just is more a testament to how skilled the player is that's holding it. The reason that so many players bend to the meta and join in with the common forethought of most of the pro players is because of how strong it just genuinely is when it comes to a duel. If you put yourself in a rough situation where you need to have the advantage to be able to swing 1 versus 3, then that is crucial as Rask. Oh my days! Never mind! Sicario slam as the entire lineup from Sicario executes what seems to be a simultaneous wrestling move, as I think the Undertaker just came in and took place for Sicario for a moment, because Virtus.pro just got dunked.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. It was almost over as quickly as it began. The shots ringing out, and you could just see the kill feed littered with those red dead bodies there. Again, Sicario, I mean, this is where they struggled a little bit in map number 1, really able to lock it down here on defense in map number 2. Now just 1 away from match point, and again, maybe answering our prayers for map number 3.
This is not over, though. This is far from over. And the moment that I missed my mute button on my microphone is purely because I am so locked into this game. This is a heck of a game, and it's even closer than the first one was. Sicario might have themselves a 2-round lead, but they still need 2 more to capitalize. And if anything is to go by the EPA game we just saw, or even the game before from Tarkov Help, where Arena Misfits were absolutely in control for the majority of both of the games they played, Tarkov Help chose their time to push strong and to take the advantage back. And it was in the depths of these ties towards the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, even the 12th round to make that gap advantage stand strong and take home the game. So Sicario, realistically here, as a Sicario fan, you want to see them take this to 8-5. As Virtus Pro, you really don't want to see that go 8-5 and take it to 7-6 for them to still have a strong chance in being able to take home game number 2 and not have to go to map 3. Because at the end of the day, remember this, Hot Sauce, we keep talking about what Sicario can do to stay in the game, as Sicario is going to use Furlex's strength to find one onto Rask. FMX takes Furlex out in the trade, though Hard is there to pick up Kiyoshima, and Virtus Pro are coming back with an answer to my question. Do they have enough to stop Sicario securing game 2?
Hey, I mean, we've seen earlier in the series go all the way near the end and still able to battle back and steal that game away in our first series as well with Tarkov Help at Arena Misfits. So you're absolutely right. It's not over until it, in fact, is over. FMX finding the pick here on Nemo, and now Virtus Pro looking strong here in round 13. Lucky on this side angle peek. Zaki here as well, just trying to peek out and look for a little intel, but Hard just doing hard things out here, finding the kill onto Lucky. Now on a 4v1, spells trouble here for Sicario. Zaki on the MP7 though, finding at least one, looking to pressure in, still has 3 more to get through, trying to check all the angles, but the crossfire is too much, and Hard will collect the head yet again. VP right back in it.
Absolutely right back in it, and this is why we don't give either of these teams the confidence to say that they are going to secure the game, because as we have been proven time and time again, the caster curse is far more prevalent than the caster blessing. It is very rare on a caster desk you hear somebody say something that then comes to fruition in front of our eyes. Myself being blessed with the fortune of that happening a little more coincidentally than one would like, which leads to the name of Cracked Wisdom. But that kind of nonsense aside, we're going to speak about nonsense. How about Nemo not having no sense to be able to avoid Hard's heavy-handed grenade?
Yeah, from downtown, able to wrap that one up and give him that early player advantage. Zaki looking to equalize things, but Magic has other plans. A little trick up his sleeve as FMX gets one. Furlex Rask finding kills here apiece, and now fighting it out. I think Rask maybe ran out of ammo there, trying to dodge away. Kiyoshima will be able to collect that one, but again, it comes all down to Kiyoshima here, who is currently 7-7 here in game number 2.
Yeah, and Kyo has not, like we say, unleashed that Super Saiyan strength that we've seen from them in the first game, but it doesn't mean that they haven't got the potential to do so, as Andrizi flops to the floor, knowing that Kiyoshima is going to have to challenge from their side of the point. I mean, Kiyoshima knows where all 3 players are. He's literally just pointed out for us that he understands exactly where the challenges can come from, including potentially one extra replacement that doesn't have a player occupying it right now. Oh, go on. Hard steps from the front door. There's no way he gets off this. He gets past Hard. He's past him, but he's going to... Oh, no, he's not past him. For a second there, Kiyoshima, even with the slight hardcore parkour in the corner over the box, I thought he'd managed to navigate the angle hole. I thought he'd found the gap, but no, no, no.
Well, it just goes to show you that you can't take any amount of round lead for granted, because VP has now worked their way right back into this one. Both of these teams eager to be the first to go up to match point, and whoever can win this round will do exactly that.
I don't know what to say at this point in time. It's very rare. I'm lost for words. Both teams have every chance to take this one home. We are literally 7-7, and whichever team takes this next round is probably going to take the game. It's Furlex for 1. Rask goes down. That's a big pick, as Rask has been doing some great work and has normally been seen to be one of the more creative players in playmaking. There's Furlex, and the magic has been removed too. That's a good start. As Kiyoshima drops a bomb onto Hard, and suddenly Hard is the context for which Virtus Pro are going to need to work really, really hard to get themselves out of round number 15 with a victory. 5 members strong on Sicario. 2 defiant members from Virtus Pro with bomb in hand, looking for an avenue, looking for a corridor to be able to find access to a point to plant.
Oh, Zaki has spotted Andreezy here as well with that pre-fire, but we'll have to pop that mag reload. Kiyoshima finding Andreezy, and now on a 5v1, Kiyoshima will wrap it up. Sicario, the first to go to match point, all the weight on the shoulders of Virtus Pro now, but luckily for them, they did win map 1, so at a minimum, will be pushed to map 3.
Yeah, it's not over yet though either, Hawk. We still have the potential for Virtus Pro to take us to overtime. Sicario still need another one of those Furlex flexing. We still need a Kiyoshima kill spree. We still need Finding Nemo or a Lucky Lucky. We still potentially might need to see Zaki zap people with that MP7 before Virtus Pro are shut out of game number 2. And you can bet your hat, your life savings, and your family on the fact that Virtus Pro are going to come into this round with something wild to try and stop it.
Yeah, 4 of the 5 members for Sicario into double-digit kills here as well. The team playing like a cohesive unit for the time being here on Bay 5. Virtus Pro looking for a way to work in here, but not wanting to get too crazy here, not wanting to get picked off early like in that previous round and put themselves at a disadvantage. So just slowing things down here a bit for what could be the final round.
And as you see them playing the bait of the audio on their door, calls out the nade thrown to Tetris from the defending side as the players telegraph towards the A side, doesn't find a home. Kiyoshima does find Ras. Magic takes out Zaki, but Kiyoshima is still standing strong for 2. Kiyoshima, the alley defender for 3. And Sicario are starting to believe, as we on the casting bench might start to believe in a game 3. Kiyoshima takes 3 kills and is going to claim their chance to take home match number 2. Sicario 8-7 as the bomb gets planted onto the point. It's going to need a retake, and it's going to need a 3v2 success into Andreezy and Magic, who have arguably been 2 of the most phenomenally performing members. But it's Nemo to claim Sicario the second game and bring us back to 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3.
Game 3. That first one was 9-6 in favor of VP. This one 9-7 in favor of Sicario. Now, these 2 maps were Sicario's map pick, though, so as we get ready for Fort, that's something to take into consideration as well. This is Virtus Pro's map pick here once we head into Fort.
We're going to Fort, baby. We're actually going to Fort. It's 1-1. Virtus Pro have lost a game against Sicario, or a match against Sicario, sorry, in this best-of-3 series, and I am very excited for Fort. Like, the way that Virtus Pro talked about Fort in that interview makes me think that they've invested a lot of their time into it just as EPA had. And that leads me to believe, as we roll on into the highlights, that I pray that Sicario Esports have got something to bring to the table when it comes to Fort. Because if not, ooh, it's going to be a tough match to be able to take home the 2-1 victory in the reverse sweep. And as we see kills flooding throughout the screen, Hawk, what a phenomenal performance we've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit of a teaser right here as we take a replay or look at the replays from some of these rounds, hard popping off. I mean, everybody getting a piece of the action throughout the day. And when one member seems to stumble a little bit, they have teammates right there to pick them up. We see Lucky, Nemenas, Furlex all getting involved in the action there. Zaki with that MP7 had a lot of success, is shut down in that round, but just so much back and forth between these 2 very talented teams.
Oh, and as we take a moment to breathe, we're just going to settle a little bit and we're going to have a look at what this means for our 3rd quarterfinal in the best of 3. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home that haven't had a chance to pop onto the website, the arena.tarkov.com/esports/Arena Cup Series, where you can keep up to date with all of the matches, schedule, team members, players part of the team, and how they place throughout that qualifying section, then allow me to give you a little bit of a heads up. Today, Tarkov Help took home a 2-0 victory against Arena Misfits, other than the 2-0 scoreline, which was anything other than convincing. Arena Misfits in both games pushed them all the way down to the wire in both games, and although it ended 2-0, it could have been 2-0 either way. It could have even potentially been a best of 3 that went all 3 matches. Tarkov helped take the first spot in that semi-final. Tarkov Help winning today will claim themselves the chance to face off against Oil Rig. Oil Rig today managing to put home EPA in 2 convincing games, arguably one of the bigger upsets out of the scene, bearing in mind that flawless form that EPA had been showing throughout qualification. Today, EPA not seeming to have got out the right side of the bed, and Oil Rig put them out convincingly, which means that Oil Rig will be facing Tarkov Help in semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 of the day is currently being decided right now. Virtus Pro took game number 1 in a very close game 1 on bowl. Sicario responded strong in game 2, taking an even closer 9-7 to roll us onto fort for game 3. And that is all just for the chance to potentially go up against Chimera or 5 Giants, who arguably both I wouldn't want to be fighting. 5 Giants played the bogeyman schedule all the way through the entirety of qualifiers and easily arguably had one of the toughest routes to get here. And then you've got Chimera, who have come out of nowhere, who have not dropped a single game, have dropped a maximum of 15 rounds. 15. I can't do math. 5 and 3 is 8 and 7 is 15. There we go. So they've dropped 15 rounds total across all 3 maps so far. So Chimera, again, both of these teams, as either Sicario or Virtus Pro, after you've got over this mountain of a match to deal with in the quarters, are going to have another mammoth task in the semis. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure you'll all be well aware, after that phenomenal performance, we're all going to need to get up, stretch our legs, take a mental reset, get some hydration, some snacks, and that all-important seatbelt so you can lock yourselves back in. We will be joining you back in 7 minutes' time for some more action, just so we can have a quick break. Don't go anywhere, you don't want to miss this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are about to experience the third game of our best of threes for the day. That's right, Sicario stepped all the way up and took us to fourth. We're going to finally feature the phenomenal new map featured in Tarkov, and Hort, boy oh boy, am I excited for what we're about to see.
Yeah, I mean, not only do we get our first best of three, but we get our first look at Fort here today as well. And again, Virtus Pro banning Away Bowl initially so that we can ensure that they get Fort here as well, I think should be a little bit of a scary thing if you're Sicario. Hopefully they've had a little bit of time to work together on this map because basically, after watching those interviews and such, I feel like Virtus Pro is certainly very confident on Fort as well.
I'm curious to see whether the mods in the Discord, not in the Discord, in the Twitch chat, sorry, can get us a channel point prediction up for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been pitching your points last weekend and this weekend phenomenally in profession of your favorite teams for them to stand strong. I even lost myself a good 25,500 channel points betting against EPA last week, which serves me right. However, I would love to see it put on show again for you guys to be able to put your passion up with the points. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get a poll out there as to which of these two teams you think is going to take it home in this best of three. We're going to Fort. It is Virtus Pro and it is Sicario. And boy, oh boy, have we got a match on our hands. Now, Hort, as we're going to wind up to this one, let's talk about a couple of the key factors going into this match, because it's not just going to come down to one player. It's going to come down to a couple of players in this. We've got Hard. You've got FMX, who are performing out of their minds consistently throughout this tournament. You've got Andreezy, who in the clutch has not stopped being God tier. You've got Sicario's members, Furlex flexing all over the place, Kiyoshima bringing the kill count up to the limit, and then Lucky, again, Nemo and Zaki all performing in strength of their own. So as we roll into our game number 3, here's Fort, ladies and gentlemen, BP versus Sicario for the second semi-final first spot. Kiyoshima finds the first frag, Rask takes Furlex out, and we're going to roll on into the action with 2 players on B, 2 players contesting mid, and then 2 lurkers. Lucky is going to find himself one of those lurkers as FMX gets removed, actually. The bomb up this ramp towards B, potentially just waiting for a couple more kills to collapse before it gets planted, as Kiyoshima is holding this middle lane.
Yeah, Kiyoshima just lurking. We've seen some crazy flanks from Kiyoshima in the past in those first 2 maps. Zaki's going to be the next to fall. Andreezy spots another. Pops a couple pre-fire shots. We see him on the other side of that wall. That's Lucky inching forward. There's Nemenos as well, but it's Raskin and Andreezy who come out on top of this one, and now on a 3v1. Kiyoshima looking to turn the tides, finding that pick. A 2K on the round thus far. Unfortunately, has that bleed there as well, and time slowly ticking away. Still able to push out of here, though. Spots Magic, threads the needle, and just like that, Magic will fall. Kiyoshima looking to do the unthinkable. Gonna need a quadra here to wrap it up.
This is going to be a 1 versus 1 with Andreezy finding themselves, giving Kiyoshima enough time to fix the medical emergency that was inbound. Now, Andreezy's going to have to play the patience game. If he's going to play this to guarantee success, he has to wait all the way until Kiyoshima picks up the bomb and goes to plant it before he's able to swing. And Kiyoshima reads that situation very well and tries to bait by running away. He's going to come back to the point, but Andreezy has stayed. Oh my god, this guy is a man of steel. The patience. He doesn't even respond to the plant bait. Hot.
Hey, Kiyoshima so close to being able to clutch that up. But you talked about Andreezy coming through in those clutch moments as well. And Andreezy, equally as skilled, finds the triple kill and the defusal as well. He'll be your MVP here in round number 1. But honestly, Sicario looking like they had some game plan of their own here for Fort as well. So we might just be in for another nail biter here.
Yeah, and as Extreme Camping drops into the chat, PK intense is exactly the word I'm going to be using to describe this game right now. Intense is unreal, and Andreezy finds the icebox in his brain. Cool, calm, and collected in the clutch. Doesn't even flinch when Kiyoshima tries to put the bomb down to bait him to move. He doesn't even step to give him the information. The audio is hard. Nails Kiyoshima out of round 2 and doesn't give him a chance this one.
Just great positioning here from Hard. And again, the situational awareness is there as well. Popping the nade over to the other side. Zaki will find FMX in the mix. Ferlex able to extinguish the flame that's been Hard here through these first couple of rounds. And now with that, they'll pressure onto the B site. Rask waiting patiently, finds the head of Nemenos. Now back to a 3v3. Zaki rocking the Ash 12 here. So a swap from Zaki as well. You talked about some of those non-conventional weapons coming into play, and Zaki showing that they're here for it all day.
And as you realize that, I'm also being my brain exploded by Ferlex carrying one of these Ash 12s as well. So let's talk about it. Ash 12, Assault class, PS12B, sometimes found to be a lot weaker into these Enforcers because it doesn't quite deal with Class 6 as well as you'd like it to. But oh no! Double damage back home as a double team kill comes in from Sicario, and short of anything other than crazy, is that going to confuse the Virtus Pro lineup that the bomb's going the other way? That just seems to stop everybody in their tracks and confuse them all, as now Zaki is deciding that he's got to go for the long run.
I think Zaki was spotted on that cross. We heard a couple of shots ring out, but man, that is devastating to the sails. The wind can be taken out. The mental hopefully not affected by that double team kill as Rask will be able to secure the final one. Sicario had the player advantage and an opportunity to tie things up. Unfortunately, that nade double kill coming in from Zaki. Hopefully, that doesn't come back to haunt him.
I am absolutely shocked that that played out as it did. You've got to think that that was definitely a slight mistake, an unforced error coming out of the Sicario line, and maybe the grenade lineup just not quite that well lined up as we would have expected. And again, I'm still really curious in the Sicario lineup as to whether these Ash 12s are going to come out on top. They are great in these close quarter combat fights, and they definitely don't perform very well through the middle chamber, as Rask and Hard are going to take a player apiece in the opener to round number 3. Virtus Pro looking like they are going to be the strong dominant force in the opening third game in the best of 3. One apiece per side. This game to take it home and to qualify to the semifinals.
Oh, Rask, great positioning again, and now Virtus Pro showing some great skills here on defense as they continue to pick apart Sicario. Lucky though, the run and gun steps in, finds FMX here as well, back to a 4v1, but now they begin to kind of pincer down. They know where Lucky is, tucked in between a rock and a hard place. The ego peak, no good, and Andreezy will walk away with that one. VP stringing these rounds together very nicely. And as a quick reminder, while we have a little bit of slow time here, we still have a couple members in chat that haven't claimed their free monitor, which is absolutely insane. Airjao 61, Tijuken, TJOOKEN. Guys, speak up in chat. Apple is waiting patiently and ready to get you guys that free monitor. All you got to do is claim it. So if you're out there and listening, please don't forget to claim that monitor.
Yeah, guys, if you haven't heard of the common phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, you're getting given a free pass to an Apple. Get in contact, grab yourself a monitor, hit yourself some magical display performance thanks to the proud partners in Gigabyte in this Arena Cup Series 2. And speaking of proud, Hard is just that guy. He does not care that the gun isn't quite up in time. Zaki, not aware of him being there, so quickly gets killed. Kyoshima for 2 and Lucky for 1 as the Virtus Pro lineup folds like an envelope. And the response from Sicario, the middle challenge, 2 Virtus Pro members find themselves looking at each other, and a little bit of damage is added extra onto Hard's HP bar as Ferlex runs away from the challenge now. 4 members strong, the bomb towards this B site. Are Sicario going to finally put a point on the board in game 3?
Yeah, they need to get around here really quickly before VP begins to run away with it, and this certainly could be that round as we see that device will go down, and a bit of a rotation coming in from Hard. The pre-fire point there. Ferlex waiting on the other side. We'll find that one, and these Ash 12 seem to be paying off a little bit here in round number 4.
I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward scenario. I mean, I am honestly, from a personal perspective, no hate intended, this is the biggest gamble in the world to throw 2 Ash 12s at this in game number 3. Honestly, it really does come down to whether this pays off or not. The players are more than skilled enough. We're not questioning that. The question I am asking myself right now, and it's going to be tested live in front of us, is Ash 12 really good enough in this meta to stand strong? In the hands of the right player, anything has seemed good. We've seen the MP7 that has questioned many and many a time again, being so strong in the hands of Zaki. So is this Ash 12 the alternative?
I mean, I'd have to make some fart noises because I'm not a fan of the Ash 12, but that's probably because it's in my hands. Lucky FMX Both finding picks here early. And again, the spray's coming out as FMX finds another. Furlex will get Rask on the other side of things here as well, but the device goes down. And now lurking on the other side, Zaki on that jiggle peak, looking for a little bit of intel. FMX doing a great job of remaining patient and holding this angle, especially with the device down. The nade will ring out, and Zaki will have to back off to a safer position for the time being as they continue to trade bullets.
And you realize how phenomenal these players are as FMX flicker the wrist removes Zaki from the round over this cannons area to the left-hand side of the map if you're facing it from this defending side. And Furlex is going to find themselves pinned inside a dark in the corridor there between the ramp to that point and the outside cannon access. And as the members of Virtus Pro stack strong towards the dark area because they are defending this bomb that got dropped outside on cannons, FMX is going to step up for the final kill and find themselves getting taken out by Kiyoshima. Kyo, only 35% give or take of the health left alive, going to find themselves in a 1v2 with the bomb in a dangerous situation to be able to claim. Andreezy is going to be ready, and Kiyoshima is going to sit down for Virtus Pro, claiming their 4-1. And I'm going to be honest with you, it looked very good. It looked very good for a second until FMX just did not give up his ground.
Yeah, and it's also kind of tough to kind of realize, you know, are these Ash 12s good or not? Because this is VP's map pick as well. Is maybe the lack of map knowledge a little bit kind of what's hindering Sicario? Is it the Ash 12s, or is it just the skill of Virtus Pro on this map? So a lot of things could potentially come into play. We know that every single member out here has a ton of talent, but right now, this map's certainly favoring Virtus Pro for the time being.
I don't know about favoring. I just think that the players at this moment in time actually are dominating their area. Sicario don't look out of place here. And this, look at this. Oh, this is what I was going to say. I'm watching this on the minimap, and it's not necessarily that you're wrong. It's more a case that I think Sicario have just found themselves forced into a bit of a Virtus Pro playstyle, and instead, the sneaky Sicario slug train is starting to slowly creep its way towards this other point. The question is, one Virtus Pro member has already been dragged over to the B site. How many more are going to go? Oh my, they've left one. One player is going to be isolated on their own here, and Lucky is going to be doing their very best to try and draw aggression. They've read it though. Virtus Pro are coming quickly in front. Magic claims 2. It's not going to need to matter. Finally, Magic is removed. Lucky claims 1 from FMX, but it's going to be too little too late as Andreezy and Harder here in time, and the bomb is on the floor as Virtus Pro come knocking after Sicario tried to do a switch play. They tried to telegraph, but I'm going to be honest, Hort, if anything, they almost telegraphed just a little too hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Again, we don't know how much they've practiced this map or ran these strategies here. So just trying to change up the pace and try different things to see if they can find something that works against Virtus Pro here. And unfortunately, you take a look at the kills, Virtus Pro very even, for the 5 members having at least 1 MVP as well. So again, just playing like a well-oiled machine, a very good cohesive unit at the moment here, and more specifically on Fort as well. So we'll see if Sicario can reel it back in. We know they have the talent and the skill here. We've seen them pop off throughout the entirety of the day, but they're really going to have to start to lock it in soon as FMX will open up on the first one. Rask gets another, and again, they continue to find these early picks and give themselves that player advantage.
And this is the one thing that I have always said myself, pro player I am not, but definitely somebody who likes to spend a fair amount of time within the environment. This map is very heavily defended, favored, except from if your name's Kiyoshima, apparently, and is going to step up and decide to claim 2 lives to his name very quickly in quick succession without losing too much health. And this round might look a little bit recoverable. He's still in a 1v3, but he's going to have the entirety of his health bar to play with and a fair amount of magazine to work with too. Still, on this 5.5A1 scout class, not going to have an issue being able to get through the thick armor from some of these enforcer players. They are going to have a struggle when it comes to time.
Yeah, a 3v1. I mean, Kiyoshima is certainly one you'd want in your corner. We've seen him with some crazy 3v1 clutches already here today as well. And we'll spot FMX hard waiting below. A quick snap with the wrist. Kiyoshima finds one. Can't get the second one, though. And Virtus Pro looking very strong here through this first half. And again, Fort was their map pick. You have to feel like they've been running some strategies here as well. So a nice early start. Sicario really needing to get this final round here of the half.
I'm really shocked that they were at a 6-1 scoreline. I mean, it's all in the hands of Virtus.pro. You have to give them the props. The players, Rask, Hard, and FMX, in this middle section of 4 on the defending side have absolutely full awareness. The defending side clears this middle section much quicker than the attackers do, and they have the first challenge in this chamber versus chamber matchup. There's an example here. Rask, you see, already has almost control over the spawn side push, and he's going to run straight into 2 members. This time, Furlex is ready to weather the storm, though, and Rask is put on his backside.
Put on his backside by the Ash 12 nonetheless. So Sicario having some success with it. We see him rotating around just a bit now, have that player advantage to work with. Virtus.pro, only 1 member walking down that A site for the time being, but luckily for Virtus.pro, it does appear that Sicario is opting to pressure toward the B side here.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the decider. Whichever team take this map home will win the best of 3 and will qualify for semi-finals. They will give themselves a chance to take on Chimera or 5 Giants to fight for a place in the Arena Cup Series 2 final here on Sunday. So, everything on the line, and as Magic claims the life of Lucky, Nemo is going to knock onto Magic's door and find him closing the door early. Andreezy says no to Furlex stepping onto the point, but this time Sicario are going to find a plan. 2 members left alive on the Virtus.pro side. Nemo is going to fall to FMX aggression as FMX pushes Zaki back into the corridor with a reload, and FMX is just going to slaughter the man in kitchen, cooks him off like the master chef that he is, and he's going to go for a tempo defuse. Kiyoshima's too far away. I don't think he can get up to this in time. He's not even going to get the shot. He's going to have a quick chance. He is just going to find it on the millisecond marker.
Oh, I would love to know the exact remaining time. Sicario really needing to win that round. Kiyoshima making sure that happens. And again, 6-2, not the ideal score line at a halftime, but Sicario has the skills. If they can come out and win a round or 2 early, they can find themselves right back in it.
It is going to require a very strong performance out of Sicario, coming out swinging after the half. And I think the one question that's on everybody's minds in the audience, including mine, is going to be, which weapons are we bringing to the table?
Yeah, do we stick with the Ash 12? I think that's the biggest thing on my mind here.
So, M4, Enforcer, SOST, 60 rounders. I'm going to assess another Enforcer with an M4. Both Virtus.pro members sticking to the M4. Kiyoshima also on the scout. M4 claims the first kill of the round. FMX sticking to this M80 SA58 that's been doing so well with. We're seeing Rask donning that Vulcan helmet as well. The tanky kit to keep them alive. The top fraggers as Nemo also running a very thick loadout. Andreezy running that MCX claims 1. Kiyoshima takes Rask out with that M4 as well. It looks like we've gone back more to standard default. Furlex claims Andreezy. 2 members left alive on Virtus.pro, and this is something I was going to mention. I do feel Fort is very heavily defender favored. Furlex falls hard, and the last member alive, FMX, steps into the lineup of Furlex, and the one thing you can't do is count Furlex out of a game that isn't finished.
Yeah, and this is exactly what's needed of Sicario, right? They find themselves down by quite a bit. Now the halves have swapped. They come out with a dominating round 1 here in the second half, only dropping a member as well. And, unfortunately, they took a little bit of a gamble. We do see at least 1 Ash 12 there on the back of, I think that was Zaki. So, but again, making some proper adjustments here. They need to find a couple rounds in a row, though, if you are Sicario. You don't want Virtus.pro to get up to match point here too early.
You're absolutely right. You absolutely don't want to see them take another round for a little while now. Actually, you want to see this take a long time. Oh my days, Zaki, triple wacky, Ash 12 comes to play. It's no reason to not carry the weapon when you can smash 3 people to pieces like that.
Yeah, if there was any doubt at all, it's been snuffed out by that Zaki play, who finds one more at the next. And now Zaki yet again, and I believe that was an ace.
Yeah, okay. Zaki heard us on the commentary desk. The 5-bean chicken nookie bargain bucket is banked by the Ash 12. He claims himself 5 and says, "You casters know nothing. It doesn't matter the weapon. I am the weapon. I am that man."
He said, you could nerf a weapon or some ammo, but you can't nerf me, Zaki. A huge round. And again, we talk about the spark to ignite that spectral fire. That could be the confidence booster here for Sicario now that they've swapped halves and continue to have success. Not dropping a round here yet in the second half. We'll see if they can continue to put these up in bunches.
2 up, 2 to go. Level pegging is exactly where Sicario are going to be looking for before they even consider trying to win this match. Let's just get ourselves back to an even playing field and go from there. You see Zaki and Furlex holding this crossfire from each other, playing that audio information game as the bomb is moving its way towards the site. It seems Sicario are prepared for this too. Only one member being remained towards that B location. Also going to have good access to this A site in a second if they push through mid. There is a player from Virtus Pro watching for that rotation through mid as the rest are setting up across the site. Shots ring out across the courtyard. Rask claims one. Zaki claims one with that Ash 12 again. 3 strong each. A piece still left alive. Furlex not holding much health though. Dips in through the smoke into kitchen and gets clapped by Rask. Oh boy, that's a dangerous thing to look at. Zaki claims another one. Magic takes out Lucky. It's all going down and the domino effect is coming in again. That plaid patch you were talking about, Hort, is filling up the kill feed. FMX for 1. Kiyoshima back trades. Kiyoshima left alive in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, has to be careful here. I think only 15 rounds in that mag as well. Holding the angle, does spot the gun. The pre-fire there. The swing, and Andreezy waiting patiently will find Kiyoshima. So Sicario, after having a bit of early success here in the second half, we will see Virtus Pro able to slow things down just a bit, snag a round here away, and now, again, just 1 away from match point. Virtus Pro looking to close it out here in this final best of 3.
That's it. 2 more. That all-critical 9-round win total, taking you home the victory at a 2-point deficit. You will find yourselves 9-7 going home. However, if Sicario somehow managed to claim 3 more rounds back, even 4, and take us to 8-8, we might see our second potential overtime of the day. And here's Sicario strong. Nemo for 1. Lucky for the second. Magic knocks Kiyoshima out of the battlefield, though, and that's going to be a big blow to the Sicario lineup. Kyo has been slaying out all day long and telling us exactly why the transfer to Tarkov was the great choice. After 2 majors to the name, that's the man of magic of the moment when it comes to Sicario's strength. 15 kills and 9 deaths right now, followed closely by that Smash 12 of Ash. Zaki running that weaponry there. 2 members challenging from middle in a second into Nemo as he's holding the angle. Magic steps up after Rask crosses. Nemo finds the second though. More than ready for the challenge, and Furlex is now distracting Rask across. He's going to get a kill supported from Andreezy behind him as he finds one of his own in the mid.
Yeah, just as soon as Sicario begins to have some success, one of these Virtus Pro members just steps in to rain on their parade, and now it's all down to Zaki. Had a lot of success on this Ash 12 already. 2 members lurking just to the left. Has to be careful. Tries to bait out the shots. The swing, but Raz said it ain't no thing, baby. VP will take the round, and with that, we'll go up to match point as they look to close it out and make their way into that semifinal.
And as much as I do not want to see this match over now, if as a Sicario member you see yourself exiting the tournament in the quarterfinals, eliminated by Virtus Pro after this kind of a performance, you definitely would not be disappointed. It has been a stellar standing from the Sicario lineup. They have fought hard, tooth and nail, all the way, every game, to try and claim themselves a chance to stand in the semi-finals versus Chimera or 5 Giants. But Virtus Pro are known for being the machine that they are for a reason. They are not consistent without good claim, and Hard consistently claims one with some of that utility opening the round up. Rask for 1. The flank comes in strong though, and 1 is there, 2 is there. Lucky finds 3 for the team alongside 1 from Furlex, and it's going to leave us down to a 2 versus 2 with the bomb in a rough spot.
Man, Virtus Pro looks so strong, opening up with 2 nice picks here. It was that flank from Lucky that came in absolutely huge for Sicario as Furlex begins to inch forward on that crab walk. The plant will go down, though, and Rask and FMX looking to fall into a safe, secure position. Still have a little bit of utility to work with here as well, and looking to play off of each other. That buddy system has worked in the past. We'll see if it can work for him one more time. We can hear those nades bouncing around. Now the pressure from Furlex looks to go in from behind, but FMX Zaki gets 1. Now on a 1v1. All of this riding on the shoulders of Zaki, but Rask will secure the dub, and Virtus Pro will clinch their spot in that semifinal.
2-1 Virtus Pro, 9-4 fought, and a very strong performance out of FMX, Rask, Andreezy, and company on the Virtus Pro side to take us home. And the MVP Rask hitting that all-important, all-star shining performance of the 100% headshot rating on 13 kills and 13 headshots. A veritable Performance Award goes out to Kiyoshima for standing so strong, and the rest of the Sicario lineup for putting up
make
Just
sure it's
talk me
man
through the horror.
first every time. And Dreezy, beautiful shot here. Furlex holding the angle. We see him dipping back to a safer location. Lucky, who has been insane throughout the entirety of the day. These ego picks have been phenomenal. And honestly, we saw so much success from that Ash 12 as we were kind of wondering about at the beginning.
Shots flying out across both points in this map, actually. I didn't necessarily think that either team was going to have a setup play for both points. Normally, one team works on focusing hard on one point with the strats to begin with, and then they flex over to the other one through development. So the fact that we saw both the A side and the B side so heavily challenged from both teams was an absolute delight here. And we saw both teams performing strong. Time after time again, we thought Sicario was going to be down and out, and one of their members would stand up with a star performance, picking up 2 or 3 kills, as we see Lucky here, even on this fantastic little rotation play that gets him in the middle of the Virtus.pro lineup. But Virtus.pro were ready to weather that storm, and we saw that being the underlying tale of this tie here, Hort. As much as Sicario threw everything the kitchen sink and the next door neighbor's oak tree at the field, the Virtus.pro lineup had somebody ready to swing it straight on back.
Yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal showing. But again, if you're Sicario, you hold your heads high. You played a phenomenal series here today, going all the way to the best of 3. You fought tooth and nail and really gave everybody watching home a great performance and a showcase of skills as we get set and ready for that final one. Chimera taking on the 5 Giants. As you mentioned earlier, Chimera, kind of one of these sleeper squads that has been dominating here in this Arena Cup Series 2. 5 Giants, not as an easy run. They had a much tougher schedule, though, and still find themselves in this playoff bracket. So I think there's going to be a true testament to be had here in our final series yet to come.
An absolute GG's to both sides. Some great games there. We've still got another quarterfinal to play out today. Chimera taking off against 5 Giants. After we come back into that one, will be our final best of 3 for the quarterfinals today, deciding our final semi-final placement, taking off against Virtus.pro in the semi-finals tomorrow. The lineups there on screen for you. Chimera, Moyanri, Zarold, Top Aim, Kaguya, and Madara Flow will be taking on the 5 Giants. Slavander, Warmin, Cursed, Cords, Disabler, and Pamani. And ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to see any of the pathways that the players or the teams have taken to get to where they are today, or you want to just even keep up to date with the score lines, the matches traded, how each team performed, there is a website out there, arena.tarkov.com/esports/Arena Cup Series will find you to the brackets, how all of the teams line up with their players on screen, including the schedule, and where you can find all of those all-important, crucial information and facts towards the giveaways and prizes that will be on show for you guys to claim thanks to our amazing sponsors throughout these productions. Speaking of sponsors, Hort, Gigabyte Aorus again have joined up with us to help us for today.
Yeah, these beautiful monitors are something else, and it's a great way to take your gaming to the next level. Unfortunately, we've got 2 amazing winners in chat, and they have yet to claim their prize. Airjao61, T. Jukin, TJOOKEN. Your names are pinned at the top of the Twitch chat there. We need you to reach out to Apple if you want to claim that prize. If you don't do that relatively soon, I mean, it's going to go to the wayside. There's plenty of other members in chat chomping at the bit for these beautiful monitors. 1 millisecond response time. It's a great way, like we said, to take your gaming to the next level. They got it in the steel black, the ice white. It doesn't matter. Pick your poison. So again, if you haven't done so yet, please reach out to Apple and do so. Unfortunately, with that being said, it does take a little bit of time to get these members loaded in for this next match. So we are going to take a short break. It's a perfect time to grab that water, grab those snacks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more EFT Arena Cup Series.
is ready.
Usax ready.
Blue team, red team.
Loading in.
Gear up, loading in.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare for the arena.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, as we bounce our way back from that banger in the interval provided to you by some musical genius, we're going to rock on straight on into game number 4. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Arena Cup Series 2, brought to you by the Battlestate Games channel, waffled by my wonderful self-cracked wisdom and the most majestic hot sauce here with me today, supported by a partnership from the Hunt Premier Tournament Organization Group and the amazing sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus. We have been thoroughly entertained for 4 games, for 4 days full of games even last week. We have been thoroughly entertained for 3 best of 3s of 4 today, and we've got one more amazing match of wonders to come up next. And here's the map picks. Hot. Game number 4 brings us some more magic.
Yeah, I mean, Chimera banning Fort right away. So, hopefully that's not Virtus Pro that gets that option when they go up against them. I think a lot of these teams just not as comfortable on Fort, Bull, Bay 5, maps that we're very used to. So that's where 5 Giants are going to opt to go. And if we happen to get to map number 3, we'll get a little taste of that Skybridge action here yet again.
Oh, I can't wait to see how 5 Giants perform on Ball. As we go into the best of 3, we're going to see Ball, then Bay 5, and then potentially Skybridge if we do see a third game out of this. But I'm going to be honest with you, Hort, this is another tough, tall ask for the 5 Giants lineup. I have it on very good information from some of the top players in the scene that this 5 Giants lineup is not one to be slept on, and that Chimera might find themselves facing a much tougher challenge than I maybe envisioned for them today. But both lineups set up with 5 stellar players. Top Aim, Sabiri, Zarold, Moyanri, Madaraflo, and Kaguya on Chimera have all stepped up in leaps and bounds as they've entered the scene out of the shadows, a team we're less familiar with, whereas 5 Giants, previously returning from the original Arena Cup series with a lineup of Slavander, Cords Disabler, Cursed, Warman, and Pomani, well, they're definitely no slouch. I mean, 5 Giants had the tougher lineup here, 3-2 record, going 5 games to qualify. 8-11 a loss versus Unnamed, 9-4 a victory versus 43, 2-9 a loss to Sicario, who we saw knocked out just last quarterfinal game. 4-9 versus Big Fan, another loss there, but then rising back against a strong side than Ad Astra, 9-6 to qualify in their 5th game. Will go up against a 3-0 unbeaten record from Chimera, just as Tarkov helped earlier today also professed that only other 3-0 record throughout qualifying. They found themselves 9-5 versus Big Fan, 9-3 versus Arena Misfits, and 9-7 versus Paravision, who got knocked out, like we said, in that final blockbuster game versus Oil Rig last weekend. So Chimera, arguably having an easier schedule, short of the Paravision match on their 3rd. However, slightly untested. As 5 Giants, you've got to look to this and say, well, they've maybe not had the toughest matches yet. Can we potentially give them a run for their money?
Yeah, and I mean, if there's one thing that Oil Rig showed us earlier today is, again, it doesn't matter what your record was that got you to the playoffs. It just matters that you got to the playoffs. Oil Rig already upsetting Team EPA. 5 Giants, as you mentioned, had that tough schedule, but were still able to make their way here into the quarterfinals. So, again, I think in true to theme of what has been all day here, I think we're in for another series of banger matches here. And honestly, I love the back and forth that we've had all day. I know 5 Giants might seem like the slightly underdog team, but again, it all goes out the window once those bullets start being thrown downfield, and we've seen a lot of crazy plays here today. I'm ready to wrap it up with another exciting best of 3.
Yeah, are we going to see David win out over Goliath? In the irony that the 5 Giants are classed as the David in this kind of matchup, are we going to see Chimera take us to the circus? Are 5 Giants going to be run around in circles and be shown that Chimera are not just phenomenally well performed throughout the qualifiers, but that they are going to continue that trajectory all the way on through quarters, semis, and to the finals, starting here with their first challenge in 5 Giants? Are 5 Giants going to turn it into that Roman cathedral, the potential amphitheater, the arena for Chimera to be put on display for potential frauds? That their success story so far is not as infallible as we may lead to believe, and that they do have a reason to be scared of this 5 Giants lineup. Very interested to see where we go. Game number for match number 4 of our quarterfinals today, the final quarterfinal that you guys will be joining us for to decide the last team going through to semis.
Now the Coliseum has been set. These two juggernauts about to go face to face on the battlefield. The Bowl, Bay 5, our first 2 guaranteed maps that, again, all of these teams are incredibly comfortable with. So it just comes down to those strategies, those skills, and being able to hit your shots and win those gun battles. So it doesn't matter, again, how well you played in those qualifiers. It matters how well you play here today. And again, I'm excited to get this one underway. I didn't get to see much of Chimera myself through that first series. So also just excited to get a chance to cast the wonderful gameplay here.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the cracking qualifiers we had last week, Thursday through Sunday, into day 1 today of the playoffs. We'll have day 2 of the playoffs tomorrow with our semi-final matches. And then cracking on into the epicenter of what we are all playing for. That first place prize pool, €8,000, and one of those amazing Gigabyte monitors per player on that successful team that managed to take home their Arena Cup Series 2 title. Champions from previous year, Arena Cup Series, Paravision, have been knocked out. They left us at the back end of the qualifiers. They're not even going to get a chance to fight for the crown. This time we are going to crown a new champion of the Arena Cup Series 2, and it's going to be one of potentially 5 teams. We've seen Tarkov Help rise. We've seen EPA fall as Oil Rig claim their spot. We have seen Sicario smash their way through a tough match into Virtus Pro, but not come out successful, finding Virtus Pro the third of our qualifying teams to semi-final, and the final 2 teams to have their say in the fight for semis. 5 Giants and Chimera here, first going to be featured in Bowl. We're going to be loading into this match very shortly, folks, and I'd like to see, with that poll that has popped into the chat, who thinks that Chimera is going to take it home, and who thinks that 5 Giants have the win. We were having a little discussion in the interval, weren't we, Hort, about where those channel points were being spent. And surprisingly to me, the 5 Giants, when I checked, were at 67,000 channel points to Chimera's 42,000. So the chat at home actually believe in Chimera's downfall here, potentially.
Hey, you never know. As they say, any given Sunday. And again, I'm just excited to get in here. I mean, these 2 teams, incredibly talented. Once the action, starts popping off, it really doesn't slow down. All of these rounds here today have been very, very explosive. At times, teams working the ebb and flow, slowing things down just a little bit, toying with that game of cat and mouse. But once that action pops off, I mean, it's just kill after kill after kill. The blood spilled on the battlefield. And again, I can't begin to describe how ecstatic I am up here. It's been so much fun. I hope the people in chat are having half as much fun as I am here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just a little bit of a metaphor inspired by the artwork behind you today that put into perspective exactly what we've seen, which is the turn of the tides and tempo in all of these quarterfinals, where it's been cat and mouse and rat and mouse. We've seen the slower play approach from both teams, which has been fruitful for our eyes, delicious to dive into on screen, as both subtlety and strength has been deciding factor, depending on which team has employed it and within which scenario, to success and to failure. We saw the Slugma. We saw our slow approach from Sicario that was glorious. A little comedy section from the central scene of action that we got to step away for during our previous quarterfinal. That did not fail to entertain us all. And as we talk about the miracle wonders from the previous match we got to see, we're going to get excited for rolling on into game number 4. Best of 3, Chimera. 5 Giants fighting for the final semi-final spot. And whilst we're waffling on with all of this wonderful action that we're going to talk about, I think maybe we could take a moment to shout out to some of our amazing prize winners. I believe there are still a couple of you guys out there in the chat that have not claimed this crazy monitor that is being put up for grabs by our amazing sponsors. Guys, you're out of your mind. At Erjau61, ERJAU 61, and at Chuken, as my delicious friend to the next to me said, Hot Sauce, a reference to the Street Fighter moves of all the classics. All right, reach out, guys. Apple is waiting for you to let him know that you would like to claim that prize so you can get yourself that free monitor that you've won. It's an amazing monitor. It is a humongously better monitor than the average screen display. Gigabyte Aorus provides power in performance, pixel perfect on-screen high-definition quality color, and display speed. You get yourself that amazing strength of being able to perform at the highest level as an FPS player by pairing up with a Gigabyte monitor. So, if you've got one to claim, reach out to Apple and grab your monitor. And if you've not, then maybe take yourself on over to the Gigabyte store, have a look at some of their amazing products, and maybe grab yourself something to put the peak of your performance to its optimal place.
Yeah, if you haven't claimed, I mean, the monitors have been planted. Time is ticking down. And again, if you don't claim it soon, I know that there are plenty of other people in chat ready to just snatch it out of the grasp of your fingers. So time ticket away. Irjao, T. Jukin, please reach out, or unfortunately, you are going to lose that monitor. I know it's hard to say his name without throwing out the Jukin. But again, you know, at a minimum, like as we said, it's all about having fun up here. The same for the players. But with that first place, 8,000 euros on the line, you got to believe they're all really wanting a piece of that. And it's nice to have those bragging rights, right? Until that next tournament comes around, you get to say, hey, we are the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always talk about this, folks at home, but it never gets appreciated enough. Today, again, you guys in the chat have risen up in force, in strength, showing out in numbers to come and enjoy this action. You guys are always the champions at the end of the day, and we thank you graciously and gratefully for your attendance. Please do not stop turning up to these amazing events. Do not forget to hit that follow button to keep yourself up to date on the socials, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, so on and so forth, so you can be ready for the next amazing Escape from Tarkov Esports Arena event that is going to happen near you. You've got the Battlestate Games channel that is popping off left, right, and center all the way throughout the season coming up to Christmas time. You've got Hunt Premier, who you want to be stopping inundated with, and their Discord, if you want to keep yourself up to date with a chance to enter. Whether you have a brand new team you'd like to bring to the scene and show us that you have a reason to stand up with these Titans in the Arena Cup series in future, there's a way through the Hunt Premier to get yourselves involved with that. And in addition to that, there are many other leagues from different regions that I could go on and on about for days. The TAL, the APS, the Arena Draft Series League that goes on. So many different foundations, organizations, and people that are putting their time together to produce multiple performances of amazing action when it comes to Escape from Tarkov Arena as it evolves beautifully into the esport that it's looking like it is going to become. We wish that you guys are enjoying all of the entertainment with us, and we welcome you to join us on this journey as we transcend to the skies for esports excellence.
Yeah, and speaking of production, a huge shout out to production here today as well. There's a ton of people behind the scenes making this run so flawlessly here, and without them, it wouldn't be possible, including Garfield as well, running the stream here today. Everybody over at Battlestate Games, the Hunt Premier crew as well. Everybody truly has been phenomenal behind the scenes, and they often don't get enough credit. Our job up here tends to be much, much easier. So a huge shout out and thanks to all of those behind the scenes here at Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier for making all of this possible here today and for the rest of the time to come. Because even though that we are into our final series here today, there is still more action ahead of us here throughout the weekend, Cracked.
There absolutely is, and a big final shout out to the unsung hero, whoever fetches Garfield his coffee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a nice little in-joke that we've had going on in the background about how smooth Garfield's transitions are getting to become when he is fueled with that all-important coffee. So whether it's Garfield, the wonderful magical magician behind the coffee himself, or whether there's another man of mystery that we don't know about unnamed, whoever fetches that coffee, top praise to you. And as we talk about the nonsense which comes into coffee, we're going to have a look at this map lineup, which is going to be Ball, the first of our final best of three quarterfinal today. Chimera, 5 Giants will be taking off. And as we see the 5 Giants lineup, just doing some stretches, it seems like, in the spawn area and some warm-up leg movement, some little mechanical adjustments, it feels like we might be having a lobby reset. Not sure. And as we come back on screen, that is going to confirm to me I am expecting we are going to be quickly resetting the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with. Apologies. Playing field has to be perfection for these performers to have the proper chance to elevate their gameplay. So we're going to read that up, we'll do the rewind, and we're going to get that mixed up for you and deliver that to you shortly. Well, it wouldn't be Tarkov without more anticipation, would it?
Hey, I'm the king of anticipation, so I'm fine with it. But yeah, again, we're heading back to bowl. I think both of these teams are going to be very comfortable. What I look for is who's got these nade lineups. The Smokes have been huge at closing off some of these sight lines, allowing them to press and potentially find that plant, or even making it tough for that attacking team to pressure forward. We've seen some crazy nade kills, some double nade kills. We've even seen a double nade team kill, unfortunately, coming out. So we've been blessed and cursed with a little bit of everything here. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. But you got to pick up those pieces and keep trudging forward through these trenches. Again, that's what we're going to see here for both of these teams as they fight for that last spot here, semifinals.
And you can feel it, just the passion, even within the audience, within ourselves as the casters was sitting here. I cringed even now, even listening again to the explanation of that team double kill that came out of the grenade earlier on today. But that's the level of pressure that gets applied in these circumstances. That is absolutely what happens within the competitive environment that is esports. These teams are expected to rise time and time again to adversity, through team player difficulties, through training difficulties, through meta difficulties, through new maps and new ways to approach. Even management changes within some organizations can affect these players. So there's a lot of variables that are not constricted within the game that can affect these performances. And that's why this fluid environment that is the competitive scene of Arena and the Tarkov is just growing so much, is because so many different players with so many different types of skill can be brought to light, and then they can bring their twist on the arena scene to fruition. And it's shown so strong through players like the likes of Zaki, who we saw leaving from the Sicario lineup, running that MP7, doing some great work with it. We did see that Ash 12 being shoved back in our proverbial direction, shall we say, as we questioned, was it going to be good enough? Well, it picked up an ace. And when you've got 5 players of the likes of the Virtus Pro lineup being claimed by that Ash 12, you really can't question the decision at that point. You just have to say it defies all reasoning, but it did work.
Yeah, and we often talk about the physicality of the game as well. And we don't often touch enough on that mental aspect as well. I mean, to have the dexterity to play through 2 or even 3 games here and try to play flawlessly, you're going to have a bad round here or there. You're going to maybe potentially have that team kill or that double nade, but you have to be able to mentally reset, take a deep breath, toss it out of the back of your memory, GG's go next, and continue to fight forward. And that's often what we see time and time again throughout all of these teams. They come not only with that physicality preparation, but with that mental preparation as well. So I think that's why we've seen a lot of back and forth. We've seen, one team be up by 4 rounds and then tied again. So it really just is a testament to the skill of these players out here, again, both physically and mentally.
And nobody's leaving anything to chance. Nobody is giving up 2 or 3 rounds before the game is gone. Every team is fighting neck and neck for that chance to be able to steal that 2-round advantage and just give your team that buffer that takes a little bit of that pressure off that has been forcing these errors, such as the team kills from grenades, where crossfires aren't quite leveled properly, player crosses player and they kill each other instead of actually killing the intended target. The battle buddy system goes wrong. It's all something to take into account when you're approaching the way that Arena approaches the general blast gang environment. The bomb that has been brought to since Team Kill has definitely shifted how the playstyle is in general and what kind of weaponry and kits are desired to be taken into the meta. It has also allowed for other players to step up that maybe weren't as strong in a team fight environment that do play better in this 5v5 constructed team play. And as we roll on into bowl, we are going to see our final quarterfinal of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 Giants take on Chimera. First match ball in the best of 3.
As we get that reset underway here, 5 Giants starting off on the attacking side here. Chimera able to stay on defense. So again, it'll be 5 Giants' job to kind of work their way into this. Chimera able to kind of stay back and play off of these angles. And 5 Giants, I like the interesting little crab play here. Is it does look like they have 2 on that mini map over toward that A site, just trying to create some noise and potentially an early rotation.
Well, noise is going to be king when it comes to information. We've seen so many players get stunned by the smokes throughout the qualifying stages of this tournament that audio cues have been the only way to spray into an unseeable environment. Warman's going to swing with 2 of his teammates from this angle into the yellow van. Course Disabler finds Matter of Flow. Kaguya is going to take out Slavander as we see a team member per side falls to the ground.
Both dropping a member here. Pomani with some shots. Unfortunately, it's Zeroed who finds the first one onto Pomani. The planning of the device will go down. Sprays to the smoke. Oh, and it's Zeroed finding the pick onto Cursed. The plant does go down just in the nick of time. There was some more damage done as well, but it's 5 Giants now playing at a 2-player disadvantage.
Cannot wait to see which one of these two teams is going to take this home. But at this moment in time, 5 Giants, although down the numbers advantage, have the bomb planted, and there's a little bit of pressure on Chimera to start making some moves. Top Aim does finally move God's Disabler out of their position on the point, and Warman has nowhere near enough health to be even to begin to start doing anything else to change that. 18 seconds left on the clock as Chimera get onto the defuse. Moyanri is going to give a little bit of a friendship frag to Top Aim to try and motivate them going into round number 2 as Chimera claim round number 1.
Yeah, I'm sure that's real motivating. I don't know how I feel or how you feel about it, but I despise getting killed by my teammates even after the round. I don't know why it shouldn't matter, but it's just one of those things that's like, why me? Oh. Chimera able to take round number 1. We'll see if they can carry this momentum forward. 5 Giants now we're looking to work toward that med side. They are going to opt to send Cursed over toward that B site, maybe see if they can create a little bit of a distraction.
I like the idea that the 3 men strong went towards this side the first time around. I do like the 5 Giants approach onto this as we see a grenade getting lined up from the back over there, as the default on this bowl map does tend to have 4 players, at least 3 strong towards the A site because it is the more commonly pushed site. But this means that you can approach the B site with a bit more flexibility, as Generator is going to step up. Kaguya puts some shots towards the ambulance as Warman calls down the aerial airstrike.
Warman swarming him with the grenades, finding the first pick here on the Top Aim as we see Kaguya shifting back around toward ambulance side here. Some more utility being tossed around as they can hear the audio cue on those on that metal ramp, excuse me, but Kaguya just remaining patient here, trying to hold the angle as we see on the other side. Cords slowly eking their way out. Pomani will exchange. Warman finds one on the mix. Cords will get back to the other side as Slab able to find a pick through the smoke, but no hope as Slab will find a second one. Madara eventually closes in and finds Cursed on the other side of things, but the spray comes in, and now in a 4v1, a tough position to be in.
And Madara might need a Naruto-inspired name and maybe to have to throw some genjutsu at a couple of members of the 5 Giants lineup if they're going to try and find themselves any kind of an opening to isolate a 1v1 in what's left as a 1v4. The only thing in his favor he's got is that a couple of members of the 5 Giants lineup already have a little bit of chip damage done, but he's about to step into the line of 3, and Slavanda does not need anybody else's help. Slavanda shall claim Madara Flow. And that's going to move 5 Giants back to 1 apiece. Oh boy, 1 apiece, and we've already started trading maps again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the consistent theme of the day. Certainly these two teams not here to disappoint as well. And it just goes to show you that it really doesn't matter the record once you're into these playoffs. All of these teams are very close in their skill set here as well. So it's great to see the competition so fierce out here today.
I'm wondering which one is more fierce. Kaguya and Zarold have both got a kill apiece, both rounds, so 2 total to their names each. Slavanda with 3 and Warman with 2. 1 kill on the name of Slavanda, the leading frag in the game right now, being potentially the difference between that second round, as the grenade throw that came out slightly off tempo picked up one of the defending Chimera players, and that then led to the push through onto the point, which punched home powerful aggression and a bomb plant that became successful.
Well, Yanri finding not 1, but 2. Clicking heads and getting bread, as we love to say. Starting round 3 off with a bang here to give him the 2-player advantage. Zared lurking on the other side. A ton of smoke in the air as Cursed begins to linger forward ever so slightly. Shots ringing out on the other side of Med here as Zero tries to hold the angle, but Kaguya finding Cursed. Well, Yanri gets another here as well, and a phenomenal round here for Chimera.
Yep, and Top Aim still has a V40 to his name to be able to lob into Warman's direction. This is just going to be under round up and over the top off the back wall. Warman's going to have to move forward or it's going to claim him. Warman takes Moyanri for 1 though. Warman's going to do a dodgy little dance onto Top Aim's name, and that's going to send him home. But Kaguya, as one of the remaining 3 members of Chimera left alive, says no. You shall not pass. It is not going to be the mythical 1v5. You need to do better than that to finish the round. 2-1 Chimera, and we start taking the lead again.
Yeah, again, back and forth, and for Five Giants, it's exactly what you need to do here. You don't really want to allow the opposition to gather rounds in bunches to extend that lead from you. So Five Giants, they've done a great job thus far at making those adjustments, kind of mixing up the strategies as they continue to leg it here toward that med side and mid.
And it's interesting to see a lot of players have defaulted away from the Val. The SP6 round now, for whatever reason, not seeming to be as well favored as this MCX 300 Blackout AP round is. Seeing a lot less of the Val being used after a lot of players found it very favored into the meta where mag drops were king. Mostly probably down to the fact that you had a 2-and-2 setup across the Enforcer and the Scout class needing to stack up together. Now a little bit more malleability, the fact that weapon drops and mag drops are out of the meta, making people more comfortable and being able to go onto the Scout in an MCX without needing to carry an M4 or an AUG to swap mags. So, round number 4, 5-a-side still alive, never mind, Curse has come out true as Kaguya kills Slavanda right on cue.
Yeah, I think that he thought he was safe from that smoke, but there was just a tiny gap there. Now Kaguya, the confidence being exuberated on the battlefield. Warden, though, steps up to find the trade. Zerald will get traded back here as well, finding that pick onto Warman, now on the 4v2, favoring Chimera for the time being, but Cords looking to reel it back a little bit, finds a nice headshot onto Zerald. Now on a 3v2, the patience being displayed here by both squads as they begin to linger toward this heli. Unfortunately, Madara on the other side being patient, waiting for someone to step into that crosshair as Cords begins to linger out, and Chimera playing very well around this generator.
And how long is Cords disable his extension cable? Because at this moment in time, Curse is actually going to extend far enough to find Madara Flow, but then gets traded by Top Aim. I thought it was going to be enough for him to get out in time. For a second there, it was right, but then it was wrong, and that's because Chimera actually responded slightly later than they needed to, but damn perfectly to find the trade, which then leaves one left open for the Chimera side to claim, and that's going to find them their third round. It looked like Five Giants had found a way out of that for a second there, Hawk, but the timing, the margins on either side of it were so slight that even though a good play was attempted, Chimera still able to close out the round.
Yeah, and even in the 2v1 there, I don't know if you caught it right at the end, but Chimera almost had a team kill there. Ripped a couple shots at the teammate before realizing, luckily didn't actually hit them, so able to stand true in that 2v1 and clutch up that round. But Five Giants, we talked about not allowing Chimera to get too far ahead. They need to find a round here. Now running over to B, stepping in front of each other, though. Unfortunately, is Madara will find the first one on the Curse. They try to send one high, one low. Madara backing off to a safer location. The calls come into the teammates as well. And if you take a look at that mini-map, you can see everybody beginning to rotate that direction, but the bomb still heading toward A site.
I love the fact that we've picked up on that bomb being held towards the ambulance there. This action being created over towards the B site has fully pulled the entirety of the Chimera lineup. The only slight transgression that Five Giants have given in this play is that they have let two of the players fall in the distraction. You'd like to come out of that with as few members being taken as this bomb is about to be planted. Kaguya's decided to go through curtain and find the top med, which is the greatest place to be when you wanted to challenge down onto the point. And Kaguya is going to challenge that point with Pamani being there in defense. Pamani loses the fight to Kaguya as the angle from med proves why it is so powerful. And with so many headshots being tanked, you see the icon on the player model there, the swirly circle, the light bleed and the heavy bleed. Kaguya able to eat more than the man's worth of breakfast.
Kaguya going kabooyah, baby. An absolute dominating round from them as they'll clinch up an MVP. 2 kills on the round as well. And again, we see a consistent theme here. Chimera, everybody fairly close in that kill feed. Obviously, Kaguya starting to run away a bit on the other side of things. Pamani yet to get going here. So just something as simple as 1 kill for Pamani could be that spark to kind of get him back into that gameplay. We've seen some of these teams struggle a little bit early on, maybe some of those first game jitters in that playoff. So we'll look to see if Five Giants can go ahead and lock it on back down.
And Pamani was doing such a good job of providing some of the strength to this Five Giants lineup in some of the controversial games that they lost throughout the qualifying stages. So actually shocked to see Pamani still sitting on that donut right now to begin with, because we are 5 rounds into the game. That will change soon, I'm sure, but not if anything on the Chimera side has someone saying about it. Moyanri and Madara Flow again stepping up for 2 early kills. Pamani is going to find Madara Flow and bless themselves with that first opening kill. Drop down Warman for 2. Warman accidentally kills Cursed in the meanwhile as Moyanri gets mowed by multiple members from the Five Giants lineup. 2 members left alive in the 2v3, and the bomb is left by this position, forcing towards the B flat. Both members will have to play towards this and challenge to try and claim that back.
Just toying with the heartstrings and the emotions. The moment you cheer for a kill, they trade it out and you're hit with the gasp of breath and the awes. Five Giants have made a decent rotation here, but unfortunately, Chimera in great positioning for the time being. We can see Kaguya on the other side of Heli here. Just, again, playing patient. They have these angles. They have them cut off. So if Five Giants tries to make a rotation here, they're going to run directly into Kaguya. And so with that, they're going to opt to go back the other way, look to line up the smokes and see if they can find a push here. Still 38 seconds, so plenty of time to work with.
And I think, although we all may be irritated about many a phone call about our car's extended warranty, I think I might need to reach out to somebody who can extend my lungs warranty, because I might need to be replacing these by the time I'm finished with this match. Right now, breath seeming to be the second hardest thing to claim other than a point in a matchup between Five Giants and Chimera for the Five Giants side, as Kaguya is going to slam the remaining two members of the Five Giants into the dirt on cut.
King Kaguya, apparently the king of the jungle out here of Bowl, more specifically. 10 kills already off of 2 deaths. An insane feat on its own, and Kaguya doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. Phenomenal situational awareness, really applying all the skill sets here and making a strong run for Chimera.
We knew Chimera were going to come out soon, strong, swinging hard for this game. We did say that Five Giants were not going to be taking them lightly and they weren't going to give them an easy game, but Chimera have again started off to show us why they have had such a strong performance in all of their qualifying games and why their schedule led to a 3-0 history.
Calm before the storm once more, slowing down. We talk about the ebb and flow of these squads being able to just explode onto the sites, but again, it's tough to do through those smokes, so you're needing to just slow it down a bit, wait for that smoke to dissipate, see if you can kind of re-peek or bait out a pre-fire, look for any additional intel as we get that nice overhead view there. Everybody kind of hanging out near that med area for the time being.
That's it, the wonderful eye in the sky, helping us out to see the overview of what's coming in with this 5v5 gameplay. As the smoke goes out over Curtin, Warman's going to step in and step out, doing a little dance with the corridor there of vision that's being taken away from Chimera by that smoke, as well as both sides being held. I'm going to find myself being lost in the source as much as they are when this action goes down, as Slavanda slams one home to open up the fight over this A point.
Over the A point here, Madara just being patient. We can see all of those red bodies through the wall there as Pamani inching forward with that device here as well. Kaguya waiting patiently down below as Cords inches a little bit closer. Kaguya on the lean peak finds Pamani. The device falls. Top aim, Warman. Zerold all getting a piece of the action as there's plaid stripes in the kill feed, but as it's Zerold with a 2K, Madara will find the final one, and just in a matter of moments after all of that time being eaten up, they explode out here, find a plethora of kills, and Chimera continues to put on a clinic here for the time being. Just 1 round left here in that first half, and ideally, when you're on that attacking side, you'd like to get at least 2, maybe 3 at a minimum. Unfortunately, Five Giants just struggling a little bit at the moment. We saw Pamani get onto the board here. With that, we'll head into round number 8. And again, they continue to push toward this med side, sending one over toward B. If they could find a little early pressure and early pick on B, they potentially could get that rotation over, but already shots being exchanged here. The bullet's thrown downfield. Zerold will tuck over to the right, closer to the heli, into a better position. In case they opt to push through that smoke, we'll be able to hold that angle there. And with that top aim, setting up for a nade throw here, but Madara already finding the head of Cursed. And with that, the player advantage once more favoring him, but Pamani quick to trade it back, clicking the dome, sending him home, and with that back to a 4v4 here as we slow things down again just a little bit. Kaguya on this enforcer roll, already 11 kills here through these first 7 rounds, and with that, we will see that rotation kind of heading back toward B. Five Giants really haven't eaten up a lot of this space that has been given yet, though.
That shot ring out over the top of Tea House there. Cause Disabler almost got themselves deleted from the top angle by 2 members strong, as Warmin is going to find one of those War Mage headshots with one of those grenades from the top of the sky over the point. 2 members strong from Chimera, however, are going to step back into that B point and replace the missing member. As the bomb's going the other way, actually, Hawk, we're going to see an Uno Reverso as both teams swap sides. Slavander's going to find Moyanri wanting midair, and that's going to cause the plant to go down for Five Giants, and this looks much better.
Hey, cue the Missy Elliott. It's your flipping it and flaring yet as they reverse it and try to work it. 5 Giants over here, 40 seconds on the clock. Now on a 3v2, desperately needing to find this round before the first half expires. But Kaguya has been the raid boss. Does plot cords up top. The sprays come in, but the smoke will buy a little bit of time. And now again, time ticking away. They have to pressure forward. They're going to step into the crossfire. Slav is spotted. Shots ring out. Kaguya dropped by Pamani. Top aim, quick to exchange it back. Now on a 2v1, it all comes down to top aim, but with time ticking away, feeling the pressure, going to be a very tough retake.
Yeah, gonna have to run around it and try and force a challenge out. Top aim needs to find at least one of these players wanting and out of position to be able to claim this, but Slavanda is not going to lose their discipline here. Slavanda, strong in the clutch, claims themselves another kill, the second for that round, and the second round for 5 Giants in the potential start to a comeback as they swap sides.
Yeah, 6-2, not the ideal half, but you always say, you know, if they can do it, certainly we can do it too, maybe even better. And it starts with one round at a time here. But look at some of these highlights in the first half. I mean, just some insane kills coming out. Kaguya absolutely having a field day out here.
Kaguya has been considered one of the stronger players on this Chimera lineup, and as we roll on in through the highlights, Slavanda has been doing their very best, obviously, to respond to that strength in the form of following up with Warmin's Wonders. Warmin playing that artillery, the aerial aggression of the grenades being thrown out from the 5 Giants lineup has been very successful so far. The question is, what do Chimera have in the form of grenade lineups to be able to swing their way into game number 1? 6-2 the lead for Chimera, 4-round deficit. What have 5 Giants got on defense?
5 Giants on defense. They really need to open it up with a round win here and see if they can look to pad a couple in a row. But it's top aim with the Kobe from downtown to collect the first member of 5 Giants. Zerald won't even bat an eye in the nade that lands in front of them. Warman lurking on the other side of the smoke as we see Zerald holding that top ramp angle there from that med side. And we see Chimera really slowing it down on the attacking side. I enjoy when teams are able to do this. Look to see if they can find these early picks and give themselves a bit of that player advantage.
And look at the rotation from the mid player, the deepest member of the Chimera lineup that took the time to play through the mid towards the nose of the helicopter, just in case the Doms player from the 5 Giants defending side decided to get a bit maybe antsy and over peak 90. Doesn't happen. No flank comes in as well, so they know they're confident to push forward. Warmin claims a double as Kaguya shuts Warmin down off the back of that. Pamani's going to take out Moyanri off of this generator position as Pamani's starting to show some strength from what we're familiar with in the qualifying. Swings out strong with some confidence, 2 on the point. Kaguya's done a delete Cursed as the model ragdoll shows Cursed getting folded in a very vicious form. Pamani now up in that strong position on top med, but having 2 to challenge changes the tides of that tale. Normally 1 versus 1 you want to be up in top med, but 1 versus 2, this is such a hard retake. The bomb has been planted, and with 38 seconds left on the clock, it's down to the 2 battle buddies of Madara and Kaguya to slice Pamani in half. Pamani's going to juggle the challenge on the first side of the point. Kaguya swaps angle. Madara deletes Pamani, and that is a Chimera round.
Yeah, it's so tough to peek into those 2v1s, especially when they play that buddy system. And Kaguya not only has been absolutely lighting up the competition, but equally has a really fun name to say. So it's great to see him popping off. Warman on the other side has also hit double digits here as well. Pamani has really stepped it up as they found 4. Just need a little bit more here from Cursed, and I think 5 Giants can slowly work their way back in it. Unfortunately, they don't really have very many rounds to give.
And it seems like Chimera, even with the smokes averting their vision, have said, this is my house in the middle of my street. You are in my turf and I am here to eat. 7 rounds in the favor, 7-2 up, 5 in the advantage. Chimera find themselves 2 points short of claiming the first map in this best of 3.
Looking to claim this first one here in dominating fashion as they continue to find some quality shots here. Tapping through the smoke. Looking to find something. Madara, though, finds the first pick onto Cords, and Chimera continuously finds these player picks to give themselves that advantage. We'll see the smoke lineup coming out here from Kaguya, but Cursed will break the curse and find another kill here, this time onto Madara, as Pamani will get involved here, collecting the head of Zerald as well. Kaguya, though, quick to turn it back, dropping Slav, and right back here to a 3v3.
And at 15 kills, 3 deaths, have we said Kaguya's name in every single round so far? I would be not surprised if that was the case. And more importantly, the fact that they have only fallen over 3 times in total is another reason why Chimera have a 5-round advantage. As I take a breath, Kaguya takes another head. Warmin falls over. The device is being planted, but for want of no defense from the Five Giants side, because they can't even see what they're trying to contest. The flash comes out over the top, and both members are fully blinded. Curse is now going to find vision back and find themselves being assaulted from Generator as the bullets fly out. Curse does claim Kaguya's life, but Moyanri's there for the trade. And Headshot Box is the last problem for this Chimera side, with 30 seconds left on the defuse timer. The reload from Top Aim's going to leave him in a sticky situation on the fort. Pamani in the 1v1 on the spot is waiting for Moyanri to actually step up and help. Top Aim decides he's not even going to wait for Moyanri. Instead, with the moves like Jagger, the blue suede shoes, some dancing on the point, and deletes his final adversary.
Little footloose action. He said nobody puts Baby in the corner. He's going to do it all by himself here. Chimera now sitting at match point 8-2. What a statement here in game number 1. Again, Five Giants map pick. He'll get one more opportunity going forward here, but Chimera looking to close it out here again, putting on a clinic for the time being, doing very well, not just on defense, but on offense here as well.
Both sides of the coin for this Chimera lineup would be strong. And I mean, you could liken it to the two treads of the proverbial tank in their name. One for the attacking side and one for the defending sides. The treads run consistently strong. Slavanda finds Zarold in an opener of being the one strong respite that the Five Giants lineup have found is that their First Blood King Slavanda is still slaying out. Warmin also claiming another to their name, but Moyanri back ready for the trade. And it seems like every time Five Giants tries to get a lead in the man advantage in the round, Chimera will not let them have it for a second and are ready to trade out a man for man every time.
Always finding that trade, always setting themselves up for success. Moyanri waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Kaguya here as well. Warmin waiting on the other side. Fortunately, neither of them able to find this kill just yet. Both looking for this repeat as well. Warmin on the jiggle. Cursed behind with a spray, but it's Kaguya who comes out on top yet again. Cursed lingering around, but Madara says, hold on, I got that one for you, as they continue to cover each other's
my
back.
God,
Cords,
what the heck was
speaking
that?
of covering their back, Cords with a triple from behind. Chimera unsuspecting as Cords will drop all 3 members and clutch up round number 11.
Never mind Joe from the floor. Someone fetch me a first-class fight to China. I need to go around the world to fetch that one. Cause Disabler pulls out my spinal cord in shock as I see him rinse 3 players in less seconds than I could potentially consider. Even what happened on screen, it's gone. My mind is officially blown. This guy is cracked out of his mind. And at match point for Chimera, Cause Disabler pulls off the impossible to try and claim themselves a fight back.
Yeah, gets as many kills that round as they've had this whole first game. Unfortunately for Five Giants, Chimera is going to be at match point for the remainder of game number 1. And already a player advantage favoring them is Moyanri flirting around this Jin. Top Aim, time and time again, has been an absolute unit with these grenades, finding another Warmin. We'll get Moyanri and now looks for a second, able to clutch up that one as well. Flash is ringing in and the beautiful chaos continues to ensue.
I'm literally gritting my teeth and chewing my nails. Top Aim nails a nade onto Warmin after Warmin has made wonders work with these grenades. We're down to a 2 versus 2. Another one of 5 remaining match points for Chimera, just merely to take game 1 in an explosive response from the Five Giants. They find themselves taking the bomb to B. This man is going to walk 500 miles, and he's going to have to walk 500 miles more if he's going to find himself anywhere close to being able to challenge along with Cursed. Cursed, first point of contact, going to find himself at the breaking point if he doesn't manage to challenge both Top Aim and Zarold in 35 seconds. He's going to have support from teammate as the 2 steps strong. Zarold is very deep on this pixel peak as Top Aim steps away onto the apps ramp. Zarold deletes one of the 2 problems between Chimera and this match point, and it's down to the 2v1. Cords Disabler, can he do it again? Zarold is going to run away and bait the time. Top Aim's going to do the same as well, and Cords Disabler is not going to be given the chance to do it again. As he finds one, he's going to have to push up and slam this guy on top apps and get the disable. Oh, he's not going to have time. He's just not going to have time. He's going to have to commit, and there's no way he gets this off because he just gets swung in the meantime. He gets the kill, but it's over. Chimera have done enough with 5 seconds required to defuse the bomb left, and not enough on the clock. Chimera take just round number 1 in the best of 3, and it's not for want of trying. Cords Disabler, you've got to ask the question, Hort. If Cords Disabler has performed like this for the entirety of that match, would we even be at match point for Chimera?
Yeah, I think maybe you're in my head because that's exactly what I was thinking. And I think maybe they can kind of work that going forward, right? If they can continue that pace now into the second map, then they certainly could take it away from Chimera. It was just Chimera came out swinging from the beginning, really didn't stumble at all, playing just almost perfect Tarkov Arena here on ball. But again, Cords, two phenomenal clutches there at the end. Well, one clutch and one almost clutch, but unfortunately not able to grab it. So Chimera takes this first one 9-3 as we get prepped and ready for map number 2.
I cannot wait for map number 2 after that kind of a response from Five Giants. Okay, you lost map 1, doesn't matter. You found your feet, you started to look to some magic. Cords Disabler has officially plugged his monitor in and turned it on. The rest of the lineup seems to have finally found their shoes, their socks, and gotten out of bed with the Weetabix in check this morning, and Five Giants have come to play. It took them, Chimera, to slam them to match points to get the resurgence, but maybe, just maybe, the Giants might be here to game.
Look in the game, Cords. There was that beautiful triple kill from behind. Great target acquisition, snapping to the heads. Enough said as he sends them packing. Caught the team lacking there, but unfortunately, they aren't able to get the dub here in map number 1. Chimera will take map number 1. We've had one best of 3 at least here today. Five Giants looking to extend this series into a best of 3, but they are going to have to get through this next map first.
And what a map it's going to be. We're going to go to Bay 5, the center of chaos, the amphitheater of action, and the madness that is what has seemed to be the tale of the day for the majority of these teams. A let's play A fake B, or let's play B fake A, or let's just shove all 5 of our members aggressively towards one of these points in the hopes that the Hail Mary in these star players slams home a successful scrape over the match. It's going to be sight mayhem. It's going to be an absolute atrocity when it comes to constructive performance, because Five Giants are doing their best to tear into this Chimera lineup consistency and cause them a problem that they are going to have to deal with. We're going to look to this in Bay 5 to cause even more confusion and hope that they have something strong to answer back to take us to Game 3.
Yeah, Bay 5, another one of those maps where you can be caught off guard by some of those early nades. And we even saw one denying a plant of the device earlier as well, just holding onto some of that utility a little bit later for some of those oppositions. But Five Giants, still their map pick here on Bay 5. So they have an opportunity to find a win to extend this series into 3. And if we happen to get there, that third map would be Skybridge.
So excited to potentially see us go to Skybridge for the third game. The fact that we have a potential best of 3 taking us all the way to Skybridge, which the point I wanted to make, Hort, is we spent a lot of time on Skybridge with the previous qualifying games. A lot of these teams that have been in the original Arena series for the Cup series the first year round, maybe even secondly, the ones that have played throughout the HPL and the Euro League, they have seen themselves consistently enjoying Skybridge as a whole. It's been a very, very consistent playing field because I think teams feel like the majority of strength is in that attacking side. A lot of maps that defer to a defensive strength tend to be the maps that teams will avoid. As you select the map, you normally then don't get the choice as to whether to attack or defend. So when you pick a map, you have to pick a map in the mindset that you have the stronger attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, that we talked about that earlier, just even hoping to find 3 or 4 rounds on that attacking side anymore, kind of hopefully opening up that sails for smooth sailing in that second half. But again, with the talent of all of these teams here today, I mean, we saw Virtus Pro even performing better on the attacking side for most of their maps. So again, it's almost just a toss-up in the wind at this point, but Chimera really looking strong here in map number 1. Kaguya, just insane crosshair placement, the recoil control, the decision-making, everything really coming down to a T for Chimera, and a 9-3 victory is quite the strong statement here for map number 1.
It was a strong statement from Chimera, but I do hesitate to say that the Five Giants lineup were fully in it from the start. I do think that Five Giants needed to take a little bit of time to get themselves settled in to this best of 3. And I'm hoping that that is going to show out in our second match of the day. And as this channel point prediction pops up again for you folks in the chat, who is going to take this game home? Chimera now having an astonishing 198,000 channel points in their favor for taking this back. 25,000 channel points now in the favor of Five Giants. There's a couple of people in the chat seem to have changed their minds after the first performance.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, but I've loved all the interviews that we've had here already today. It's a nice little extra addition to the stream, and luckily for you guys, we got a couple more of those interviews here for you now.
Hello, my name is Topim Sibiri, and I'm playing for Team Chimera. And today I'm gonna answer some questions for you. The first question is, how do you feel about your performance in the group stage? We feel pretty comfortable on the group stage because we end up 3-0, so I hope we're gonna end up winning this tournament and the playoffs as well. The second question is, what are you expecting from your opponent in the quarterfinals? We didn't expect nothing from our opponents, especially for me, it's tough opponent 5G, but I believe in my team, and I think we're gonna crush them 2-0, so good luck to them. And the third question is, what has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? Because we end up 3-0 in the group stage, there's nothing special moments for me. Maybe Madara collection, but it's okay. So, pretty decent group stage. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikita and I'm a player for 5 Giants. And today I will answer some questions. How do you feel about your performance in the group stage? Actually not very positive, since we only left the group from the last chance stage. In the first match we didn't feel confident and actually gave away our victory, taking it to overtime from 7-4 lead score to 8-11 loss, and it was quite annoying. All of us had a fear of making stupid mistakes, which is like the reason why we played very passively, and it became the main problem of that match. But now we're already in playoffs, so everything was as it should be. Everything is fine. What are you expecting from your opponent in the quarterfinal? Actually, we're expecting defeat from our opponent, but what we really want to do is just play a nice match that the viewers can enjoy, and of course I want it to end with our victory, and we will try our best, not gonna lie. What has been the most memorable moment for you so far during the tournament? To be honest, the most memorable moments are the mistakes of my teammates. I will never forget this cringe and I will bully them forever. But in fact, when it comes to memorable moments, 2 highlights immediately pop up in my head. First one is how Varmin won an important 1 versus 2 clutch against Adastra when his HP was literally that low, something about like 50 HP the whole body, that he was 1 shot away from his death. And it was very important to win that round, and it helped us a lot to finish the match after. And the second is how I defended A side against a big fan team. I was alone against 4 people in that land, as I remember, and I killed them all. It was insane.
From Chimera, good luck, 5 Giants, and even more banter from the 5 Giants team, with an insight into the scrims that go beyond the scenes, that go on behind the scenes in preparation for these arena tournaments. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, the players have got their passion out on show. We're not getting the full level of BM that we were hoping for. We were hoping at some point during one of these interviews, a couple of these players were going to step up and really stand strong for their team and just throw a little bit of sauce in the mix. But as I'm sure as the scene develops, we are going to get more and more teams confident coming into these events. We are going to get more and more teams that are going to come out with comments like, I expect to 2-0 confidently a team, and good luck to them trying to stop us, because that's the confidence you want coming into these kind of events if you think you are going to take the whole tournament. Not just saying that we're going to 2-0 5 Giants here, but they believe they can take it all the way to the top, the Chimera, and, well, so far you can't argue with them. Their results have been literally not dropping a map, such. They have dropped more rounds in this quarterfinal than we expected them to thus far, given their strong performance, and that's purely testament to how good Five Giants have been. So the question is to Five Giants, how much more have you got to give?
Well, if you weren't a fan of Cords before that triple KO, I'm certainly a fan of him after that. He said, "My most memorable moments were my teammates' mistakes. I will hold them to that forever." So it's great to see that fun, friendly banter even amongst the teams there as well. But we talk about how we are now into our final match of the day. Chimera taking on Five Giants. Chimera just needing one more map to close it out. But as we often talk about, the action doesn't end just because today is about to be over. You can see there Saturday the 16th, we have a little bit more playoff action to go. Of course, that grand final coming in on Sunday as well. So plenty of action still ahead of us here in the EFT Arena Cup Series number 2.
Yeah, cannot wait.
Chimera, Five Giants now to Bay 5 as we get ready here as well. I mean, I felt like Chimera was just firing all cylinders. And to your point, it was a dominating performance, but you said, maybe Five Giants weren't really quite going just yet. We saw them really kind of open it up in those last few rounds. So hopefully, they can kind of carry that momentum forward from those rounds. Again, I love watching this Tarkov action. I've been having a ton of fun here today. So I certainly would not be disappointed if we get to go to Skybridge. So hopefully Five Giants can sneak this one on out and maybe extend that series here into that best of 3.
Interesting to see if they are going to extend this out into the best of 3 here. For some reason, I got myself rather confused as to what was going on screen for a second as my mic decided to disconnect itself from Discord. Apologies there, chat, and Hawk, for leaving you in the lurch for the moment there. A bit lost in the sauce for a second. The ball showing us a strength from Chimera. Bay 5, however, we have known to be chaos. As we go to Bay 5, I think if you're a Five Giant player, you've got to look to try and get inside of the minds of Chimera a little bit here. I'm not saying that the Five Giants lineup is less skilled than Chimera is. I'm saying that with that positivity and the sick mind that Cords Disabler has to be able to whip triple kill people like that and then giggle it off as the mistakes of the teammates are the highlight of their play, I'm looking to that kind of sixth sense from the Five Giants to come out to sort of weave their way into this Chimera lineup. Maybe upset Kaguya or Madara Flow. Just put a little thorn in their step. Because right now, nothing has stopped that Madara flow. The Kaguya strength has been just back-to-back flawlessness and performance where they've been able to step into the lurch has Madara been taken out. And the rest of the team, Moyanri as well, in strength, standing strong on that point, where Top Aim again did the dirty dancing, like we said, the blue suede shoes moves around the boxes on the point without needing that 2v1 support to come in, just claiming that fight for their own. So Chimera absolutely trying their best to flex on Five Giants, but Five Giants saying that they definitely do need to be shown the respect that they deserve and that they won't just be walked over.
Yeah, and that's the whole plan here. At the end, we saw some really good flanks from Cords. We saw him kind of stifle Kaguya a little bit, but I feel like it's just so hard to slow Kaguya down right now. I mean, really showing up here today. A really great showing in map number 1. Looking to put on a clinic here in map number 2, I'm sure, as Chimera wants to break out the brooms and end it in sweeping fashion. But Five Giants will certainly have other plans. And again, it is their map pick. So, hopefully they can pull one out here and again, send us off to Skybridge. But I mean, how do you slow down Kaguya and the rest of Chimera at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you potentially need to go and hire a tank of your own, right? It's not good enough being Five Giants. Apparently, you need Five Giants and an assault vehicle to be able to get yourself onto point to plant this blast pack in the Blast Gang game mode. And as we get ourselves set up for rocking into Bay 5, we're going to need to see some form of a strength of assault from Five Giants to pull us back in any respite. Bearing in mind that Chimera have dominantly taken home the first game in this best of 3, they are 1-0 up. And they only need one more to convert themselves through into the semi-final matchup. Remember, folks at home, if you've not been able to follow along with the bracket, the schedule, any of the information about the players, the kill points, and who it was that they took down to get their way through to this playoff section, and get yourselves on the website, arena.tarkov.com/esports/Arena Cup Series will find you navigating to this wonderful website that has been created in the background for everybody to be able to enjoy the entertainment and not miss out on any of the matches that you might not have had time to catch live and the information that left on standing. We have seen many a team fall short getting to the playoff stage. We have seen many a team couples specifically, such as Oil Rig, rise up through adversity and claim their right to a semi-final spot from a team that has looked near unstoppable in EPA in our second semi-final of the day. Tarkov Help were pushed to their limits from Arena Misfits in the first quarterfinal to claim their semi-final spot going up against Oil Rig. And the previous match, the best of three we saw before the first of this amazing best of three, Sicario and Virtus Pro again took us all the way to 3 games after Sicario performed phenomenally in response to some great map play in game 1 to take game 2 back to a 1-on-1, dropping us into that deciding third map. Sadly, Sicario did depart the tournament in the quarterfinals there, Virtus Pro claiming the first of the 2 second semi-final spaces. And this match here today will decide the final competitor in our semi-finals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right, tomorrow we will be featuring 2 more best of 3s to qualify 2 teams to the Arena Cup Series final, the finishing section of the playoffs, where 2 teams will have their chance to claim the Arena Cup Series 2. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be played on Sunday. So you see here the schedule up on screen for you, the 16th. Tomorrow, Saturday, we will be starting at 4 p.m. Russian time. So that's slightly earlier start time like we had last week before instead of our later time. And for those of you not sure on the time schedules, we're going to get that cooked up for you now. I am not 100% sure on what the 4 p.m. because it was 8. Hold up. Math. Where's my Einstein equations? We're doing it. Okay. So 4 p.m., so 4, 5, 8 is... Okay, so 1 p.m. British Standard Time, so 1 p.m. UK time, which I believe converts is 8 for
8
you,
a.m.
Port? 8 a.m.
Yes,
Eastern. There we go. So 8 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. Russian time for you guys to come and watch the semi-finals for tomorrow. But less of that nonsense. We've got potentially 2 more games to watch here today. And first things first, it's going to be Bay 5. 5 Giants on the mission to try and save their semi-final hopes.
5 Giants back up against the wall, do or die here for the longevity of their playoff run. Madara and Chimera good at being patient, holding these angles. Slav will step out, peeks back just in time, and we talk about how timing is everything. Not working out the favor there of Chimera. Pomani, that's spot 1 here on the other side as well. A lot of bullets being exchanged, but nobody falling down just yet.
Well, and as you say that, Kaguya again is going to curse us on the caster bench. Warmin is going to find themselves well folded. Zarold finds Pomani from that box's position in parkour outside a connector. Kaguya backs them up with their second as Slavana is diced into decimation. Top Aim decides that Kaguya has had enough of the frags and they would like a couple of their own. Takes out the team kill onto them to stop their aggression. Cause Disabler shuts Zarold down in connector. And as Cause Disabler is going to plant the bomb, Kirst is going to leave their back open for Top Aim to claim that one. Kirst does respond onto Top Aim in time, and Kirst is going to destroy all 3. Okay.
5 Giants. Let's go, baby. Carrying some of that momentum over. You talk about the crosshair placement from Kirst in that last round as well. Really just setting himself up for success. 2 beautiful shots and then allowing that final member to peek right into the crosshair. 5 Giants. This is exactly what they need, especially after that 9-3 loss in the previous map. They're able to come out here, find the opening round, and on attack nonetheless.
What an opening round. And a great way to start off game 2. You want to put fear in the hearts of your enemy. Well, take a lead from a team that's been dominant into you in map 1. Well, put them at deficit straight off the rip. That's one way to scare them.
One way to scare him. Smoke's coming out. Kirst again, absolutely on fire. Pumping heads and getting red, as we love to say. My man is lighting them up out here. Kaguya, though, quick to find it back. He's been that juggernaut on the other side of things. Madara, Kirst will find one more on the Top Aim. A bit of back and forth, but Chimera right now has that slight favor advantage. But Slav from behind, finding that equalizer. Kaguya already has 4 in the mix here. Madara going to the site. The smoke's still there. 5 Giants looking to decide what they want to do.
Yeah, smoke is going to wane out, and both of those Chimera members that were currently being covered off with that are going to find themselves a little bit open as Kaguya, a momentary misstep, is going to be caught running by Slavanda without that crosshair placement up in time, and that's going to leave Madaraflow, the last member standing. Chimera, short of a miracle, about to find themselves 2 rounds down in Bay 5. Kirst and Slavanda do need to get this bomb, but they don't need to do that if they can just kill Madaraflow. and the 2v1 comes to fruition. Chimera find themselves 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, Cursed is having a field day out here in these first 2 rounds. 6-0 to start things off. We talk about them looking for that single spark to ignite that spectral fire, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in Cursed, really looking to propel his team forward here. So with that being said, we head into round 3. 5 Giants looking strong here through the first 2.
Nades out. Early aggression onto the red container gets dipped away from top aim. That wonderful aerial view provided by the producers there, showing us how the Chimera lineup are weathering the storm of that early utility usage from 5 Giants on the aggression as they storm into the B point. 5 strong. Warmin is going to demand respect from top aim and claim him, not giving it. Zarold is going to step into Pomani though, and then as the smoke foams up into Connector, you shall not pass through there without challenge. Matter of Flow does find Warmin on the back of the play, but Slavanda finds Moyanri to cancel that one out with 3-3, and with the device being planted, this is going to have to be a retake from Chimera. Slavanda silences Matter Flow. Kaguya is going to creep into this point here, but he's going to find Cords Disabler behind the box. Not going to see him straight off the rip. He's going to read the point position, but Cords Disabler is there to disable. Zarold, last left alive. 3 members strong on 5 Giants. And Cursed is here. Cursed is ready. He's heard the audio, and Zarold is no longer with us as 5 Giants take us to 3.
Cursed, maybe exactly that is what he is here for Chimera. A Curse, an absolute domination here through these first 3 rounds and continuing to have a ton of success. Now already 7 on the board. Slav with 4 not too far behind him there. And Pomani's going to have to fight to get a kill if Slav and Curse keep this up.
It's going to be kind of crazy. I mean, if Slav and Curse keep cursing people and killing people like this, then there's not going to be any members of the Chimera lineup left for the rest of his team to be able to claim frags from. It's been phenomenal so far, and the flood to this B point has been the 5 Giants' success, and as the smoke gets thrown in their direction, they're already too far past it. It's too late. They don't care. The speed is go, the speed is now, and those 3 members don't even have the bomb with them. So as Kaguya and the other remaining member of Chimera are holding this B point fake, they're going to find themselves wondering, where is the bomb?
Where is the bomb? There at mid, though, on the minimap, we can see Moyanri actually finds Cursed. Cords, though, lurking there. Moyanri not aware that there was a second individual there. So with that pick, 5 Giants will look to maybe swing this toward the A site. They have plenty of time to get the plant down. And now on the lurking flank, Slav will find Madara. Nicely set up here by 5 Giants. And the strategy's working to a T at the moment.
And look at the movement from the 3 players that rotated from the B point. As soon as the play comes to fruition, as Zarold claims Slavanda, the 3 members fly from parkour through the midsection, through gap, and in to come and cover the plan. 2 coming through, cut off one of the rotations. That's where Slavanda's placement is perfection. Pomani picks Zarold on that rotation as well and is going to hold this position in gap so that top aim can't get free access to the point. The only member involved in the play right now is going to be Kaguya in this office position. And with 2 members ready, they're going to need top aim to support them to be able to challenge. Top aim does find the frag onto Pomani inside of that gap, but it's going to just level it into a 2v2. It's not going to give them an advantage. It's just going to even the playing field. Flash door to door is going to challenge the progression. Kaguya is going to step into Warmin, and the challenge comes out from Cords Disabler. Kaguya cancels, but that's not going to give them enough time. They are going to get shots down, and Warmin does claim the killing time again. Less than a second on the clock, and I can't do this. I need more breath.
I think there was about 30/10 of a second left on that defusal. Great decision-making here by 5 Giants yet again, and they find themselves up 4-0. I mean, if you would have told me that after game 1, I would probably call you insane. But here we are yet again, 5 Giants. I mean, both of these teams, we know the skill is there, but for 5 Giants to battle back after that first deficit, now up 4-0, really looking for that opportunity to head into Skybridge.
What a crazy start to this game, and 4-0 to the 5 Giants side as Zarold finally claims a first blood for their team, and the second as Slavanda is caught jumping out of the smoke into their grave.
Woo! Top aim yet again, finally able to extinguish that hot flame that has been Cursed. So we see Chimera having a bit of success here in round 5, but not out of it just yet. Cords, Pomani working on the other side of the hangar here, slowly inching forward. They're going to catch Kaguya jumping across as well. The tracking is there. Pomani finds another. And now from a 5v2 to a 2v3, Cords, Pomani looking to do the unthinkable. 5 Giants are looking just like that. Mighty big Giants here.
Yeah, and Cause Disabler is going to get deleted by Matter of Flow, but the challenge is going to step out from Pomani to trade them out. And Pomani knew the positioning of Moyanri. Moyanri has stepped up closer to this fuel container here, but they're not going to be able to support themselves without Zarold being brought into the cross. The only way that Chimera secures this round strong is by making Pomani step up into the challenge. Pomani is going to grab one of those stronger weapons, so M80 onto this Enforcer, so the tank is supported with better bullets, grab the bomb, and with 30 seconds left on the play, I don't think a rotation is potential right now. I mean, if you're going to try and go, you have to go and try and fake it, which they are going to do. They're going to run some audio around, try and move one of the players away from Connected to give an opening. Zarold has to come back in. Pomani does not get to convert on the cross. They swing hard. Pomani gets a great kill. Oh my days. Pomani nails Zarold to the wall. And in the 1v1, the bomb fake might just be what they need to deliver. Pomani's going to step off and challenge it. And Pomani's going to win it. 5 Giants move to 5-0. What is going on?
I don't know what happened in between game number 1 and 2. I don't know if it was maybe those interviews that they watched that really sparked that fuel, but whatever it is, 5 Giants keep it up. It's working 5-0. After Chimera dominated 9-3 in Bowl, we see a complete swap for the time being, but not quite out of the first half just yet.
I honestly, at this point in time, I'm even mispronunciating names for being able to steal breaths within pronouncing. Madaraflow being the one person that has actually a long enough name for me able to steal breaths between syllables. Bearing in mind how much action is going down right now. As correctly pointed out for those cultured members inside of the chat, the reference from Naruto, Madara, spelt M-A-D-A-R-A, showing that the flow is strong with this one as Madaraflow steps into the kill feed for 2 after picking up an early kill supported by one of their team members. 5 Giants find themselves down to 1 player left into 4, and it's all on Cause Disabler again, and this time the favors are not in the form of the 5 Giants. Chimera will claim 1 back against this 5 Giants lineup on Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, they desperately needed to start gathering some rounds here before we get close to the end of the first half. So they're able to do that. If they can get a couple more here in a row, they can easily work their way back into this game. But, I mean, we talked about how do you slow down Chimera? How do you slow down Kaguya? Well, it seems like 5 Giants have certainly found the answer here in Bay 5.
5 Giants might have found the answer to the Bay 5 solution, but the question is, this is only the beginning of the climb. If they manage to wrangle a victory out of the hands of Chimera here in Map 2, then they still have to go to Map 3 and do it all over again in such a dominant performance. Warmin is going to jump across Zarold, but that's going to give them a chance for a free fight. Madaraflow finds Slavender there as well, and it's going to result in 2 5 Giants members being back on the bench early in round number 7. 5 to their advantage, 4 up between the 2, but finding themselves members down again.
And then we talk about the ebb and flow, slowing things down just a bit here. Outnumbered, outgunned for the time being. Kaguya and crew has a chance to just be patient, allow them to walk into those crosshairs, hold these angles. There is a crossfire here. We see Kaguya on the other side there. 5 Giants tries to make their way in. Unfortunately, Cords will be picked off by Moyanri as well. Pomani trying to pressure in. Unfortunately, we'll have to step into this crossfire, and it is going to be a wise decision to back off just a bit. Curse spots 1 on the jump across. Shots ringing out. Unfortunately, can't connect. Kaguya will find Pomani, and Zarold will take out Top Aim as well. So a little bit of team kill action finally coming in. Zarold will find Cursed, and Chimera will be able to gather their second round.
Yeah, whatever cursed deity Curse would be praying to be able to try and find a way out of that round. Unfortunately, the gods did not answer this time. Cursed is being asked to sit down and wait for the next potential to be able to take a round off of Chimera. 2 now to their boon, finding themselves closing the gap.
Closing the gap 1 round at a time. That is the goal. That's how you got to kind of attack the situation here. Just 1 round at a time, as we've only got 1 round left here before we do swap sides. Nades come raining down just a bit too far on that one as we see him look to get into position to jump across, and Zarold able to find 1 on Slab. Gets Warmin here as well. A phenomenal start. Quartz answers back with a 2K of their own.
I mean, it's Cords. This is what we've seen Cords do so well in the second match of the 2, where they started the strength and resurgence from the 5 Giants lineup. The phenomenal 3K they got in the back of the ball match that they didn't end up taking home, but has definitely motivated this 5 Giants lineup to believe that they can challenge Chimera. One of the strongest teams coming out of the qualification section find themselves 3 match points down in the second map. They are up 1 map to 0 in the best of 3, but at the moment, they need to find 3 more rounds to level the playing field. and Chord's Disabler to stop them inside of this round number 8. Chord's Disabler currently killing 3 members, claiming all of the Chimera bodies so far from this round. It's all going to come down to Madara and Top Aim to be able to save it, and Chord is going to get this plant off.
Going to be able to get the plant off. Top Aim lurking about. Here's his partner behind. Does a quick double take. We see him jumping onto the site, so that'll give out the information to that connector side as Chords lingers around the back of Harbor here. Oh, Madara finding the shot onto Chords, and with that, back to a 2v2. Look at the clear out the site. 5 Giants doing a good job of playing back. Pomani will find one. He was actually shooting at Top Aim, but Madara stepped into the crosshair, and now time ticking away. Looks to fake the defusal around the other side. Cursed is spotted. The spray comes in, and the pre-fire will favor Cursed in this one. So 5 Giants will clutch up yet again another round before the first half. And 6-2 is a very strong showing to start things off.
And we've seen a slight adjustment again, a different weapon being chosen for the side of Cursed. Running in that assault class on the AUG with M856A1 is an interesting decision there. Very curious to see that that one is performing extremely well, not a weapon I would have considered with that combination, as we see Moyanri also running this assault M856A1 AUG, which seems to be doing some work. I mean, Slavander's head gets popped through the window here. That's just a great double kill.
And then peeking over the top, there's Chord's Disabler again. Great crosshair placement, great real recoil control, everything falling into place there for Moyanri on that round. But now we've swapped sides. Chimera will get an opportunity of their own on the attacking side. 5 Giants only needing 3 rounds to close this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chimera need themselves 7 to be able to get themselves to winning this match. So 5 Giants equally can win 1 round for every 2 that Chimera win and still take this one all the way home, so long as they keep the tempo. 5 Giants now on the defending side as well. It is in the hands of Chimera to make magic happen when it comes to planting this bomb and defending it, to be able to stop 5 Giants from taking map number 2. Sylvander is deep in this alley here and is going to step out into Kaguya, as well as giving information to Chords that if they swing together, they might be able to challenge well. And speaking of swinging together, there's Chords and Sylvander working together to make magic happen. Kaguya and Madara sitting down inside of the alley to the 5 Giants domination. Moyanri looking to try and take that space back for Chimera. He is going to claim 1 onto Slavander. His Chord's going to fall prey next. Now Chords is going to tickle him a little bit and force him to back off. Retakes the ground and defends this A point. The bomb is still sitting mid with Top Aim, and there is still a player from 5 Giants holding the parkour section, as well as a player of 5 Giants near their spawn by the white van. Their side ready to rotate should the call come in. You hear 1 member running on the metal from Chimera, pushing all the way around to Forklift to probe the area and scout to see if there's room to get onto this point. In reaction, the 5 Giants member from spawn is rotating into that B point on the minimap to try and contest that, whilst the mid fight goes down. Gunfire rings out. Top Aim wins mid. Moyanri wins on the A point and clears that out. And it's now left to the 2 remaining members, Cursed and Pomani, to stop this Chimera approach, and it could go anywhere. At this point in time, Zarold is holding Cursed hostage inside of the B point, while the last remaining member in Pomani is going to try and cross over to the A point. Cursed does find Zarold blocking him off and opens up the access to be able to rotate, but with Moyanri and Moyanri and Top Aim even left alive, the 2 versus 2 is going to be very tough as they have position control over Ali.
Have the control over Ali for the time being. We can see Cursed and Pomani on the other side of that wall beginning to make their way in toward this site. They have so many different angles, spots to clear. Meanwhile, Moyanri and crew get to be patient. They will spot the head of Cursed. The sprays will come out, and now they'll wait for a little bit of help here from 5 Giants.
Wow.
Cursed able to thread the needle and find Moyanri, and again, Pomani will step out and get Top Aim as well. 5 Giants. They may have struggled a little bit in game number 1, but they are firing on all cylinders here in game number 2.
5 Giants resurge. Whoever sat inside of the 5 Giants chat in the halfway break between game 1 and game 2 needs to go and give themselves a pat on the back. Whatever inspiration or motivation has surged up in this 5 Giants lineup, they need to live off of this and feed off of this, not only to close out this game confidently, but to ride on that momentum all the way through to game 3 in the potential upset to knock Chimera out of their chance for the semi-finals. I cannot believe I might be able to say this, but 5 Giants, with a strong performance like this, might be able to punch back, but as Zarold blows warm in one of the grenade wonders out of the round, 5 Giants are going to find themselves down a man in round number 10.
They need any advantage they can get because Kurst is absolutely going nutty here on Bay 5. Will find the pick and opt to go prone. Has a little bit of help here from Pomani from behind and has to be careful. Madara does spot one more. Yanri, though, finds the pick on to Kurst, who was prone. Pomani quick to get the trade back, and that will give out the intel that Madara needs. Shots fire in. Top aim. Able to collect him. Pomani as well. Now in a 3v2. Chimera trying to fight their way back into this one.
3 versus 2. All 3 lethal fraggers on the Chimera side that we normally look to alive. Zarold trying to confuse us with the fact that they are carrying the top of the leaderboard as Madara claims one onto Slavander. Cord's Disabler takes top aim out in a converse trade. Separate 1v1s going either way. Madara is immediately disabled, but Kaguya claims Cord's Disabler in the trade, and that's going to claim Chimera their third in this. 7-3 now. Chimera looking a little stronger on the attacking side, but only one apiece so far.
Only so far to go. And again, the Giants now only needing 2 before Chimera has to get 5. You talked about having that upper hand, that little bit of a security blanket, some breathing room. And 5 Giants certainly able to work off of that here as they continue to apply this early pressure. And again, it's going to be all up to Chimera here to find a way to work into these sites, find that plant.
Such an aggressive performance out of the 5 Giants. Such a strong resurgence from the side that was struggling into this Chimera lineup on Bowl, and looks like they have found some magic within a team performance where 2 members have swung numbers advantages well from 5 Giants and capitalized on when they have come out of the initial opener of the round with a numbers advantage. Zarold is going to find Warman wanting. Of course, Disabler also is going to get pasted by Zarold. Slavander finds top aim. Kaguya finds Slavander in again. The Chimera's strength being that they will never let a kill go without trading one back. Madara on the back alley positioning. Kurst is going to try and cause havoc and bring that Curse to fruition. Someone's going to step in front of him and find a free kill. That's Zarold falling to Curse there in the back. Curse is then going to step into Madara. That tank and the Enforcer as Madara's icon is going to show the swirly icon. A couple of headshots being saved, and that is going to crown Chimera the round. The Enforcer kit coming out strong there and playing its part.
Looking strong here as they begin to battle back an inch closer to getting back into this one. 5 Giants wanting to close it out as quickly as possible, but Chimera inching closer toward that tie game. Zarold really stepping it up here in game number 2 for Chimera as well. Now hitting that double kill mark with 12. On the other side of things, both Kurst and Cords have reached double digits.
Oh, the irony in top aim having the least kills on their team. The funny jokes inside of my head are amounting, but as we talk about this, we are going to talk about the fact that 5 Giants have still got a 3-round advantage here and only need 2 more to close this out. Audio is going to be made towards this B point as Madara is telegraphing one of these fake plays that we've seen be so fruitful today as the bomb is playing its way around the mid-stack containers, just deep of Tetris so it can't be grenaded from one of those good lineups that I know a lot of teams are quite fond of towards Tetris. Actually, here's the potential return nade for this push, so you can throw a nade here to their door, your door, alley, or the point from that position, and then you can play a tempo push off of this. But as we don't see it go down, we're actually looking at 3 Chimera members starting to work their way towards the B point. Madara finds Pomani inside of Connector for a kill. Kurst finds Kaguya and is going to then be challenged by Madara. Kurst steps away from the angle. Madara checks the opposite side. Top aim's going to bring the bomb towards Forklift. Kurst is going to find himself cursed a little bit by numbers.
Cursed by numbers. Ooh, and Madara finding the one onto Kurst here as well. And Moiranri gets another back and forth. The trades come in. Warman with a 2K of their own. Unfortunately, will be picked off by Zarold here now. The weight on the shoulders of Slav. Looking to remain patient, making sure he's not getting flanked. The device will go down. Look at the pressure in. The counter fire is there. And Moiranri being patient in Connector will find the pick. Chimera slowly inching back into this one now, just 2 away from tying it up.
And it's inspiration from Zarold. Zarold is playing out of their mind. Not, like I said, normally the one to be topping the frag list, not because they're not skilled enough to do so, but just normally because of how much the demons that he's alongside are playing so well. This time, a slightly quieter game out of Kaguya, and even more so out of top aim, is showing that Zarold has more than their weight to be able to pull the extra that's being dropped off by the other members of their team. No backpack being required. It's an equally shared effort from the Chimera side as all 5 members able to step up when required. 5 Giants 7-5 now. As you said, that gap ever creeping closer. And as a Five Giants member, you've got to start being a bit nervous here. You've got to look to whatever it was that had broke the tides and try and redouble these efforts down as Slavander swings for that first Blood King we know him so best for.
Yeah, Chimera getting 3 rounds in a row now, but we'll have the first to lose a member here in round 13. And Kaguya inching forward. We saw a lot of that run and gun, that jump high fast action, but Chimera slowing things down here a little bit, looking to change up the pace and potentially mix up these strategies. Cords leaning out here near back alley, looking for a bit of intel as Moyanri will jump across as well. And it looks like they are looking to execute onto the A site here.
Cannot believe that we're going to be finding ourselves in a numbers equality on this A site, as we have still a Five Giants member laying towards the B side as 4 versus 4 comes in. The aggressive approach onto the point is going to be created by Kaguya as he steps into door just outside of the smoke and claims 1. Office is going to be telegraphed and Kaguya is going to try and bait them out. Doesn't force the push aggressively. Kirst is going to step as Cords Disabler kills Kaguya. That's a good bit of team play there. The distraction of the eyes averted causes Kirst to pick up 1. Moyanri finds Kirst. Slavander finds Moyanri. And the trades come in true. Madara last alive to defend Chimera's hopes. And Pomani finds them from mid on the rotation. Five Giants step back and push themselves to match point in game number 2.
Here we go. Match point for the Five Giants, and they've got 3 opportunities to close this one out as well and send us into Skybridge for the best of 3. It's been nothing but action-packed here today during this Arena Cup Series 2. And again, I mean, these 2 teams certainly not disappointing. I would love to see a map number 3.
And there is a reason why when I spoke to some of the teams between qualifiers and the knockout stages, that a couple of the top tier teams had said to me in whispers, in rumors, that they were worried about potentially having to face Five Giants to qualify through to playoffs because of how scary this side can be. And they're absolutely proving that their knowledge is again well worth the weight in gold, as Five Giants are that much closer to tying this up.
14 for Kirsten this one. Pomani Cords, both double digits. Slav not too far behind as well, as Warman's going to find the first one to open things up. Madara quick to trade it back, and Kurst will get another on the Kaguya. Slav, Moyanri, everybody getting involved in the action. Chimera, luckily, able to keep the player advantage. We're going to step into the crosshair, not able to hit it as Madara will find Pomani, and unfortunately, I think Pomani wishes they could have that one back.
Yeah, I think that one's going to feel a little bit unfortunate. One of the kills coming in ended up being a team kill trade in between players being fired left, right, and center, where the action went down through the chaos of the smoke, and it caused an unfortunate crisis. This is going to leave Cords Disabler in a situation that they're absolutely very familiar with, it seems like, in the 1v3, with the world stacked against them, and all of their optimism brought to the table in how they're going to pull it off. Steps in, Forklift does not challenge in time, but Madara steps up and finishes Cords Disabler's final thoughts as to whether they can claim match point this time around. Chimera moved to 6, the gap closes to 2.
As it gets closer and closer, I begin to sweat a little bit more here. We might just have ourselves another overtime if Five Giants can't find a way to close it out here within these next couple rounds. And again, we saw Chimera this time stumbling a little bit here early in map number 2, but they've been able to kind of bring it back here just a bit. They still got to get through these next 2 rounds, however.
Yeah, an absolutely crazy, crazy game. And as we're having a little bit of information popped into our ears here, the meta is shifting and the weapon choices have been diverse. I've had a list of multiple weapons sent to me about how many people have picked different things. And it looks like we have a total of 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. There's 16 different weapons that have been picked in total already. So diversity being brought to the table. And it looks like the favor of them all falls with that of the M4.
Yeah, well, we've seen today that even though the weapons are nice, it's about the skill of the hands that is firing them, as we saw the Ash 12 action earlier, but this time it's Cords finding one here as well. 5Gs still at a player disadvantage for the time being as Kaguya continues to linger around this back alley. Slav on the other side has been spotted. He knows that Cords is over here somewhere, being cautious, but the plant will go down.
Kaguya's going to find one on Sylvander. Cursed finds top aim back. The bomb does not get planted. It actually gets killed just as the plant is trying to go through. Zarold there now defending the position of the bomb. Cursed fakes him his shoulder, tries to give him a center patchwork, but doesn't give the full peek. And then Zarold's going to step into Cursed's crosshair, and that's going to be the curse completed. Moyanri is not going to get into connector in time to challenge Curse before they find good position behind cover. Curse going to hold their position whilst Chord's Disabler tries to come closer. Again, the Chimera member also rotating is going to find Cursed side open. It's 2 versus 1 now, and Chord's Disabler is in a tough spot. Chimera going to collect the bomb and look to put a plant down. Going to run around onto the point and plant it for connector with protection from Forklift side. Moyanri is going to back off of the point as Chord's Disabler steps up. Shots ring out. Nobody finds the floor. Again, double swing. Both members move away. The time is in the favor of 5 Giants, and as Chimera kill the last remaining member with 2 seconds left on the clock, instead of trying to plant a decisive push from the 2 Chimera members, sandwiches Cursed and stops him from pulling out the clutch.
I'm kind of a little bit shocked that we're here, especially after this dominating performance from 5 Giants, but we saw how well Chimera can play, more specifically in map number 1, and now they've been able to bring it back here, just 1 away from tying things up and sending us into another crazy overtime.
And it's not the top frags. The key crucial thing in this match is going to be one of 2 things. Is one team going to get an early grenade kill, or who goes down first? Does Sylvander find first blood again for strength to 5 Giants, or is Zarold going to put X marks the spot onto one of these 5 Giants' heads and claim them the opening advantage? That has told and foretold the tale of each round from so far in this match. Every round we have seen except from 1. If Zarold goes down early, 5 Giants take the win. If Sylvander is silenced before able to make his mark, Chimera claim the round. And as we move 1 round apiece, it is on 5 Giants to win this, or Chimera to take us to overtime. Warman has to be extremely careful here. Zarold can and will kill him through that gap. Kaguya strong 2 down this mid push. Gonna look to try and isolate Warman. They spot him on the peak as Kaguya finds nothing but a heavy bleed for his boon. And Warman sends him packing.
Looks to send him packing here. Chords and the rest of the crew trying to lock down the site here. A lot of this action kind of hanging out around mid. Zarold will spot him through the cheeky peek. Unfortunately, can't connect with the shots and we'll have to back off. Rotating over toward this A site. Here comes the Stampede, the Mastodon infantry as they look to explode on here. Chords lurking back, has Warman on the crossfire here as well. We can see some smokes coming out, trying to block off some of those lines of sight as the exchange comes in. The plan is there. Warman rushes in, but Zarold says, don't worry about it, top aim. I've got your back, baby.
And this is where we need to see the 2 remaining 5 Giants members back off to safety. One of them, Sylvander, trying to back off, manages to find a kill onto Zarold. And onto top aim, it's Sylvander still alive. And this might be the difference maker. 2 members go down. Sylvander's going to find Kaguya on the door. Chord's Disabler is going to kill Sylvander accidentally in the aggression, in the desperation to clear the members off of the site. Madara in the rat spot. Moyanri in support. Cursed and Chord's Disabler hugging each other's shoulder. Chord steps and kills him. Cursed gets deleted by Moyanri. Pamani on the flank tries to find Moyanri in response. Moyanri has good cover and he goes down! 5 Giants are taking us to 3!
What an exciting way to end game number 2 as Chimera almost able to bring this one back and extend it into overtime. 5 Giants able to lock it down on the final round here, 9-7, as we get ready for some Skybridge action.
And if you have been here for it, if you were present when the Arena Cup Series 2 started, played out, and came through to playoffs, then you have realized that the last game of the day is always set to be a blockbuster. Oil Rig and Paravision took us all the way at the end of last weekend, and now Chimera and 5 Giants. 5 Giants are going to send us to game 3, as Chimera seem to have finally found some response to the 5 Giants' strength, but not quick enough to stop them from stealing a map back.
I was getting a little bit worried for them there, but consistently rang true and really off the back of Cursed. I know he had a plethora of kills throughout this one. We see a lot of great action from both of these squads here throughout the replay, but Cursed really having a dominating performance here on Bay 5.
I'm just going to be sitting here in absolute awe with the strength of the opening performance from 5 Giants. For 5 rounds, folks, these highlights are going to be all red, red, red. It's been strength to strength to strength, and as the table started to turn, Madara stepped with power to try and claim names, taking a quick set of double here with Moyanri following up with 2 of their own. It's just too strong from Five Giants out of the gate though, and they put themselves at enough of a buffer, 6-2, going into that half to be able to claim map number 2. Now, moving on into map number 3, we're going to need to see more of this kind of magic from Cursed, from Pamani, from Zarold, and the remaining members of Chimera if either team is going to look to take themselves through to the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, this final map pick does, or at least, I won't say it favors, but it's at least Chimera's map pick on the day here. So going into something that they might be a little bit more comfortable with as well, or potentially have worked out some strategies or plays ahead of time. But as we've seen here today, it doesn't really matter. We've had some crazy upsets. We've had some close games. We've had one not as close game, but that was kind of where that upset came in from the oil rig game, only giving up 4 rounds in total through 2 games to Team EPA. So it's going to come all down to this. We've got 1 spot left here in the semifinals. Chimera or Five Giants. Who's it going to be?
Oof. So many questions. So many questions to be asked and so many challenges to be met. The Five Giants lineup have proved that they do not want to go out without a fight, have proved that Chimera, if they are going to stand up to this perfect performance that they put out through the qualifiers, that they are going to have to knock down the doors of Five Giants and storm the fort that is the force to be reckoned with.
Well, somebody made out fat on those channel points. That's for sure. I think after that first showing, a lot of the fans out there were certainly favoring Chimera, but Five Giants showing you that it's not over until it's over as we get to extend this series just a little bit longer. And honestly, I'm a little bit thankful because it's just been a really exciting day here. It's packed full of action. And again, a huge shout out to Battle State Games and Hunt Premier for allowing me and Crack to come on here and just yell at the mic and have a little fun. So again, thank you for that. We certainly appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The thank yous to Battle State Games, the Hunt Premier, Gigabyte Aorus, and sponsoring the event and providing some of those amazing prizes. There are some of you guys out there that still haven't claimed those prizes as well. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if your name has been called out throughout the stream and you have been selected to claim one of these beautiful monitors, then get in touch with Apple. Get yourself into the DMs of one of those Discord mods so you can get yourself that prize claimed. I believe Erjao, 61, and Chukan. You guys need to reach out to claim those monitors. I do believe that the third monitor that was drawn today that we did call out did get claimed. I believe one of them has been picked up now. So one of those monitors that was missed out on, then congratulations and well done for claiming your prize. But please, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you get yourselves in touch with the Battle State Games crew if you would like to claim that monitor. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be right to set up the stage with any missing parts. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take 5, and we'll catch you right back here just after this short intermission for the last game of our final quarterfinal of the day. 1-1, Five Giants versus Chimera. We'll be right back after this.
Prepare for the arena.
Versus blue, we are coming for you. You gotta move fast, or you gotta finish last. We are gladiators, you better appreciate us. Hear them cheer, welcome to arena.
Prepare for the arena.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back, hot off of the break, quicker than the timer, because the action has started. The guys have got straight into the game, and rather than miss any of it, we decided to cut straight to it for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the deciding game. That's it now. No more best of 3. This is a best of 1 to take the final spot in the semi-finals to potentially challenge Virtus Pro for a spot in the final. 5 Giants versus Chimera.
And they are chomping at the bit to get this final game underway. Already cracking into it here as we see Moyanri waiting patiently, Cursed just on the other side. The smoke. Who will see who first? A pixel peek of the dome to send them home. Kaguya finding the first one. Corz will get another on that trade back and right back to a 4v4, but not for long. Moyanri finding Warman here as well.
1 down, 2 down, 2 members on the 5 Giants side, falling over with Kaguya joining them. Top aim after a great shot from Corz Disabler also finds the pile of bodies. Corz Disabler prone down in that angle, picks Sarald. Moyanri finds Pamani, but Cursed gets Madara, and it's all left down to Moyanri to be able to defend the 2, and it's Moyanri for 2, and Chimera starts strong.
The AUG, so good, and for Chimera, you want to start strong, right? This is your map pick. And starting out on defense here as well. So every round going to be equally as important going forward. 5 Giants, a dominating performance in that previous map. I was hoping some of that confidence, that momentum will spill out here into this one. And, you know, it wouldn't be a true statement here if I wouldn't be hoping for overtime in this one as well.
Every team member looking to step up. Moyanri not being quiet in this final game. Starts with 4 of 5 of the opening kills to their name. And Chimera come out swinging. Skybridge on the defense, definitely more favored to the defending side in my mind. Means 5 Giants are going to have everything against them in this to be able to try and take a miracle match.
Looking for the miracle match, but 5 Giants opening this one up nicely. Finding the first 2 picks here. Slav got that one. And now just slowing things down a bit once more. All this pressure mounting toward that A site. Chimera is set up here and waiting. Matter on the other side has that smoke there in the way as well of top aim. We'll see a second smoke beginning to rain down. Zeroed on the other side, and there's that smoke to block off the sight line.
Yep, Smoke is going to cover off Madara from being able to use that box peek to get information onto the point. The bomb is planted from 5 Giants, and there are 3 remaining members of Chimera to try and challenge. Zarold steps out, tries to bait one into the long peek from jungle, does get the challenge, but doesn't find any results. Warmin loses half health. Madara steps out of the smoke into the line of Slavender. Warmin claims Zarold. Top Aim takes out Cursed. We're going to see Top Aim last alive. Pamani in VIP is going to be first point of contact. The double swing is going to come through, and Warmin claims 5 Giants first round. 1 apiece on Skybridge.
1 apiece. Back and forth we go as we slowly let the story unfold in front of your eyes here tonight. And what a day it's been. 3 insane series already done and dusted. This the final one, the final game to rule them all here. Of course, the winner will clinch that final spot in the semifinals that will be brought to you here tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want to be the very best, like no one ever was, then here and now is the time to display it out on the stage. You need to take your best foot forward, put the top 5 positions that you can out on the table, and play your heart out against this Chimera side as 5 Giants to try and claim that victory. On the flip side to it, 5 Giants just need to look to the strength they had in game 1 to try and find themselves a way back into this mental tie. They're definitely not underperforming on the skill base. It is just simply a fact that 5 Giants are riding this momentum extremely well and capitalizing when their members get early opening kills.
Looking for some early opening kills here in round number 3 as well. Moyanri being patient in the background has been spotted. Some of those shots don't connect. A lot of damage was done. Unfortunately, not able to collect on the kill just yet. Pamani inching forward. Kaguya on the other side has Slav creeping in here as well. Warman's going to find the first one of Madara. And with that, the player advantage again favoring 5 Giants.
This is going to be a tough ask at this point in time from the 5 Giants lineup to get through with the smoke positioned over VIP. They might have a numbers advantage, but 2 members are currently distended from the play. The bomb is on the other side. Look at the mini-map right now for you at home, who are delighted to see this brand new feature brought to us by Battlestate Games. And you'll see that bomb is sitting lane 2 on the point being planted. Kaguya finds Slavanda trying to rotate away from this A-fake aggression as 4 members strong. 5 Giants are going to defend the retake. 3 from Chimera are already on location, with the 4th trying to rotate through B main to find an angle rather than challenging on Heaven. That's going to leave Heaven looking away for a minute. That's going to level numbers. Zarold finds Kirsten, takes an early opening kill. Pamani takes out Moyanri in the back of red. Kaguya finds Warman. Costa Sabler finds Kaguya in the trade 1-for-1. 2 members left alive on each side as Zarold steps into Pamani. Pamani does not manage to claim the counter. Top Aim takes Costa Sabler, and it's Pamani versus Top Aim to claim the round. Pamani swings, and Pamani claims it for 5 Giants.
Man, Pamani had the slightly advantage there, being up top there, able to kind of peek down as well. I feel like if maybe Chimera would have worked together there in that 2v1 situation a little bit better, they could have taken that round. One kind of opting to pick up that device instead, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out in their favor. So 5 Giants will take the lead here once more. And again, this is the final one of the day here. So it's been nothing but back and forth thus far, and I'm pretty sure it's probably going to continue to be that way. Flash coming in as well. Kaguya now pressing forward. Pamani spraying out as well. Shots being exchanged in both directions. Who is going to come away? They're both dancing around. The moves like Jagger and Kaguya will finally collect on Pamani, who was the clutch factor in that previous round. So with them done and dusted, Chimera having a little bit better of an opportunity here.
What is going on as Kaguya has stepped into 3 delicate scenarios, and Kaguya, the King of Chaos, is seeming to be able to claim anything other than being able to survive from a team kill. Top Aim takes them down, and then Moyanri finds himself in a really, really shocking spot, caught between Warman and VIP's member. Slavanda holding strong there. Slavanda, again, one of the crucial points I've seen in this 5 Giants lineup to be left alive. If Slavanda is breathing, 5 Giants still have life in the play as Costa Sabler crosses over and Zarold reads. Is this going to be a B rotation? Interesting to see that Madara does not give the discipline up and stays on that A point until it's confirmed that all 3 sets of footsteps have left. Challenge down the lane from Zarold finds no home as the bomb pushes onto point. Warman is by that point waiting for Slavanda to come up in support. Once Slavanda is there, the bomb will go down with cover. Warman is going to find themselves watching from the depths of heaven. Slavanda finds Madara forward. Wow, Slavanda for 2k quickly claims themselves success whilst Warman puts that bomb down on the plant.
Yeah, I feel like they're really riding that wave of momentum from that previous series as well, because Five Giants seems to be firing on all cylinders. And I don't know if there was something said in between game 1 or 2, or if it was those interviews on screen that kind of sparked these teams to get after it. But Five Giants has looked very solid since the start of game number 2.
There's so much strength been asserted by the Five Giants, not allowing the mental disparity of Chimera's flawless performance through the qualifiers to dissuade or deter them from being able to challenge in aggression. Slavanda nades Moyanri as the opener to the ground. Slavanda, First Blood King, staying strong. Pomani takes a load of abuse, including a headshot and a heavy bleed to their woes. It loses a lot of their health, but doesn't die. The only member falling over so far is one of Chimera. Never mind, 2 of Chimera's cursed. Claps one with a grenade as well.
Yeah, Kaguya is going to go down to the nade, and Five Giants have really had great use of not only the nades, but the utility as a whole here with these smokes, looking to block off some sight lines, playing around the smokes here as well. Madara does spot the gun of Slav peeking out here as well, and if they can find a triple swing, they should have some success. Zeroed is waiting to hold this as well. They have the player advantage and could consider a rotation, but it looks like they want to stick it out here on the A site.
Yeah, Slavanda, not the Salamander, but playing that close. Similarity in the Chameleon, trying to disguise themselves. Oh no, Zarold finds the back of Madara Flow's head, and Warman closes Zarold out after a mistake finds Chimera, falling a further round to their disadvantage. 3, the gap now as Five Giants on the attack, by the way, have the advantage.
Hey, we talked about Lemony Snickets were lurking about for a lot of these games. And again, another series of unfortunate events as we see that team kill come out. And now Chimera, again, kind of having to play from behind. We saw them battle back nicely in that previous map as well, almost taking it to overtime. But that's why each of these rounds are important. And allowing Five Giants to have so much success here on attacking side could spell for some trouble.
And I'm even more shocked that we're here in game number 3, where I thought that Five Giants would be fighting against a Chimera strength, a swarm in aggression from the Chimera side, and looking to have themselves in the lead in game number 3. But Five Giants find themselves ahead, and Cursed just seems to be blessed by perfection today with these grenades. However, Kaguya and Madara have something to say about it. 2 kills quick for them. Cursed claims Kaguya back though. Madara is waiting in time for Warman. Zarold finds Slamander, and Cursed and Warman are going the other way.
Looking to go the other way, back to a 2v2 after some early success here, and now we can see him beginning to leg it toward that B site. Zarold, though, is here on site. That jump across, not sure if he was able to spot somebody, but we'll spot him here. The spray comes in, and Zarold will connect on to Warman, now on a 2v1. The great situational awareness here from Cursed. Has an idea that there's one pushing from this other side. Madara.
I don't know if I'm scared or happy about this. I'm not sure that I would want Cursed to be the player that you're going up against in the 1v2. Not just that, but you're allowing him space to isolate, and Cursed is going to step into Madara, and Madara has to be better than this. Cursed is going to tease it multiple times before he swings it. Try and weigh in all of the magazine as much as he can. He baits one out, hoping for the push from Zarold. With 25 seconds left, Cursed has got a lot of work to do here. He's not going to have Zarold drop his discipline. Zarold has played very well in this match so far, and he is not going to ego challenge. Cursed is going to have to try and get past. He does get into red. He takes out Madara with a disgusting kill, but Zarold is ready to trade him out in the back of red.
And Chimera will get a much-needed round here in round 6 as they look to cut that lead in half. And I think you're absolutely right. The way Cursed has been playing, you certainly, at least if you're Five Giants, though, that's who you want on your side for that clutch factor. But we see across the board here, I mean, Cursed, Cord, Slab, all with 5. Pomani just 1 behind him, and Warman with 7 as well. So the whole crew firing on all cylinders for the time being. But we talk about consistency being key, and they're going to have to continue to do that through 9 victorious rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about consistency. That's where we were scared. Cursed has consistently cursed the Chimera lineup in numbers disadvantages to claim a round for the Five Giants that should not have been theirs. That's why we seem scared. The nade is going to come out from top aim towards the inside of VIP and smoke off that entrance again. Another smoke has been placed towards the gap from Sandwich through into that wrap position so that Chimera have positional strength towards this A site. Madara is still sat with their discipline, holding this beat angle with an additional, I'm going to assume that is Zarold sat watching down lane 2 from the train spot. We have Kaguya here holding in front of Headshot Box in a bit of an off angle here. Nade's going to go off to the right. That's the adjustment and positioning from Kaguya, avoiding that grenade kill. Moyanri finds Cord's Disabler, and now the 5 Giants utility is starting to become a bit telegraphed. Kurt is going to throw a smoke into the face of Kaguya. It's going to telegraph that the 5 Giants are still looking to commit to this A-point play.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams like to kind of work toward A first. They feel a lot more comfortable over here. We've seen a couple rotations toward that B side, but we really haven't seen any initial pushes coming toward that B side. And we see Chimera kind of setting up here with more of these members on the A side. Unfortunately, the smoke will come in, block the sight line. The sprays will come in, but not able to connect on the mark.
Yeah, and as that happens, the bomb is going to push through towards the site location. The adjustment from Chimera is that Moyanri is expecting VIP also to try and push out aggressively, but Slavander holds his ground. The bomb goes down, and the plant on site is going to be contested by Kaguya, swinging into the first member kill inside of that VIP spot. Slavander goes down. Curse is about to step into 3 members, 2 now. Moyanri and Kaguya and Top Aim claim a kill each as all 3 of them close out that round and delete the remaining members of 5 Giants.
Yeah, and that once big lead of 5 Giants has now slowly dwindled away as Chimera continues to work their way back into this one. But on a good note, 5 Giants have already put 4 rounds on the board from the attacking side nonetheless. So a decent start here, and still another couple rounds here, or excuse me, just 1 round, I think, before we close out the half.
Yeah, spot on. Just the last round on this 5 Giants attacking side. You would really, as a 5 Giants fan, like to hope that 5 Giants can pop yourselves into a 2-round lead in the switch of the half. For Chimera, you are going to be thoroughly impressed and pleased with yourselves that you have not found a disadvantage in this half. If you manage to level it up to 4-4 on the defending side, Chimera have done a good job of weathering the 5 Giants storm when it comes to a very malleable approach to bomb planting on both the A or the B side. Cause Disabler is going to claim Zarold's life down that lane as 2 members strong, now 3 strong from Chimera start to form towards the B side defense. But what do we see on that mini-map, Mr. Hort?
Yeah, you know, and that's kind of interesting because I mentioned how they really haven't strongly pushed B to start off the round. Well, they make the appearance of starting that push on B, while all the meanwhile, the intention is to go back toward the A side. A really good wrench in the mix here for 5 Giants. The smoke doesn't quite come in time, though, and Top Aim will have Top Aim as he tops off the head of Slavander.
Yeah, knocking 1 down. Cause Disabler is going to claim his prize from Tin Can Alley as Top Aim's noggin is now knocked off of the shoulders. Going to find 3 members on each side strong to try and battle it out for round number 8. The bomb has been planted and 40 seconds are left for Chimera to defuse, as well as clear off the defending members of 5 Giants. Warman is going to hold strong on the plant and position on point, with Cursed playing from probably the strongest position post-plant in VIP, as well as... oh boy, it's going to be a strong challenge coming in from Madara into VIP in a second. Cords is going to find Kaguya instead. Warman has still not gone in the action yet, still hiding the positioning. 2 are standing on the point to their left. Madara holding this bomb as Cords steps up and challenges Moyanri, wins 1. Warman gets the point back. Warman for 2! Oh. 5 Giants claim the 5th going into the half with a 2-round lead.
Warman folding the competition like a lawn chair there with a double headshot kill on that Enforcer roll. 3 MVPs to the first half, and Chimera with an opportunity to tie things up at half. It will be just taken from their grasp from Warman. 5 Giants.
7 wonders of the world might be added to. We might have to add ourselves an 8th, and the 8th wonder would be Warman with the wonderful work they've been doing inside of this match. Great shots coming out from both teams as Madara has time and time again stepped up into the challenge. Even though they haven't won every challenge that they have faced today, they have not lost confidence and not stopped trying to challenge in these angles to create an opening for Chimera to collapse upon. Same can be said out of Kaguya, Top Aim, Zarold, and Moyanri, all equally trying their very best to stop this 5 Giants aggression, but 5 Giants so far are relying on Warman and Cords Disabler to do their damage to take it home. Zarold finds Slavander. The smoke goes out over to KFC, and Warman is in a great position here to start causing some chaos. The question is, do they get oppressed from the hole before they can start doing damage to KFC? Warman is going to have Kaguya know that he is probably waiting here, and most likely have him checked when he peeks around the corner. Madara is playing deep outside of the hole with that head glitch angle to try and claim a kill of their own.
Just waiting for that smoke to dissipate on the edge of my seat. Top aim, though, with an A, will be able to find Pamani. Warme will eventually get one. Those is another one peeking, but it's Kaguya who comes out on top. Cursed will fall to Moyanri as well, and just like that, Chimera will fight their way back into this one. It's all down to Cords. We've seen some crazy triples, but can he find the Quadra?
And it looks like Chimera are trying to do their own form of a fake play here with the bomb running back through the hole down the escalators and then back up to KFC. Cords Disabler has had his ankles broken, has been given the wrong one, and now as they realize their mistake, the bomb has been planted and they have to regain even more ground trying to fight in from jungle. The first challenge is going to come from the top of that trash can, tucked away in Sandwich, all the way deep in the back left, and Cords Disabler, as they're unable to find the kill there, has to rotate into Banana with 35 seconds left on the clock, and a 1v4 as the challenge in front of them to try and claim round number 10. Or 9 even.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. I said not only is it a 1v4, but time kind of ticking against them there as well. And Kaguya, unfortunately, will be waiting patiently to find that pick. And now Chimera just one away from tying it up as we head into round 9. So that huge lead that Five Giants was beginning to build in the beginning of this one has now all but dwindled away.
Yeah, no, absolutely no apology necessary. My poor math merely missing up our timings within the casting booth. Definitely not a mistake on your part. Had we have done the math correctly, we'd be in the right round production and you would have been clean on into that sentence. So a rare mistake on the crack part, but we'll ignore the whiffs in the commentary desk and we'll talk about the magic that's playing out on screen, because this has been something that has not been seen just yet, and that is a storm of the fort when it comes to pushing really far forward on the defense. Nobody has managed to take out the bench positioning right now as Kirst is in a really, really forward spot. There is a grenade that can counter this, and if Kirst gets himself naded out of this position as the grenade goes off behind the Chimera lineup in KFC, this could spell a little bit of disaster for Five Giants. But again, the bomb is sitting deep in KFC, not committing just yet. A player up in VIP and a player playing inside the hole and outside the hole shows that Chimera are looking towards A to begin with, but as contact happens, things might change. Madara finds Slavanda, Warmin finds Kaguya, blind as hell. Curse swings 2 into bench and realizes that the flashbang was glorious gold. Madara does claim a consolation prize onto Warmin, but Kirst and Cords are in a great place, and as Kirst claims Moyanri, it's all left to Madara.
Yeah, if you get rid of Warman, you still got to deal with Cursed, Cords. I mean, Slam, Pamani, all having a heck of a series here thus far. Pamani into that prone position as Madara continues to pressure forward, now in a 3v1 with the weight of the team on their shoulders. Pamani, of course, in that prone position, will be able to collect the device here. There is one long lurking flank here for Five Giants, and they don't have to get overly aggressive. They just have to kind of chill out and make sure that that rotation doesn't come into play. That'll allow these last 2 members to just kind of sit tight on the A site.
Yeah, Madara has managed to grab himself a hold of an M80 MDR with that Enforcer class, so very tanky now, and also putting out a decent amount of damage, mid to top tier bullets here. Not the most highest when it comes to armor penetration, but more than enough flesh damage to be able to get it working. Madara adjusts for the jump shot onto the remaining running member from Five Giants, decide to turn their attention away from the point for a second, and that's going to allow Cords Disabler. They're back for free. Five Giants claim their 6-4.
Yeah, I mean, there was some great decision-making there from Madara, and even he kind of knew that that flank was going to be coming in there from Cords. Unfortunately, just not able to capitalize. So Five Giants now extend that lead by 2. And man, I got to tell you, I'm almost on the floor. I'm so close to the edge of my seat here. You couldn't ask for a better nail-biter. We've had an insane series throughout the day, but what a great one here to finish off the day as well.
Yeah, I'm not even going to lie to you. At this point in time, I've thrown away my gaming chair. I am stood up casting this at this point in time. We might as well be at a LAN event because I am entertained. This is phenomenal from both sides, and I did not expect Chimera to be pushed this far inside of the semi-final, let alone it be the potential that they might actually be knocked out here.
Oh, again, the ebb and flow as we slow things down once more just for a moment's notice, and then the moment is gone. Madara again finding Warman, who's been that juggernaut here in map number 3. So with that, they can have a little bit of breathing room. They have that player advantage, and Warman already knocked to the wayside here.
Yeah, great work from the production team to be able to swap to the perspective as the flank came in really quickly, but Madara ready for that flank, closes that option off for the Five Giants and deletes Warman from this potential equation. Another member is sitting from Five Giants in heaven as Zarol takes out Slavanda. Shots ring out across the A point, and that is potentially going to be the signal for this flank to come in from 5 Giants. They are slowly clearing their way through heaven, but as they do, the device is being planted, and 4 strong on the site. Zarold's going to claim Cursed. Pamani's going to find themselves being the only member left on their spawn side of this A point, and they're going to need to try and make a magical pincer with Cords to be able to pull this off. Cords is going to find Madara for the first opener, and that is the first for free in the 2 versus 5. Steps up, Hole is next. Kaguya gets disabled out of KFC. Cords disable are disgusting as Pamani takes out top aim. Noyanri is found, lost, as the back is left open. Cords disabler walks up and wonders, where have you been? Desmond the Moon Bear, how did I get here? As Pamani punches the way onto the point for the final kill, and 5 Giants move to 7.
I mean, that looked like it was a round for Chimera. I don't even know how 5 Giants pulled that off. You could most likely see that in the top plays here and some of the highlights coming forward in a few moments. But my, oh my, what a round for 5 Giants. The grit, the determination as they continue to fight through this series. We talked about Chimera not dropping a single map in their qualifiers here, coming in at 3-0, but we've seen a couple crazy upsets here already today. 5 Giants looking to knock off the Giants that are Chimera as well. And with that, now just 1 away, Cracked, from match point.
Well, 1 away from match point, put themselves 1 more round in their advantage, and 5 Giants put themselves in a position of having the same or similar amount of match points available to them as they did in the second game of the day, putting themselves in that prime position to close it out. As Cords Disabler playing on an aggressive Xbox position, he's going to find 1, but there's 4 more to come. Madara Flow is the first of those 4 and decides to collapse that mistake made on their part into a 1-for-1 trade as Cords Disabler goes down. Slavander is there for 1 onto Zarold as Madara is being suppressed inside of the blue train with the bomb on their back. Warmin still holding this A point just in case the fake comes through, is going to find them in a tough spot with a 4 versus 3 in total. 3 versus 3 on the point right now, which is why 5 Giants are confident having this extra member distended should they need to come in potentially for a retake, as Moyanri is toying with Pamani in the spawn section there. Gets a glimpse as they step out of the angle with some unfortunate timing, and Madara Flow is going to find themselves juggling and dancing around this box to find the angle. A pre-fire is going to actually claim Slavander. Madara discipline and just sticking to their guns, claims one. Pamani gets 1 back.
I feel like that was like the last bullet to escape the chamber there as well. And the stars will align 1 more time for Chimera as they find that pick on the pre-fire. Favoring 5 Giants, though, is the player advantage is Cursed. Able to find Madara. And now with that, they spot the last one here in top aim. We see that flank from the heavens coming from behind here as well. The smoke will go up, and with that, they should be able to grab the device, maybe look to fake the plant here and see if they can catch them pushing forward as top aim, well aware that there could be a flank coming in. Warmint will drop down below top aim and then continue to play this game of cat and mouse. The smoke time ticking away. 5 seconds on the clock. Top gets 1, but can't get the second. Curse will solidify match point here for 5 Giants. And now they have 4 opportunities to close this one out and upset Chimera.
I am so shocked and amazed. I'm not only impressed that Top Aim manages to find that disgusting kill in the smoke, hearing the audio of the 5 Giants member running towards him, puts the barrel up and deletes the first problem in front of him, but there were just too many. There was just too many Giants to knock down, and David showing not quite as common as Goliath as the 5 Giants stand strong. Match point in a potential reverse sweep against a team that has been unbeaten up until today.
Yeah, David may have been able to take out Goliath, but there's 5 of these Goliaths, these Giants standing on the other side, 1 round away from solidifying their spot in the semifinals. Brought to you, of course, tomorrow here. They're equally as excited for that, but right now, things slowed down just a bit. The smoke is up. Warmint looking to linger on through.
This is far from over. If the Chimera lineup have anything to say about it, they have not let a single round go, but as Madara finds Warmin, Pamani finds 2, and 5 Giants success is starting to look a little bit more possible as Zarold takes Pamani out to level 3-3. 3 members alive on each side, and Moyanri, prone inside of VIP, is going to give a good position for this plant as Chimera looking to start claiming their way back to try and fight for now only overtime. The possibility. Cords disables Zarold potentially for the last time as Moyanri and Madara are left alive. Madara inside of KFC is successful though, and it's 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. Madara with a big pickup there as well. Moyanri tucked over here. Time ticking away. We can see him beginning to press toward the lone member in the core. Madara will fall now down to a 2v1, but he gets caught in the cross. Moyanri able to find Slav, and now running away here as Cursed is on the chase. Can he find a way to catch him? Tucked into the corner here, the side, the spray, and Moyanri does it. Chimera will hang on for another additional round. And again, we know that 5 Giants have 4 opportunities, but now it gets cut down to just 3. Can Chimera build off of this round?
That's it, and we'll stretch the name out. That's mine. And re-up for the next round, Chimera. Moyanri claims 5 for Chimera, puts them 3 away from pulling this back to overtime. 5 Giants have 3 more match points before this starts getting really dicey. It looked tough in game 2. It's looking even tougher in game 3, but 5 Giants might just be able to break through this side.
Break through this side. Warman up early, has the smoke in hand, has to be careful. Moyanri again, just behind him, looking to close off that gap here. Is Top Aim has had a lot of success with these nades. We'll look to close off some of these sight lines here as well. Pomani, in the meantime, did find Mariani. That could be a tongue twister on its own. Curse finds one. Kaguya back the other way, and it's some trades coming in, but 5 Giants will still have that player advantage.
That's it. Madara also now has access to one of those stronger weapons on that Enforcer class. The dead teammate in front of them, allowing them to still gain an advantage, minimally so as it is. Still might make the difference in the smallest battle. 3 versus 4, and a little bit of banter coming in as one of the players uses one of those beautiful voice lines. Warman finds Top Aim, and it's only 2 left on the side of Chimera to defend the 3 remaining match points that 5 Giants had. Madara closes Warman out from 1, and that's going to find another player falling to the ground. 3 versus 2 now. Curse destroys Madara, and it's all on Kaguya, who has been the bright star in this Chimera lineup. They have to swing into 1, then find Solander. They have to swing into 2 and hope that they don't die. They swing in, and they get 1, but then Cords Disabler takes it out for 5 Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 Giants complete the reverse sweep and knock out an undefeated Chimera going into the semis.
Oh, ear to ear, all smiles here. What a phenomenal day and a great showing from 5 Giants after stumbling a little bit in game number 1, able to reel it back. A phenomenal showing here in map number 3 as well. Cursed, Cords, Pomani, Warman, Slav, you name it. The whole crew popping off here through the entirety of the series. And well, Cracked, we have our second crazy upset of the day.
2 phenomenal upsets, and I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. Chimera have performed phenomenally throughout the tournament so far, and it is merely a testament to why these teams are so confident that 5 Giants is the dark horse to be watched out for. 5 Giants claim the reverse sweep after one of the more confident and dominating Game 1 performances that you would not have expected a team to rise back from. And let's just have a look at some of these highlights.
Man, some beautiful highlights they were, again, from both crews, but 5 Giants able to close things out. We saw Top Aim, Pomani finding exchange here as well. A lot of the action happening on the other site, but some big clutch ups over here on the B site as well. Slab, the great spray transfer coming out, the nades raining down. We got a taste of a little bit of everything here today, Crack.
We got absolutely everything from every single player on both teams as well. All 5 members standing strong. All 5 members trying to stop the other side from getting any form of an advantage to leverage. As Top Aim there with that disgusting kill through the smoke had me still believing that Chimera could still come back in this. But honestly, it's a profession to the 5 Giants discipline that as soon as they got those numbers advantages in the fights, they did not let it fall from their wayside. In the first game, they were seeing Chimera capitalizing on numbers, strength, time and time again, but as Slavander stepped strong and became the first Blood King, as Cords Disabler became that legend that they are, with their teammates' mistakes being the highlights to help them through, 5 Giants secure the final spot in the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, what a phenomenal day of games. And as we look towards tomorrow's matches, we have Tarkov Help versus Oil Rig. for your first semi-final of the day as a best of 3, and then Virtus Pro will be taking on 5 Giants in your second semi-final of the day. All 4 teams battling for that first place prize and a potential place to fight for that first place prize in Sunday's final. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, €8,000 going to the first place team for the victory here at the Arena Cup Series 2, as well as one of those amazing Gigabyte Aorus monitors, the MQ monitor, that has been professing to be phenomenal across the ratings and reviews. And not only that, folks, because you've joined us here for all of the action today, if you've been here for the entirety of the action, then you've claimed loads of drops, as you see them displayed at the bottom of your screen, GP coins, Liga medals, rubles, and equipment cases, all to be passed around to you, lucky viewers. And maybe some of you might have won a monitor of your own. So before we close out everything and the action that we've had today, we have to remind you, do not miss out on tuning in tomorrow, Saturday the 16th of November at 4 p.m. Russian time, 1 p.m. UK time, 8 a.m. EST, to join us for 2 amazing semi-finals from our 4 victors from today. And with that, a massive final thank you and shout out to Battlestate Games and the Twitch channel live here for having us on, yapping away strong all day long these amazing games. The support from the Hunt Premier Tournament organization crew and those amazing sponsors in Gigabyte Aorus. It's been a pleasure. We have been very grateful to be here today.
Absolutely. I couldn't be more thankful to be in the booth with you as Cracked, of course, Garfield, everybody behind the scenes here doing their due diligence to make sure the stream runs as smoothly as possible. As we often mention, the people behind the scenes don't get enough credit. So huge praises out to them behind the scenes. Again, thank you to Battlestate Games, Hunt Premier, for allowing me to come on and shout at the mic here and get a little goofy with you guys. But it's certainly been a plethora of fun. And I might not be back in the booth here for these next couple of days, but I certainly will be watching the excitement as well. Again, huge shout out to everybody in chat keeping the hype here with us. Again, much love to all of you all the way around. And again, thank you, Cracked, for such an entertaining day.
It's always a pleasure having you beside me on the booth, Hot. Always a massive enjoyable time and a great combination when the two of us come together to create Lyrical Mastery. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have been your casters. You have been epic. This has been the Battlestate Games live channel for the Arena Cup Series 2, and we'll be back with you tomorrow.
Ready.
Bears ready.
Bears ready.
Hillsacks ready.
Blue team. Red team.
Loading in.
Gear up. Loading in.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare to escape.
Prepare for the arena.